Chapter 1, Arms Tycoon has a daughter? In a yard on the east bank of the river in Huangpu District, Shanghai. Mr. Li, we currently have 30 billion orders for military drones, and we are trading with the bear country. In addition, the Xuan state also plans to spend 50 billion to purchase a batch of light and heavy machine guns, and is currently negotiating with the Baoli Group. In the courtyard lobby, a man in his 60s, wearing a Zhongshan suit, was reporting respectfully. The man was none other than Lu Hualong, the chairman of Baoli Group. Many people may not know about Baoli Group, but he is indeed a top enterprise in the country, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is one of the 4 major chaebols in Dragon Country. The money that Lao Ma's penguins earn in a year is not even a fraction of what Baoli pays in taxes. Baoli Group covers all fields. Of course, Baoli Group also has a top business, which is military export trade. In other words, arms. At this time, as the chairman of Baoli Group, Lu Hualong, it is a bit abrupt to appear in this inconspicuous little courtyard. Even more surprising is that the person Lu Hualong was reporting to was a young man who was only 26 years old. Mr. Li, there is no problem with exporting military drones, but are light and heavy machine guns not very safe? Lu Hualong nodded slightly and asked very carefully. On the armchair, Li Qing slowly opened his eyes. His sharp eyebrows and bright eyes showed an extremely sharp and handsome face, just like a standard model. When outsourcing to foreign countries, light and heavy machine guns cannot use domestic models, otherwise they will be foreign aid weapons, which will be difficult to justify internationally. Hearing Li Qing's words, Lu Hualong nodded respectfully and even bowed slightly. Yes, sir. If an outsider saw this scene, he would be absolutely dumbfounded. Chairman of Baoli Group, the leader of one of the Dragon Country consortiums. How could he be so servile to a young man of 25 or 26? But only Lu Hualong knew clearly. Baoli Group is what it is today. It all depends on one person, Li Qing. In Lu Hualong's eyes, Li Qing can no longer be described as a genius. This man is close to God. Because when he was only 24 years old, he has already mastered the top of various fields in China, and is proficient in scientific research, medical treatment, and military industry. Even the old guys in the Central Institute of Science and Technology, they all regarded him as a guest of honor. And the business methods are even more amazing. Seeing Li Qing's face, which exudes great sharpness and charm, Lu Hualong asked carefully again. The government army in northern Myanmar would like to invite you to sit with them, saying they have business to discuss. Sir, look. At this time, standing next to Li Qing, the man who had been silent all this time spoke. Mr. Lu, from now on, we can just push those small countries in the south over. Besides, northern Myanmar is a mess to begin with, so there is no need to report things like this in the future. The man was Li Qing's assistant, Wang Mian. Lu Hualong smiled bitterly and said respectfully. Yes, I didn't think it through. Although Wang Mian is only Li Qing's assistant. But Lu Hualong is a very skilled person. He knew that anyone around the emperor, even a eunuch, should not be offended. Besides, this Wang Mian, like Li Qing, is an out-and-out ruthless character. Lu Hualong changed the report again, reporting everything in detail. How much military equipment did the Black State import, how many tons of gold did it return, etc. Li Qing leaned back in his chair. The cigarette was wrapped around his fingertips. To be honest, he was not interested in these reports. Over the years, Li Qing has long been accustomed to it, even tired of it. Otherwise, he would not have abandoned his villa in Huazhou and run to this small courtyard to enjoy the tranquility. The report lasted for half an hour. Basically, the profits generated by various industries have increased tenfold compared to last year and will soon exceed 1 trillion yuan. Lu Hualong stopped and looked expectant. But Li Qing just raised his eyelids and said lightly. This made Lu Hualong a little embarrassed. A pair of old eyes looked at Li Qing from time to time. It's like saying, don't you want to praise me? Li Qing saw what was going on. He flicked the ash into the Ming Dynasty vase and said, Not bad, anything else? At this time, Wang Mian, who was standing next to him, had a confused expression on his face, but then his eyes became firm and he smiled. Mr. Li, I have something to report to you. Li Qing raised his eyebrows, glanced at Wang Mian and said, What's the matter? Just tell me with that expression on your face. Wang Mian became a little serious. There is a woman named Yang Mi. I don't know how she contacted me, but she said she wanted to bring her child to recognize his father. Recognize father? Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, then his face became calm, and there was no further words. He has heard this kind of thing countless times. Wang Mian continued. She said it was 4 years ago, in the hotel where the Magic City Grand Banquet was held, and she has been pregnant with your child since then. Now, the child is 3 years old. Hearing this news, Lu Hualong even thought it was a little ridiculous. Every woman wants to climb the ladder. But he didn't dare to laugh, and even frown slightly. Mr. Wang, excuse me for being blunt, but there are too many women who want to marry into a rich family these years. Yang Mi, she is just in the entertainment industry, how dare she have any idea about Mr. Li? Lu Hualong's words were restrained. In the eyes of capital tycoons, the stars in the entertainment industry are nothing more than actors, earning a few hard-earned dollars by showing off. Many of them are just playthings of some big bosses. Li Qing's eyes were dim, and a subtle smile appeared on his face. However, this smile made Lu Hualong feel a little creepy. Over the years, Li Qing has attended countless banquets. Of course, most of them are with some military industry partners. There are also a few capital gatherings. It is also possible to occasionally encounter those noble ladies after drinking. After all, everyone has been young. However, this is the first time that a celebrity like Yang Mi has come to recognize her relatives. Wang Mian continued. I checked and found that you did attend the grand banquet 4 years ago. The woman named Yang Mi did enter your room. Hearing this, Lu Hualong next to him suddenly realized that this was not something he should listen to, so he said, Mr. Li, I have something else to do at the company, so I will go back first. Li Qing raised his hand. Lu Hualong left the yard. After the outsiders left, Wang Mian resumed his private relationship with Li Qing and said with a smile, Brother Qing, you might have thought that Yang Mi was from some big capitalist family, and that she sent her daughter to you to make friends with you, so you accepted her. What do you think we should do about this? If it was the case in the past, Wang Mian solved it himself. But the difference this time is that the other party really brought a child with him, and the child is already 3 years old. And it was impossible for Yang Mi to know Li Qing's identity, so she had little motivation to climb up the social ladder. So this matter is not something he can decide. In case it is true, that's a really big deal. Li Qing pressed the armrest regularly with his index finger, and after a moment he said, Make arrangements to meet this child. Chapter 2 Yang Mi takes the child to see his father. Li Qing finished speaking. Wang Mian's heart was slightly shocked, and then he said, I'll arrange it. I don't know why. Wang Mian always felt that this thing is very likely to be true. Because for a long time, for the first time, he felt that something big was going to happen. It was a premonition, an indescribable feeling. If the other party just made a mistake, that's fine. If she is really Li Qing's daughter, well, I'm afraid things are going to change. At the same time, Magic City, in Thompson Epine community. In a large living room of a villa, Yang Mi was sitting on the sofa. Wearing a suit and short skirt, she is capable and reveals her proud figure. A pair of slender legs, wrapped in black stockings, leaning on the floor, and a pair of red-bottomed high heels show her royal sister style. However, there was some worry between his brows. Sister Mi, are you really planning to take Xin Baoer to meet that man? Sitting opposite Yang Mi, it was her assistant, a woman named He Bai Bai. He Bai Bai is Yang Mi's assistant. But the two are also good sisters in private. He Bai Bai said with some concern. But no one knows whether that man is reliable or not. Yang Mi looked melancholy, and after taking a deep breath, she slowly said, But given the current situation, I have no choice. What will happen to me if they catch me having a child? Yang Mi has just left Jiaxing Media for some reasons. But the previous bet agreement has not ended yet. So the situation is very bad, even dangerous. In the entertainment industry, everything seems glamorous and peaceful on the surface. But in reality, there is a lot of competition. Yang Mi also has competitors, or mortal enemies. Now she is in a disadvantageous period, and there are many people who want her to fall completely. At this time, the child became Yang Mi's biggest weakness. Once they discover it, Yang Ni's gambling agreement will fail completely. Not only will they be burdened with hundreds of millions of dollars in debt, but in serious cases, they will also be forced to quit the entertainment industry. So the current method is: all I can do is leave the child with his father and take him back when the matter is over. He bye-bye sighed, unable to refute. That's right, Yang Ni really has nowhere to go now. Oh, you said, why did you? He bye-bye wanted to say something but stopped himself, and finally could only sigh. Yang Ni's face was calm, as if she had already accepted it. It happened a long time ago, there is no point in talking about it now. Although Yang Ni said this calmly. But when I think about 4 years ago, my heart is still filled with ripples. 4 years ago, Yang Ni had just become famous, and this was her first time attending such a grand banquet. I was in an extremely happy mood, and the party was full of big shots. Yang Ni didn't dare not drink, and before she knew it, she drank too much. I wanted to go back to my room to rest. But I didn't expect that I entered the wrong room, and the other party didn't even close the door tightly. I just swiped and pushed the card and went in. Then, in a daze, unspeakable things happened. Although it sounds outrageous. But that's just how outrageous it is. And that was the first time in Yang Ni's life. After finding out she was pregnant, Yang Ni also wanted to have the abortion. But the doctor said that I might not be able to get pregnant anymore. For various reasons, Yang Ni decided to secretly give birth to Xian Baoer. Suppressing the ripples in her heart, Yang Ni said, "Have you investigated Li Qing's identity?" As an assistant, he bye-bye naturally had to take on some tasks of gathering information and even collecting detective intelligence. He bye-bye spread his hands and said with some frustration, "After some investigation, we found out that his name was Li Qing and he lived in a courtyard in the eastern suburbs of Huangpu district." After saying this, he bye-bye stopped talking. Yang Ni was slightly stunned. "That's all?" He bye-bye nodded somewhat embarrassedly. "That's all, it took me a lot of effort to find out. Don't forget, after what happened between you 4 years ago, it took me months to find out that the other person's surname was Li. Now that I know his name, it's already great." Saying, he bye-bye picked up an apple and took a bite. "But I concluded that he was just an ordinary person, at most, his family had some money. Judging from the yard where he lives, he is probably a native of Shanghai. His house was demolished and he has about 18 million yuan. Usually we check some celebrity bosses, it's hard to know where to start when checking ordinary people, maybe he doesn't have any status. As for his appearance at a high-end banquet, in fact, that banquet was not that great. You can stay there for a night by paying a few $100,000. I understand that nouveau riche love revenge consumption the most. Worth tens of millions? In he bye-bye's eyes, he is just an ordinary person. It's not that he bye-bye is very rich, it's just that there are too many rich people in her circle. A demolition worker is really not worthy of being on the stage. That guy really got a great deal." He bye-bye suddenly said indignantly. "Sister me, when will the child be sent over?" Yang Ni said weakly. The other party replied to me and said that he wanted to meet at the Lacrosse Hotel to see the child. He bye-bye was speechless. There are a lot of people there, so you have to be careful when choosing such a place, and make sure you cover yourself tightly, otherwise if you are photographed, it will be a big deal. Also, please drive my car. No one knows about my car. Yang Ni nodded. This was the only way for now. "Mommy." At this moment, a childish voice came from the bedroom next door. Then the two saw. A little girl came over with sleepy eyes. The girl has fair skin, chubby face and a pair of big black eyes. She is extremely cute, especially when she wears pink bunny pajamas. The girl was Yang Ni's daughter, Xian Baoer. "See my baby girl?" A smile appeared on Yang Ni's face. "Xuan Baoer is awake, come here into mother's arms." Although Xian Baoer can walk, but walking faster is still not stable. He stumbled towards Yang Ni. "Mom, aren't you going to sleep with Xian Baoer?" Xian Baoer lay in Yang Ni's arms, with a childish smell of milk. Yang Ni feels that no matter how hard or difficult it is worth it. He bye-bye also loves Xian Baoer very much and wants to adopt her as his goddaughter. "Baby, come here, let Auntie he hug you." The little guy is adorable. After getting down from Yang Ni's arms, he walked to bye-bye and was picked up. "Aunt." Xian Baoer's grandmother S. He bye-bye's heart was about to melt. "Xian Baoer is so good, give him a kiss from your auntie." Xian Baoer's chubby face was filled with a cute smile, and she was not shy at all. Auntie, Xian Bao is hungry. He Bai's face turned pale, and he smiled awkwardly. Well, my aunt doesn't have that. You have to ask your mother about this. Yang Mi glanced at He Bai and held Xian Bao over speechlessly. She is 3 years old and has stopped breastfeeding a long time ago. Then he looked at Xian Baoer and said gently, Mom will cook for you. Yang Mi, who was aloof outside. In front of Xian Bao, she showed the tenderness that a mother should have. Xian Baoer said cutely, Mom, Xian Baoer was dreaming just now. Yang Mi smiled and said, What did you dream about? Tell it to Mom. He Bai continued, It's not a nightmare, right? Yang Mi rolled her eyes at her. Xian Baoer's grandmother said, I dreamed about my dad. Ah? He Bai was surprised. You didn't poop your pants in your dream, did you? Xian Baoer shook her head, trying to control her tongue and said, It's Dad. I dreamed that my father took me to the amusement park and he bought me a lot of delicious food. Hearing this, Yang Mi was stunned for a moment, and the smile on her face froze. Next, a sense of guilt and sadness welled up in my heart. After having a child, Yang Mi became very emotionally sensitive, especially towards Xian Bao. Because of work reasons. Over the years, Yang Mi has never really taken Xian Bao out to play. Other children. Children of this age are already in kindergarten and play with many other children. But Xian Bao stayed at home all the time. She can understand how lonely the child is. I can understand Xian Baoer's desire for fatherly love. The only fatherly love she understands is from seeing other people's fathers on mobile phones and TV. Seeing her mother remain silent, Xian Baoer thought that she had done something wrong and said a little aggrievedly, Didn't Mommy say that I have a daddy and she would take me to meet Daddy? Hearing Xian Baoer's words, Yang Mi came back to her senses and smiled gently. Mommy will take you to see Daddy in a while, okay Xuan Bear? Chapter 3 Does he have the money to take care of the children? When the little guy heard that he was going to see his father, immediately, his eyes widened and he said, Really? Since I understood something. Yang Mi did not hide the fact that she had a father from her child. She just said that her father worked far away and she could only see him in the future. So Xian Baoer has always been looking forward to the day when she can see her father. After being happy, Xian Baoer said softly, Mom, you won't lie to me. Yang Mi smiled and touched her little face. When has Mommy ever lied to you? Go change your clothes and Mommy will take you to meet Daddy. After tidying up, Yang Mi and Xian Bao got in He Bai's car and headed towards the Lacrosse Hotel. More than half an hour later, the car arrived at Chenshui Street, only 4 or 5 kilometers away from Junyue. Yang Mi began to feel nervous. After so many years, I suddenly took my child to see his father. No matter how you think about it, it feels a bit weird. This is a plot that only happens in movies and TV dramas. Sister Mi, why is there no traffic jam today? It's usually very lively here. While driving, He Bai looked at the situation outside and suddenly asked curiously. There was no car on our road, but there was a traffic jam on the opposite lane. Is there road construction ahead? That being said, Yang Mi also found it a bit strange. On weekdays, Chenshui Street was not crowded, but it was also very lively. But today, it seems like no one went out. Maybe there is really a road being built ahead. Yang Mi said calmly, If you can't, just go ahead and turn around. The car drove to the front quickly. Sure enough, from a distance, we could see passing cars being stopped and turned around. The road hasn't been repaired, so why aren't people allowed to pass? He Bai muttered to himself, then followed the car forward. Soon we came to the intersection. At this time, a man in uniform stood next to him and waved to He Bai, signaling him to go straight. He Bai was stunned for a moment, but didn't stay for long and drove straight ahead. It's strange, how can we survive? He Bai was a little confused. But fortunately, there is no need to take a detour. Is there still a limit on the number of cars today? Yang Mi said calmly. What number is limited on Sundays? Okay, let us go quickly. They were about to reach their destination and Yang Mi was not in the mood to be curious about these things. Soon, the car stopped not far from the Lacrosse Hotel. Arrive. He Bai stopped the car. I looked around and found it was deserted. The parking spaces in front of the hotel were all empty. Not far ahead, there was a black Chevrolet SUV parked there. Sister me, could that be him? He bye-bye guessed. There is only this one car around here. Yang Ni was feeling anxious. After taking Xian Bao down from the baby seat, he deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Get off the car first." Xian Bao lay in Yang Ni's arms. The usually outgoing little guy became quiet at this time. A pair of round eyes kept looking around, full of curiosity and a little fear. "Mom, where is Dad?" Xian Baoer's chubby face also looked a little scared. "I am usually full of fantasies and expectations about my father. Now that I'm about to meet him, I feel a little nervous." But soon, she regained her curious and happy look. "Mom, will Dad come?" "Dad." Yang Ni's heart was beating fast. A complex feeling made her feel a little overwhelmed. At this time, black Chevrolet car. A young man walked down slowly. Wang Mian in a suit. Slowly walked in front of Yang Mi. "Ms. Yang, I am Mr. Li's assistant, Wang Mian." Wang Mian's face was calm, showing no sadness or joy. But when he saw the child, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This girl looks so much like Qing Gu. Although the child is still very young. But the eyes, mouth, and nose all have the shadow of Li Qing. Yang Mi nodded and said politely, "Hello Mr. Wang, may I ask, where is the child, Li Qing?" Yang Mi didn't know how to address him. She and Li Qing only had a one-night stand, and had no other relationship with each other. They could be said to be complete strangers. But he is also the father of the child. Wang Mian said calmly. Naturally in the car. Hearing that Dad was there, Xian Baoer in Yang Mi's arms became alert and struggled a few times to get down. "What's wrong, Xian Baoer?" Yang Mi gently put Xian Baoer down. "Don't be afraid, baby. This uncle is not a bad person." Yang Mi thought Xian Bao was afraid of strangers, which was why he reacted like this. Xian Baoer stood there, staring at the car in front with her big eyes and said, "Is that Dad?" "Dad is in the car. I want to go find him. The little guy is very smart." As he said this, he actually staggered towards the car. Wang Mian did not stop him, but instead a smile flashed across his face. "If she is really Brother Qing's daughter, then I would be her uncle. And just looking at the face, this child is most likely Qing's daughter. So similar." Seeing Xian Baoer running away, Yang Mi panicked for a moment, then followed behind. "Xian Baoer, run slower, don't fall." Xian Baoer has already arrived in front of the car. But she couldn't reach the door handle, so she could only knock on the car gently. Xian Baoer. Yang Mi was a little at a loss. The child was going to see his father, and she was a little scared. Click. The car door opened. Then she saw Xian Baoer being carried into the car by a pair of big hands. Standing by the car door, Yang Ni's eyes suddenly focused. Then, she froze on the spot. Through the half window, Yang Mi saw the young man sitting inside. 4 years ago at night. In the room of Yunyu, Yang Mi clearly remembered this face. But I didn't see him from this angle at that time. I just look up. Sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, delicate and three-dimensional facial features, elegant yet sharp. That extremely beautiful face is Li Qing. Just one glance. Yang Mi recognized it, and she knew that she would never make a mistake. He is Li Qing, Xuan Bao's biological father. At this time, Wang Mian came over from behind and said calmly, "Miss Yang, since there is nothing else, you can go back and wait for news." Seeing the other party's attitude, Yang Mi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What's the meaning? The other party didn't even get out of the car? Wang Mian added. Mr. Li said that he only saw the child. Go back and wait for news. After that, Wang Mian got into the driving seat, started the car and drove away. Only Yang Mi was left standing there in a daze. Oh my god, what is going on? He bye-bye ran over panting, with a look of surprise on his face. She originally wanted to give Yang Mi and Li Qing some space to be alone, so she didn't follow them. I never thought. After the other party received the child, he left directly? What kind of attitude is this? Those who don't know would think that the other party is a human trafficker. Chapter 4 Baby seats must be customized by the military industry. Sister me, you just handed Baoer over like that? He bye-bye was surprised and a little unhappy. That Li Qing was really too much. He didn't even get out of the car and just took the child away. What was he thinking? Yang Mi looked at the disappearing taillights, feeling mixed emotions. After a moment, she said calmly, maybe the other party wants to do a paternity test. He bye-bye became even more angry. A big star brings his child to you, and you take advantage of him and still act like a good boy? But on second thought, that is right, people will definitely not be careless when it comes to children's affairs. But this is too, feels a bit disrespectful. He bye-bye felt a little sorry for Yang Mi. Yang Mi also felt uncomfortable. But she was obviously calmer than he bye-bye. After taking a deep breath, she said, okay, I took the initiative to find him with the kids, so in a sense, I am the one who was bothering him. He bye-bye was shocked, and then became speechless with anger. Sister me, you have changed completely since you gave birth to your child. Is this still the cold and aloof goddess Sister me? Yang Mi didn't say anything, just walked towards the car. Okay, we still have things to do at the company, so let us go back first. As for Baoer, you have to keep an eye on her for me. On the road. While driving, he bye-bye kept talking about Li Qing. Sister me, I will definitely observe him carefully during this period to see if I can be a qualified father. He bye-bye likes Baoer very much, and is as concerned about this matter as Yang Mi. Although Baoer feels a little uncomfortable living with us, she has never suffered in life. What I am worried about is her financial source, which is a big problem. Yang Mi also has this concern. Normally, Baoer's food and clothing at home are not the best, but they are top-notch. In a month, he could spend 50,000 to 60,000 yuan on food, drink, and entertainment. Ordinary families really can't afford it. But seeing as he has an assistant, maybe he has his own company at home. Yang Mi analyzed and said, of course, it was probably more to comfort herself. I have a company in Shanghai, so the profits shouldn't be too bad. He bye-bye curled his lips. The car he drives doesn't look that good. Although it looks high-end, a Chevrolet SUV like this is probably only worth about 400,000 yuan. And I've never seen such a car before. Facing he bye-bye's blabbering, Yang Mi waved her hand with some tiredness. Okay, drive carefully, I want to rest for a while. At this time, on the other side. On the way back, Li Qing was sitting in the back seat, holding Baoer, staring at her. To be honest, this was Li Qing's first time interacting with children. I'm somewhat not used to it. But seeing Baoer's cute and touching appearance, even Li Qing was somewhat moved. The most important thing is, this child is so similar to me. Combined with the previous analysis of Yang Mi's motives, Li Qing could conclude, and had a strong feeling in his heart, that Baoer was his child. Thinking of this, Li Qing couldn't help but feel a little complicated. Happy, excited, nervous, helpless? He couldn't tell specifically. Anyway, this is the first time Li Qing has felt this way in all these years. Are you Baoer's dad? Baoer looked at the unfamiliar Li Qing and felt no resistance. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Li Qing showed a gentle smile. How do you know that I am your father? Did your mother tell you? Baoer looked at Li Qing with big eyes and said softly. It was my mom who said she would bring me to meet my dad today. I heard that uncle call you Mr. Li, and my dad's name is Li Qing, so I felt that you were my dad. Hearing Baoer's words, Li Qing was slightly stunned. Wang Mian in front laughed and said, Brother Qing, the child is so smart. He is so sensible at such a young age. Li Qing smiled fondly. Ha, Baoer, do you know your full name? When someone praises himself for being smart, Baoer nodded happily and said, I know, Xuan Baoer's full name is Li Xian, it was my mom who told me. Li Xian? Li Qing's eyes were moved. Yang Mi gave birth to a child alone, but she didn't give the child her surname, but her own. At this point, this was something Li Qing had not expected. Look at the child. Li Qing inexplicably began to feel happy, even faintly excited. I am also a father. Wang Mian, after returning, installed a baby seat in the car and asked it to be customized by the military industry department of Baoli Group. Li Qing hugged Baoer and said, I want to inspect it myself. Wang Mian's expression brightened up, and he was also full of energy for this matter. Okay, Brother Cheng, let us modify this car when we get back. Although this Chevrolet doesn't look like a luxury car. But in fact, the entire car was customized by Li Qing, and there is only one on the market. And under the processing of Baoli Group. This car has bulletproof, anti-surveillance, anti-mine and other functions. Generally, it is not a problem to withstand a few rockets head-on. Before Wang Mian could finish, Li Qing spoke again. I'm not just talking about this car, I'm talking about everything. Wang Mian was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, no problem. Li Qing has hundreds of cars. Baoli Group has work to do again. Li Qing continued to think. He himself didn't know that from this moment on, his emotions had been deeply affected by Baoer. Also, after the physical examination, the car should be equipped with appropriate medical facilities, including spare blood. All the configurations for Baoer's travel should be the same as mine. Wang Mian nodded and said seriously. No problem, I think the villa should be renovated to make it more convenient for the children. As an uncle, he also treats Baoer as his treasure. Wang Mian asked again. Are you still going to the courtyard? Li Qing said. Let us go directly to Huazhou Junting. Although the villa of Huazhou Junting has been empty, but the maids were always at work. So there is someone cleaning every day, maintaining the furniture and so on. Xuan, do you want to visit your father's house? Li Qing looked at Baoer with a kind face like an old father. Thank you, Dad. Baoer said this inexplicably. What Li Qing said just now. Although Baoer didn't understand a lot of what was said, she could feel that her father seemed to be doing it all for her. Looking at my daughter's cute eyes. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said. Who taught you? Baoer said seriously. My mom taught me to say thank you when someone gives me something. Li Qing felt somewhat guilty. This child is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Baoer, Dad is not someone else, no need to say thank you. Li Qing touched her little head gently. Soon, the car drove into Huazhou Junting Villa. Although it is a villa area, but in the northern district, there are no other residents. The reason is simple. Li Qing likes quietness, so he bought the whole piece. Looking at the big house, Baoer was shocked. She originally thought that her mother's house was already very big. After all, it took some distance to walk from the living room to the bedroom. But after arriving at Li Qing's villa, the little guy was stunned. Dad, your house is so big. Li Qing smiled and said, does Baoer like it? Baoer nodded heavily. Baoer likes. At this time, Wang Mian came over and whispered. Brother Qing, the medical team is here, take Baoer for a physical examination first. Li Qing nodded. It is necessary to give children a physical examination. Any allergies or hidden diseases should be checked in advance. Although he knew that Yang Mi would definitely take the child to the hospital for a checkup. But Li Qing trusts his own medical team more. Half an hour later, in the living room of the villa, Li Qing looked at Baoer's physical examination report, and all indicators were normal. Besides, there is also a paternity test form, DNA test paternity probability 99.999%. Looking at the list, Li Qing smiled a smile he had never had before. Send a copy of the identification results to Yang Mi. Li Qing said as he sat on the sofa. He wanted to smoke a cigarette, but when he saw Baoer coming in from outside, he put it down. Chapter 5, how about giving Baoer an entertainment company? Dad, you are doing something bad. Baoer looked at Li Qing, who was about to smoke, and said. Mom said that smoking is a very bad habit and will harm your health. Wang Mian, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but laugh awkwardly as he watched the scene. Those who can reprimand Li Qing. I'm afraid there is only Baoer in this world. Li Qing laughed and threw the cigarettes worth thousands of yuan a box into the trash can. Baoer knows so much. Daddy doesn't smoke anymore. Come here and let Daddy hug you. Li Qing held Baoer in his arms. It's fragrant, soft, and very cute. This joy from the heart. It's something he's never had before. Congratulations, Brother Cheng. Wang Mian stood aside, happy from the bottom of his heart. Over the years, Wang Nian accompanied Li Qing all the way, and the developments seemed to be on the rise. It can be said to be a step to heaven. But those days were really boring. Now I suddenly have a niece. Wang Nian felt an indescribable joy and happiness in his heart, as if he had hope for the future. Brother Cheng, can I hug her? Wang Nian mustered up his courage and smiled. Li Qing smiled slightly. Xian Baoer, let your uncle Mian hug you. Xian Baoer looked at Wang Mian, blinking her big eyes. She knew that Wang Mian had a good relationship with her father. So he climbed down from Li Qing's body and ran over, opening his arms and hugging him. Uncle, I want a hug. Wang Mian, a 1.85-meter tall man, was stunned for a moment. Oh my goodness, my heart is melting. Wang Nian carefully picked up Xian Baoer and said happily. Xian Baoer is so good. Xian Baoer frowned slightly, seeming to be a little uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable when my uncle holds me. In a word. Wang Nian's face changed. Am I holding too hard? I should try a different way. Uncle, I still feel uncomfortable. Xian Baoer pouted. Wang Nian was very anxious. For him, this is even harder than doing arms business in the Black State. Okay, if you don't know how to hug me, stop hugging me. Li Qing opened his arms and hugged Xian Baoer. Compared to when it was in Wang Mian's hands, Xian Baoer still likes Li Qing more. Dad, Xuan Baoer is hungry. Xian Baoer lay in Li Qing's arms and said in a grandma's voice. Daddy can cook for Xian Baoer. Li Qing was slightly stunned. Cooking for babies. He almost forgot about it. Wang Nian, go find a professional team of preschool chefs. Li Qing said. Although he can cook, he is still not sure about preparing food for the child. After all, she is his own daughter and everything must be the best. Wang Nian is very efficient. It took less than 20 minutes. A luxury business car stopped in the villa yard. Then I saw 8 women standing in a neat row. Brother Qing, this is the team recommended by the chairman of Yingdao Company, and they enjoy a high reputation internationally. Wang Nian said. I brought some complimentary food to feed Xian Baoer first, and then I took them to the physical examination and fill out the report. Li Qing nodded, then looked at Xian Baoer and said. Come on, Xuan Baoer, I'll take you to eat something first. In one day, Li Qing basically solved Xian Baoer's living and diet problems. In addition to international chefs, there is also an extremely professional children's medical team, including childcare teachers, etc. Li Qing used all the best. After spending a day, I spent more than 10 million. But for Li Qing, this money is not even pocket money. Xian Baoer had eaten and drunk enough. He just started playing around with the maids in the villa and didn't feel tired at all. In the living room, Wang Nian and Li Qing sat opposite each other. Brother Qing, a copy of the appraisal report was given to Yang Mi. Her intention was to leave the child with us first. Wang Nian was a little confused about how to address Yang Mi. Although she is Xian Bao's mother, she and Li Qing only had a one-night stand and they were not in a romantic relationship, let alone husband and wife, so it is not appropriate to call her sister-in-law. But thinking that Yang Mi is Xian Baoer's mother, Wang Mian still reported. Brother Qing, Yang Mi's situation has not been very good recently. According to investigations, Yang Mi's popularity has been very low since she left Jiaxing, and she has been squeezed out by her peers, and of course there is also a gambling agreement with Jiaxing. She came to you with her child because she was forced to do so. Hearing this news, Li Qing just raised his eyelids without much reaction. He never paid attention to Yang Mi and the entertainment industry. Now let's listen to Yang Mi's story. It's just because of Xian Baoer. After all, she is her biological mother, and she has raised Xian Baoer alone for 3 years. There are many things that are not easy. Dad, my mom called me just now. At this time, Xian Baoer stumbled over and threw himself into Li Qing's arms. Looking at the cute baby, Li Qing held her on his lap and said with a smile. What did mommy tell you on the phone? You are so young, and you already have a mobile phone? Xian Baoer shook his wrist proudly and said with a smile. The watch my mom bought for me can be used for phone calls and video calls. Mom told me to listen to Dad here and not run around by myself. Also said. Xian Baoer was too young and couldn't explain clearly in one breath. Li Qing said patiently. Don't be in a hurry, speak slowly and think it over before you speak. Xian Baoer thought for a moment, opened his eyes wide and said, Mama also said that she would come to see me after a while. Li Qing laughed and said, Xian Baoer is so well behaved. Do you like it here? Xian Baoer said naively. Xian Baoer likes it. Saying, Xian Baoer seemed to have thought of something. The smile on his face faded a lot, and he looked at Li Qing with some disappointment and said, Dad, why can't Mom let others see me? I see other children are taken out to play by their moms. Mom sent me here, is it because I caused her trouble? The little guy's words. Li Chang and Wang Mian were both stunned. It's hard to imagine. A 3-year-old child. I know so much and can think of so many things. At the same time, as a father, Li Qing. A sense of guilt rose in my heart. I haven't been with her for 3 years. Some have indeed failed to fulfill their responsibilities. Although there are many factors causing. But Li Qing will not shirk responsibility. Xian Baoer is not a trouble at all. Mom sent Xian Baoer here because Daddy was done with his work. Li Qing touched Xian Baoer's head and smiled gently. Mom won't be in trouble, she will take you out to play later. When Xian Baoer heard what Li Qing said, she immediately opened her eyes wide and became happy. Dad, please keep your word. Pinky hook. Li Qing shook hands with Xian Baoer and asked with a smile. Does Xian Baoer have any dreams, or what do you want to do in the future? Xian Baoer seemed to know what dreams meant and said in a milky voice. I want to be a big star like my mother. But soon Xian Baoer became entangled again. It seems. Being a big star is not good either, my mother can't take me with her every time she goes out. Li Qing smiled slightly. Then Dad will buy a film and television company for you, and all the big stars will listen to you. Is Xian Baoer that powerful? Chapter 6, Let her not be too embarrassed. Wang Mian, who was standing beside him, heard this. I already knew in my heart that Li Qing was about to take action. Xian Baoer didn't know what a film and television company was. But she heard that all the big stars listened to her, and that seemed really impressive. Most importantly, it was bought by my dad. Xian Baoer was so happy that she almost jumped up. Dad is so awesome. Xian Baoer will make a lot of money in the future to spend on his dad. Li Qing had a look of satisfaction on his face like an old father. This child is really sensible. Dad, Xian Baoer is going to play with Auntie. Xian Baoer was so happy. Then I ran outside to play. The servants in the villa are all hired by Li Qing all year round. Very reassuring. And there are extremely professional bodyguards all around to protect him secretly. Brother Qing, from what you said, it seems like you want to consume. Wang Mian smiled. Wang Mian is like the worm in Li Qing's stomach. The tacit understanding between the two is almost 100%. Seeing the little guy go out, Li Qingkai secretly lit a cigarette and deliberately turned on the ventilation in the living room before lighting it. Well, for the children's sake. As for Yang Mi, don't make things too difficult for her. From the time Yang Mi got pregnant to the time she gave birth to Xian Baoer. In 4 years, a woman has achieved this in the entertainment industry. It was not easy, and both the mother and daughter suffered a lot. So this is also for the sake of the children. Wang Mian nodded. He knew the importance of not making it too difficult for her. I'll do this myself. At the same time, in the Estée Lauder Company building in Shanghai. Mr. Chen, isn't this a breach of contract? In the office, Yang Mi sat on the sofa, frowning slightly. The endorsement contract has already been negotiated, so now they are talking about changing the person. Isn't that unreasonable? Just now, Yang Mi received a call from Estée Lauder, claiming that previous cooperation is invalid. This was difficult for her to accept. You have to know that at this stage, after leaving Jiaxing Entertainment, Yang Mi's acting career and collaborations are limited. A large amount of money is needed to complete the bet agreement. But at this time, Estée Lauder, the only successful cooperation partner, also broke the contract. I'm sorry, Ms. Yang, I know this is not in compliance with regulations, so I will compensate you in full for the breach of contract fee. Shen Yu, general manager of the branch, said seriously. So please sign and the penalty will be added to your card later. Beside, he bye-bye said angrily. Why do you do this? Is it because Sister Mi left Jiaxing that you think Sister Mi is useless? Noob. Yang Mi stopped He Bai from getting angry. At this critical juncture, getting angry would not have any effect and would only make him appear childish. Mr. Chen, can you tell me the specific reason? Yang Mi said with a cold expression. Chen Yu smiled bitterly. Do I have to explain these things clearly? I'm just a manager and there are some things that I don't have the final say on. Yang Mi took a deep breath and nodded. Yeah, I understand. So who did you find to collaborate with? Chen Yu did not hide it. After all, everyone will know it after the endorsement advertisement comes out. The above asked us to find Ms. Carrie Ng. Hearing this name, Yang Mi frowned slightly, looking a little unhappy. Kristy Wu is very familiar with her. And he's a former colleague. When I was at Jiaxing Company, the two are sworn enemies and their relationship is not very good. Now that I have left the company, without the advantage, the other party will start to compete for cooperation. He Bai was also angry. It was her. Why? Just because she has an amazing boyfriend behind her? Just because she has a good relationship with Jiaxing? Chen Yu looked at He Bai without saying anything. But in my heart I sneered, why, isn't this enough? Okay, Xiao Bai, let us go back. Yang Mi is not a person who drags his feet. She knew that since the other party would definitely break the contract, it was meaningless no matter how much I disagreed, so I just signed, took the penalty and left the building. Downstairs, as soon as they got out of the elevator, then He Bai's face darkened. Following the gaze, not far away, a woman wearing frog eyeglasses was walking slowly towards me. The woman was wearing a short dress and high heels. Her fair thighs were faintly visible with each step, showing her proud figure. That face full of collagen is beautiful. But it gives people a sense of bad feeling. Sister Me, it's true that enemies always meet in a narrow road. He Bai was a little angry. The woman who came over was a popular star, the top star of Jiaxing Media, and the sworn enemy of Kristy Wu and Yang Mi. They say enemies get jealous when they meet. But Yang Mi had no intention of arguing with her. He pulled He Bai forward without even saying hello. But Wu Yufei stopped and said in surprise. Is it Sister Me? Sister Me, why are you here? We haven't seen each other for a while. Sister Me, are you here to discuss endorsement as well? Chris Wu looks like a dramatic actress. It was obvious that he was deliberately trying to discuss Yang Mi and the spokesperson's cooperation. It was also Kristy Wu who asked Jiaxing to work behind the scenes and with her boyfriend's connections. Yang Mi was kicked out smoothly. I received millions of dollars in endorsement fees. Yang Mi looked cold and said in a deep voice. So, are you here to show off to me? It's so boring. After that, Yang Mi walked out without looking back. But Kristy Wu, who was frustrated, would not just let it go. She took 2 steps after him and said with a smile. Yang Mi, remember to pay the penalty for breach of the gambling agreement. I've been eyeing a villa in the East District recently and I'm waiting for the money to be used. A villain will get more and more when he succeeds, and Carrie Ng is a perfect example of this. He Bai couldn't stand it anymore, and turned around and angrily said. Carrie Ng, are you that boring, bitch? Hearing this, Chris Wu's face immediately turned cold. What did you say? She didn't expect that a little assistant beside Yang Mi would dare to scold her? It's the opposite of heaven. Wu Yufei walked forward, raised her hand and slapped him. But He Bai was smart enough to avoid it by stepping back. Yang Mi's face also darkened. Chris Wu, if you dare to make a move, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at Yang Mi with cold eyes, Wu Yufei subconsciously put down her hand. Although Yang Mi is no longer popular. But Kristy Wu understood that with Yang Mi's temper. Did she really dare to do that to herself in public? That would be so embarrassing and not worth it. Wu Yufei sneered. Yang Mi, oh Yang Mi, if you could change your temper, wouldn't you have been angry long ago? Okay, let us wait and see. I'm going to sign the contract, bye. After that, Kristy Wu got on the elevator. After signing the contract, Chris Wu came downstairs with a happy look on her face. With the support of security personnel, Carrie Ng got into a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. Mr. Zhang, guess who I saw just now? After getting in the car, Chris Wu looked at the woman next to her with a smile on her face. The woman was in her 40s and was the chairman of Jiaxing Media, Xing Jia. Zhang Jia, dressed in a suit, sat in the back row and said calmly, "Yang me? Chapter 7 Daddy said he wanted me to be a celebrity boss." Wu Yufei nodded, with a smug smile on her face. "Now I know what a drowned dog is." However, Yang Mi's arrogant and noble attitude remained unchanged. "Sooner or later I will trample her under my feet." Zhang Jia glanced at Kristy Wu calmly. "This woman is like this. Arrogant, petty, and vengeful. But it is also true that it can bring huge profits to the company. She knows how to flatter, be flexible, and do whatever it takes to get fire." Plus the background of Kristy Wu's boyfriend. This made Zhang Jia a celebrity in Jiaxing media. Yang Mi has already left Jiaxing, so she has no chance of winning the bet. Zhang Jiafeng said calmly, "I understand that you are targeting her, but don't let it affect your normal work. Many things cannot be rushed." Carrie Wu smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, I know. Don't worry, I will do my job well. Oh, by the way, my boyfriend said he would treat you to a meal when you are done with this busy period." Zhang Jia raised her eyebrows slightly and said lightly, "How can Mr. Chen treat us? When we have time, you can set up a party and I will treat you." Carrie Ying laughed. "Good, Mr. Zhang is still generous." Zhang Jia naturally accepted the flattery and said with a smile, "I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, after Yang Mi loses the bet, I will give you 2 points." Hearing this, Chris Wu's eyes lit up. 2 points, or 2%. Yang Mi's gambling agreement was worth 500 million yuan. 2% of 500 million is 10 million. Although Carrie Ying is a popular star. But 10 million is a huge sum of money for a star. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." Carrie Ying was extremely excited and became even more flattering to Zhang Jia. "Mr. Zhang is really generous. This year our company will definitely be able to reach a higher level." Zhang Jia just smiled. She was kind to Carrie Ying for her own reasons. Now that Yang Mi is gone, it's natural to support a new one. And Carrie Ying has a boyfriend with a strong background. Plus, he's quite popular and a famous star. Of course, you need to have a good relationship with this ATM. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, Zhang Jia's cell phone rang. After turning on the phone, Zhang Jia's eyes narrowed slightly, because the caller was of some importance, the big investment tycoon behind her. "Hello, Mr. Zhang," Zhang Jia said in a very respectful tone. But soon, I don't know what the other party said. Zhang Jia's face became nervous. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yufei asked curiously, "Mr. Zhang, what happened?" Mr. Zhang shook his head and said, "It's okay, I'll take you back to the company first, I have something to take care of." Seeing Zhang Jia's uneasy expression, Carrie Ying knew something must be wrong. But she didn't dare to ask, so she had to sit aside and be obedient. Meanwhile, on the other side, after returning home, Yang Mi sat on the sofa, feeling a little depressed. "Today I met this disgusting woman Carrie Ying. It made young me very uncomfortable. It's so infuriating, Sister Me, that Chris Wu is so mean." He bye-bye stood up for Yang Mi and said, "Isn't this just pure insult? Still want to hit me, arrogant and domineering?" Yang Mi comforted. "Okay, don't get angry about everything. There's nothing anyone can do when you meet someone like that. Right now, we still have to think carefully and take on acting jobs and endorsements as soon as possible, otherwise, we will never be able to complete this bet. When it comes to cooperation..." He bye-bye was deflated again, with a depressed look on his face. "Sister Me, many companies that have cooperated with us before have now rejected us. After knowing that you left Jiaxing, people in the entire circle have been deliberately distancing themselves from us. That's how the entertainment industry is. When you have power, you are surrounded by good people, and there are many who are eager to lick your boots. But once you lose power, those people will distance themselves from you, and they wish you would never be able to raise your head." Yang Mi was a little confused. Looking at the empty room, it felt a bit desolate without Xian Baoer. "I'm going to make a video call with Xian Baoer." Yang Mi took out her cell phone. He bye-bye nodded. Now Yang Mi's only spiritual support is Xian Baoer. The video call was connected quickly. Immediately, Xian Baoer's face turned red on the screen, and she smiled foolishly. "Mommy." Xian Baoer was so happy that sweat broke out on his forehead. Yang Mi asked curiously, Baby, what are you doing? Why are you so tired? Chen Baoer chuckled and said. Mom, I'm making a game. It's fun. Do you want to play? Seeing Chen Baoer having so much fun, Yang Ni's unhappiness also decreased a lot. Chen Baoer can't play too crazy, and can't take off clothes just after sweating, otherwise he will catch a cold. Dad wasn't with you. Chen Baoer smiled and said. Dad is busy, he said he wants to buy me a big. Chen Baoer had somewhat forgotten what Li Qing had said. After thinking for a moment, he continued. My dad told me that he would buy me a movie studio and let me be the boss of a big star. Mom, Dad is so awesome. Hearing this, Yang Mi just chuckled. But inwardly he shook his head, wondering how could Li Qing lie to a child like this. Making some empty promises is consuming children's trust. Yang Mi smiled gently and said. Be obedient and study hard in the future. Chen Baoer nodded and said obediently. Chen Baoer, remember this. Mom, when will you come to see me? Can you live with Dad? Dad's house is very big. Saying, Chen Baoer took a look around the living room. The huge living room is full of decorations, low-key and luxurious. Yang Mi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She remembered that Li Qing lived in the same courtyard. But looking at the living room area and decoration, it seems to be bigger and more luxurious than my Tangshan first-class house? Mom, do you want to sleep with Dad? Chen Baoer's words brought Yang Mi back from her doubts. Yang Mi was a little embarrassed for a moment, then she smiled coaxingly. No, Mom is busy with work now. I will come to see you later. If you are not used to living here, just tell Mom and she will pick you up. Chen Baoer nodded. Got it, Mom, I'm going to play. Yang Mi smiled helplessly. All right, go and have fun. After hanging up the phone, Yang Mi also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that her daughter was having fun, she felt relieved. At this time, Zhang Jia, who was on the road, couldn't be happy at all. After receiving a call from an investor, Zhang Jia was notified to meet an important person to discuss matters. And it's about Jiaxing Company. This made Zhang Jia a little nervous. Big shot. Zhang Jia whispered softly. The investors behind the scenes can say that he is a big shot. How big can it be? Mr. Zhang, who are you going to meet this time? The address you gave is very remote, in the eastern suburbs of Huangpu District. Assistant Xiao Xiao said while driving. There don't seem to be many restaurants or cafes in that place, right? Zhang Jia was also a little confused, and just said. Okay, get over there as soon as possible. Chapter 8 I was so scared. How did Jiaxing offend Baoli Group? The car soon stopped outside a courtyard in the eastern suburbs of Huangpu District. Not far ahead, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked there. There is a small pavilion next to it. A young man was sitting on a stone bench, playing with a lighter in his hand, looking a little bored. After getting off the bus, Zhang Jia was wearing a pair of high heels. Walking on the muddy ground was somewhat uncomfortable. Coming to the bottom of the pavilion, Zhang Jia smiled and stretched out her hand and said, Hello, I am Zhang Jia, chairman of Jiaxing Media. You have something to talk to me about, right? What should I call you? Zhang Jia's words were very appropriate. She is very good at controlling these second generations. Wang Mian lit a cigarette, took a slow puff, then waved his hand casually and said, Please sit down first. I called you here today to discuss something. The other party's attitude. Zhang Jia was slightly stunned. This is too pretentious. After all, he is the boss of an entertainment company. Moreover, smoking when discussing business with a female boss is extremely disrespectful. But she pretended not to care, adjusted her skirt and sat on the stone slab. Mr. Zhang, right? My surname is Wang. Wang Mian picked up the teapot. Zhang Jia was just about to hold the tea bowl to show politeness and courtesy. But Wang Mian just poured himself a bowl and then put it down. Zhang Jia was a little embarrassed. He didn't even intend to pour it for himself. Mr. Wang, I wonder what kind of cooperation you want to discuss with me. Zhang Jia still maintains her own rhythm. Wang Mian took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Mr. Zhang has misunderstood. There is no cooperation to discuss. I just want to acquire Jiaxing. In a word. Suddenly, Zheng Jia was stunned. She was full of surprise and confusion, and couldn't even believe her ears. What? Zheng Jia said with some disbelief. Wang Mian smiled and said, I said, I hope Mr. Zhang can cooperate in the acquisition of Jiaxing. After confirmation, Zhang Jia's face suddenly darkened and he stood up. The previous generosity and gentleness disappeared in an instant, replaced by a sneer. Mr. Wang, you asked my investor to call me here. Are you trying to make fun of me? The clay Buddha still has some temper. Zhang Jia, the chairman of Jiaxing, is also not a good person. The other party wanted to acquire the company. If this isn't a joke, then what is it? Seeing Zheng Jia's reaction, Wang Nian just smiled slightly, his expression still calm, and said, Sit down, I just want to let you know. Someone will tell you the details later. A clear look of disdain flashed across Zheng Jia's face. He even suspected that the person in front of him was sick. You said you wanted to acquire Jiaxing right away? Let us not talk about the market value of Jiaxing. This matter cannot be discussed in just a few words. Zhang Jia wanted to call the investor to find out. What kind of weirdo is this other person? Is he trying to make fun of me? Zhang Jia suppressed his displeasure and sneered. Mr. Wang, don't you think this joke is boring? Acquire Jiaxing, he. The smile on Wang Mian's face gradually disappeared, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. Mr. Zhang, I'm not here to discuss things with you. Buzz. At this time, Zhang Jia's phone rang again. At this critical moment, the phone call came. Zhang Jia suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. After seeing the caller's information, Zhang Jia frowned immediately, then looked at Wang Mian with suspicion and answered the phone. Zhang Jia, are you with Mr. Wang? The voice on the phone was that of an old man, and he sounded extremely unhappy. Didn't I tell you that the other party is very powerful? Are you courting death now? Hearing the backer getting angry, Zhang Jia was slightly stunned, then walked aside and said in a low voice, Mr. Zhang, he said he wanted to acquire Jiaxing, is this a joke? Zhang Jia couldn't understand it, and she really couldn't understand it. The Mr. Zhang she mentioned. In fact, it is Jiaxing Entertainment Company. The investor behind it is Zhang Jia's cash cow and support. Many things are superficial. Especially in an entertainment company like theirs, most of the chairmen are just housekeepers in name only. On the phone, Mr. Zhang said in a deep voice, I'm not kidding. I just found out about the acquisition of Jiaxing, so I didn't tell you in advance. Zhang Jia, who did you offend? Otherwise, with the other party's power, they will not look down on your small company. Zhang Jia was stunned. Small company? Listen to what the backer says. Zhang Jia looked at Wang Mian in disbelief. She realized that the other party might be really powerful. Otherwise, Mr. Zhang would not have said that. Mr. Zhang, who is the other party? Zhang Jia was a little scared, but she still didn't want to sell Jiaxing like this. After all, this is something I have worked hard on for many years, and I also have shares in it. But acquiring a company, such a big thing, we can't just give it up because of one sentence, right? Zhang Jia wanted to test whether there was any room for maneuver. Even if they want to force the acquisition, according to Jiaxing's current market value, it is 3 billion. According to the rules, the other party should pay double, right? But the next second, Mr. Zhang's words made her feel cold. Zhang Jia, you think too much. A hoarse voice came from the phone. Jiaxing is to be given to the other party, and you have to correct your attitude, otherwise I will be implicated by you. If you screw up, you should know what the consequences are. Zhang Jia was stunned. Holding the phone, he stood there looking a little dazed. Did you hear that? Mr. Zhang said again. Zhang Jia finally came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and tried to suppress the shock and disbelief in her heart. Zhang Jia said in a trembling voice. Can you tell me who the other party is? There was a moment of silence on the phone. Then he said hoarsely. The other party is from the Baoli Group and seems to be a guest of honor. As for the rest, I don't know. You should be aware of the weight of the Baoli Group. Going against it is no different from committing suicide. You'd better think carefully about who you have offended. Okay, give it the company and come back to see me. Chapter 9 Buying Jiaxing for $3. After saying this, the other party hung up the phone. listening to the busy tone on the phone. Zhang Jia stood there in a daze, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. The Baoli Group kept echoing in my mind. Although Zhang Jia is the owner of an entertainment company, but she still knew something about the Baoli Group. After all, this is one of the 4 largest financial groups in China. A group involved in dozens of fields and outstanding in military exports. My entertainment company is no more than an ant in front of the other party. No wonder. Why would my investment boss be so afraid of him? But Zhang Jia was puzzled. She racked her brains but couldn't figure it out. How did you provoke the other party? Just like an ant, how can it be an enemy of an elephant? How many levels are there between the two sides? Mr. Zhang, what are your thoughts? Hearing Wang Mian's voice, Zhang Jiatsai came back to his senses. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at him, full of disbelief and a hint of fear. She couldn't imagine. The young man in front of me is actually from Baoli Group. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Jia slowly walked in front of Wang Mian, her voice much lower than before. Mr. Wang, Wang Mian interrupted with a smile. Don't be nervous, Mr. Zhang, let us sit down and talk. Zhang Jia swallowed her saliva. How could I not be nervous? She is now afraid of what she just said. If we really offend the Baoli Group, I don't even know how I died. Mr. Wang, I really don't know what I did wrong. Mustering up the courage, Zhang Jia decided to ask clearly and said, You are a company, you should look down on my small business, right? Could you explain it clearly so I can know where I made mistakes and understand it better? Wang Mian leaned against the pillar behind the stone bench and said calmly, Yang honey. Hearing Yang Mi's name, Zhang Jia was stunned for a moment, with confusion written all over her face. Yang Mi? Zhang Jia thought of countless possibilities of offending the Baoli Group. But she never expected. It turned out to be related to Yang Mi. Yang Mi, isn't she just a star, and she doesn't have any background? And how did Yang Mi get involved with Baoli Group? For Zhang Jia, this is simply too magical. There is a big difference between the classes of these two parties. Mr. Wang. Zhang Jia's mind went blank. She really didn't know what was going on, but she still explained. Yang Mi left Jiaxing simply because of the contract. Before Zhang Jia finished speaking, Wang Mian interrupted. Mr. Zhang, if there is no problem, let us sign the contract. The voice fell. A young man next to him handed over a contract. Facing the current situation, Zhang Jia couldn't digest it at all. This happened so suddenly, I wasn't prepared at all. But when I think of the words of the big investors behind me, Zhang Jia didn't dare to hesitate any longer. The other party is the Baoli Group. I am really going to offend them. Even without Baoli's help, his own investors will kill him. Good. After being shocked, Zhang Jia took the contract with a pale face. After a few casual glances, she signed the contract. As for the content, it doesn't make any sense whether you watch it or not. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry about Yang Mi. After signing the contract, the next step was to restore the relationship. Zhang Jia said sincerely, so we will not charge a penny for the transfer of Jiaxing Media. Even if I apologize to you, do you think it's okay? Although Zhang Jia knew that she was not qualified to please Baoli. But she did all this just to prevent the other party from holding a grudge against her. If the other party is dissatisfied with something, I'll be miserable. As for the company's losses, Zhang Jia didn't care too much about it. After all, someone was paying for it and he was just a housekeeper. Wang Mian flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled slightly. That won't work. I accept the contract, but I will pay for the related expenses. Logically speaking, the contract paper was provided by Mr. Zhang, so the printing fee should be settled to Mr. Zhang. Zhang Jia was confused. A young man came over and took out 3 coins each and placed them in front of Zhang Jia. Looking at the $3 on the table, Zhang Jia just felt her face burning. The embarrassment and humiliation made her want to find a hole to crawl into. After a moment's pause, Zhang Jia showed a very forced smile. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Wang Mian nodded seriously, put away the contract and said, If you have nothing else, please go back. After that, Wang Mian got into the Rolls-Royce and the car drove away slowly. Only Zhang Jia is left, staring at the 3 coins in a trance. I sold the radish for $3. Zhang Jia could imagine that. After the news of Jiaxing's acquisition was exposed, how big of a shock will happen in the entertainment industry? And all this, surprisingly, just because of Yang Mi. Yang Mi. Zhang Jia frowned. She couldn't even imagine why Yang Mi was related to Baoli Group. Regarding Yang Mi's family background, Zhang Jia knew it very well. Besides being a star, she is just an ordinary person. Could it be that she is hiding some identity? Zhang Jia began to have wild thoughts. After a moment, she gave a wry smile. It has already happened. No matter how much you think about it or how much you regret it, what's the use? Simply sort out your emotions. Zhang Jia got in the car and rushed to the company without stopping. Since the company has been transferred, she must at least notify them. At the same time, Jiaxing Media Company, in the office building. In a large lounge, some signed artists are chatting. In addition to work, the artists in the company like to have afternoon tea in the lounge. Life is very comfortable. Sister Yufei, I heard that you have signed a contract with Estee Lauder as a spokesperson? A third-tier celebrity said with great envy. That's amazing. I heard the signing fee alone is over 5 million. Another artist echoed. There is no doubt about the strength of our Miss Yufei. I guess our chairman Zhang will arrange for her to be the protagonist of the movie next. I heard that it was Yang Mi who cooperated before. I said a long time ago that Yang Mi didn't have that ability at all. Now it seems that I guessed right. How can Yang Mi be compared with our sister Yufei? A group of artists have made Carrying a star. Carrying is currently popular. He is also a favorite of Jiaxing, so naturally the people below him have to flatter him. Facing these flatterers, Wu Yufei naturally enjoyed it and said with a proud look. If there is mine, there will naturally be something for everyone. Yang Mi is good looking, but she is still lacking in abilities in all aspects. I am not targeting her, but that is the fact. A few high-sounding words. It made Kristy Wu feel that her status had been greatly improved. The people around naturally agreed. Just then, the company vice president walked in. Everyone hurry to the meeting room, Mr. Zhang has something important to announce. The deputy general manager stood at the door and said, it will all be over within 3 minutes. Wu Yufei and the others were slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, what's the matter? Why are you so anxious? An artist next to him smiled and said, Sister Yufei, this isn't your commendation meeting, are you going to give out bonuses? Kristy Wu laughed and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Saying so. But Kristy Wu was already looking forward to it. She was eager to hold a meeting so that Zhang Jia could show off for her. The vice president didn't know what the meeting was about, so he smiled and said, you'll know it when you get to it, anyway you have to be quick. Upon hearing this, Kristy Wu felt even more confident, it's stable. Chapter 10 Let's write Xian Baoer's name on the company. The group came to the meeting room in a hurry with great anticipation. Front and center. Mr. Zhang sat in the chair with a serious look on his face, feeling uneasy. After everyone sat down, Zhang Jiatsai said calmly, I called everyone over here because I have something urgent to tell you. Everyone looked expectant. But when he saw that Zhang Jia's face looked a little strange, he felt confused again. At this time, Wu Yufei smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, has our company received any new movies or TV series? Chris Wu is used to being in front of Zhang Jia. It is also common to interrupt others. Zhang Jia glanced at Kristy Wu. Anger suddenly rose in my heart. If it weren't for her, the situation between me and Yang Mi wouldn't be so awkward. Jiaxing would not be where he is today. But Zhang Jia didn't dare to tell anyone about Yang Mi. After all, Mr. Zhang had warned me before. Some things can't be said casually. Zhang Jia took a deep breath, and as if she had used up a lot of courage, she made up her mind and said, I have something to announce. Jiaxing Media has been acquired. From now on, I am no longer the chairman and I have to say goodbye to you all. The voice fell. Suddenly, everyone in the conference room was stunned. Many people didn't even react. I thought I heard it wrong. Mr. Zhang, what did you say? Kristy Wu, who was very close to Zhang Jia, asked in confusion. Zhang Jia said again. The company got acquired, and that was that. After that, Zhang Jia heaved a sigh of relief. The tension on his face suddenly disappeared and he looked very tired. This time, everyone heard it clearly. Everyone was stunned, and the conference room was dead silent. Then, caught in uproar. What is going on, Mr. Zhang, are you kidding? Several popular artists were extremely shocked. What's going on, Mr. Zhang? Why did you sell the company for no reason? Including the two shareholders, they were even more shocked. Mr. Zhang, the company was acquired? Are you kidding? Why didn't you discuss this with everyone? Why did you do it so suddenly? Certainly. The most shocked person is Li Qing. As the company's top brand, she is in a period of rapid career growth. Just now I was still imagining what good project Zhang Jia would give her. Result? The company was acquired? For Li Qing, it's just a change of weather. Mr. Zhang, what on earth is going on? Li Qing was a little nervous and even more scared. She was afraid that her promising future would be ruined. Faced with the overwhelming reaction from everyone, Zhang Jia seemed a little exhausted, sighed, and said, I know, this is a bit sudden, but it is really that sudden. Kristy Wu and the others were stunned for a moment. Is there any difference between saying this and not saying it? Zhang Jia continued. I will give the two shareholders corresponding compensation, so you can rest assured. Okay, is there anything else you guys need? Zhang Jia didn't want to stay in the company for a moment. The contract has been signed anyway. She doesn't have to worry about the handover procedures. After all, the Baoli Group doesn't need any procedures to do things. Kristy Wu stood up and said, Mr. Zhang, can you tell me why this happened? What happened? Zhang Jia looked at her impatiently and said in a deep voice, I am no longer Mr. Zhang. No comment on what happened. Kristy Wu looked lonely, but more of a reluctant one. Seeing that I was about to take off. As a result, such a change occurred. Li Wu continued to ask, Mr. Zhang, does our previous contract still count? Zhang Jia said calmly, You can talk to the new chairman tomorrow. Return the contract. I have offended Yang Mi so much. I don't think tomorrow will end well. Zhang Jia was too lazy to talk nonsense with someone who was about to go offline, so he stood up and said, Okay, that's it, let us adjourn the meeting. After that, Zhang Jia left the meeting room without looking back. In the conference room, there was an uproar. The company was acquired. And we don't know who will acquire it. This also means that the original pattern will be broken. More likely. Could it be that the company was acquired because it had problems? A group of artists were all in anxiety. Kristy Wu was even more nervous. I have worked so hard to build a good foundation. Now, I'm afraid it's all in vain. But she still comforted herself in her heart. As long as you curry favor with the new chairman, the company's top artist is still his own. At the same time, inside the Huazhou Junting Villa, in the yard, Li Qing, who is wealthy, is playing in the mud with Baoer. Dad, are you tired? After watering the flowers she planted, Baoer sat down on the ground and said to Li Qing in a cute way. Looking at Bao's muddy hands, Li Qing couldn't help but smile and said, Daddy is not tired, are you tired, Xuan? Playing in mud is a child's nature. This is also the earliest time to come into contact with nature. Li Qing does not think that this will affect health, but will enhance the child's immunity. And this is scientifically proven. Baoer was busy and sweating profusely, and said with a smile, Baoer is not tired either. Dad, look at the flowers I planted. Li Qing touched Baoer's chubby face and said with a smile, The flowers planted by Baoer are so beautiful. Dad will give you a big garden as a gift, do you want it? When Baoer heard that there was a big garden, he said happily, Baoer wants it, Daddy is so good. Saying, Baoer kissed Li Qing on the cheek. Soft. Li Qing felt extremely warm in his heart. Brother Qing, everything has been arranged. At this time, Wang Nian came back. Walking behind Li Qing, Wang Mian smiled and greeted Xian Baoer. Xuan Baoer is planting flowers, they are so beautiful. Learn to speak like a child. Wang Mian is a bit out of place. Li Qing smiled. Xian Baoer, you play here first. I'll chat with Uncle Wang. Xian Baoer was so engrossed in the game that he didn't even raise his head. I know, Daddy. Dad, Xian Baoer still wants to go out and play, when can Dad take me out? Li Qing was slightly stunned. Then I realized that Xian Baoer had never gone out to play, so I said gently. I'll take you out to play tomorrow, okay? After coaxing Xian Baoer, the two came to one side. Wang Mian smiled and said, Brother Qing, Jiaxing has already acquired it, and it's almost the same as buying it for 0 yuan. That old guy Zhang Maosheng is quite sensible. Zhang Maosheng is the investor behind Zhengjia. Li Qingfeng said. Let us register the company under Xian Baoer's name. Find someone to manage it. Wang Mian nodded. Well, the person has been found. By the way, Brother Qing, Jacqueline, CEO of Baoli Group, invites you to join the foreign enterprise gathering in Shanghai tonight. In addition, the chief executive officers and CEOs of international brands such as Estée Lauder and Gucci are planning to meet with you. They are probably going to move into new branches soon and want to see your attitude and pay their respects to you in advance. Li Qing raised his eyelids. Baoer is an international high-end children's clothing company and also has a huge market in the country. And Baoli Group also acquired a lot of shares. However, Li Qing did not care about the other party coming to pay respect to the mountain. Instead, he looked at Xian Baoer and murmured. Children's clothing. It's just right, let Jacqueline design some clothes for Xian Baoer. Wang Mian was slightly stunned, then smiled and said. Brother Qing is really thoughtful. Chapter 11, A Non-Smoking International Banquet. Jacqueline will probably come to invite you in person soon. She has already informed me. Wang Mian stood in the yard, looking at Xian Baoer who was covered in mud, and said with a smile. Brother Qing, you know what, it is indeed a good idea to let Jacqueline personally design a set of clothes suitable for our Xian Baoer. Jacqueline, CEO and Design Director of Baoer Children's Clothing Company. For children's clothing design, it is quite avant-garde. Baoer Children's Clothing is one of the top children's clothing brands in the romantic capital of Gaul. Many international celebrities and even some presidents of countries ask her to design children's clothes. Moreover, after Jacqueline deeply integrated Eastern culture, there is also a large upper-class market in the country. Moment. Outside the yard, under the guidance of security personnel, a tall, golden-haired foreign woman walked in slowly. The woman looked to be in her 30s, with golden hair and wearing an evening gown. The light luxury has a touch of romance unique to Gaul. Hello Mr. Li, we meet again. After coming to Li Qing, the woman bowed deeply and said respectfully in fluent Longhua dialect. It has been 1 year and 3 months since we last met. The woman is Jacqueline, CEO of Baoer Children's Clothing Company. In fact, Li Qing is also a benefactor to Jacqueline. If the Baoli Group hadn't given her the market, Jacqueline wouldn't have so many businesses in the country. Of course, a large part of the profits belonged to Li Qing. After all, Jacqueline gave a lot of shares as a thank you. Li Qing nodded and said calmly. There's no need for so much etiquette at home. Jacqueline smiled, charmingly. Mr. Li, there is a banquet tonight attended by CEOs and chairmen of internationally renowned companies. We all would like to invite you to attend. Mr. Li, are you free? It's not a social event, just a simple gathering. Jacqueline also explained it in detail. She knew Li Qing didn't like that kind of occasion. Li Qing did not answer, but waved at Xian Baoer. Xuan Baoer, come to daddy. Hear the call. Xian Baoer ran over happily, with a happy smile on his face. Dad, do you want to play with me? Li Qing smiled and picked up Xian Baoer, saying gently. Xuan Baoer, do you want new clothes? Daddy will buy them for you. Xian Baoer blinked her big eyes, then nodded heavily. Okay, but Xian Baoer still has a lot of clothes, and Xian Baoer can't waste them. Li Qing smiled. It seems that Yang Ni's education is pretty good. Although Xian Baoer is young, his 3 basic outlooks are very positive. That was bought by your mother for you. Your father hasn't bought it for Xian Baoer yet. Li Qing looked doting. This aunt is the most famous children's clothing designer in the world. I believe Xian Baoer will like it. Xian Baoer didn't quite understand what he heard. But she knew that the foreign aunt in front of her seemed to be her father's friend, and she was going to buy clothes for her. Anyway, that was basically the idea. Baoer showed Jacqueline a very cute smile. "Hello, Auntie." At this time, seeing this scene, Jacqueline was in a state of shock. She has big blue eyes. His eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. This little girl actually calls Li Qing dad? But she had never heard that Li Qing was married and had a child? Even Jacqueline began to fantasize. What kind of woman must be able to marry a man as close to God as Li Qing? "Jacqueline, Baoer is talking to you." Beside him, Wang Nian whispered a reminder to the confused Jacqueline. Jacqueline came back to her senses, and then looked at Baoer with a smile on her face. "Baoer, you don't have to be polite to your aunt." Looking at Baoer's appearance, Jacqueline was surprised to find that she really looked like Li Qing. Li Qing smiled and said, "Let me introduce to you, Li Xian, my biological daughter." Jacqueline's heart was in turmoil. Li Qing really had a daughter. Then she smiled and said, "I've met the little princess." Baoer was amused by Jacqueline. "Thank you, Auntie." It's so cute when children use repetition of words when speaking that Jacqueline even starts to feel a little maternal. Li Qing said, "I want you to customize some clothes for Baoer, what do you think?" Jacqueline was slightly stunned, then her eyes turned red with joy. "No problem, I'll measure Baoer's size later. I design it myself for my baby and I guarantee that it is the most beautiful children's clothing in the world, bar none." Jacqueline is very confident in herself. And Li Qing's entrusting her with this task was, to some extent, a recognition of herself. This made Jacqueline very happy, even a little excited. "Mr. Li, tonight you." Jacqueline really hopes that Li Qing can attend the banquet tonight. Li Qing smiled faintly. "I'll be there in half an hour." Hearing this, Jacqueline was delighted and her face was filled with smiles. "Thank you, Mr. Li. Then I'll go back and prepare." After that, Jacqueline left the villa with great shock in her heart. After getting on the bus, the assistant saw that Jacqueline looked uneasy and asked, "Miss, what's wrong with you? Is it because Mr. Li refuses to come forward?" Jacqueline's eyes flickered, and she said seriously, "No, there is something very big happening and I need to tell those people about it right away. Come on, let us go to the Peace Hotel first." The banquet was scheduled to be held at the Peace Hotel soon. After arriving at the hotel, Jacqueline went straight to the banquet hall. At this time, many foreign entrepreneurs have already taken their seats in the banquet hall. The waiter also brought up the drinks and desserts. There is also a famous band in the corner, with piano, violin, etc., ready to perform. Not far away, there were several famous entrepreneurs, holding wine glasses and smoking cigars in their hands, looking noble and elegant. Among them is William Lauder, chairman of Estée Lauder. "I heard that your company plans to open 3 more companies in Longwa. I wish Mr. William good luck." A bald man in a suit said with a smile. The man was none other than Gucci's president, Evita. Standing opposite Evita was William Lauder, chairman of Estée Lauder. William smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Evita, but that depends on Mr. Li's opinion." "I heard from Mr. Li." Everyone nodded. Everyone knows that to enter the Longwa market, one needs to follow the rules and say hello to Li Qing. This is something that everyone knows. William continued. "However, it is said that Miss Jacqueline has personally gone to Mr. Li's home to invite him, so I believe it should go smoothly." At this time, not far away, Jacqueline was walking quickly, looking at this heroic woman. All the business leaders respected her very much, after all, she was quite familiar with Li Qing. William stepped forward and said with a smile, "Oh, dear Miss Jacqueline, how is Mr. Li doing?" Jacqueline looked at the cigar in his mouth and said seriously, "Please put out your cigarettes. Before Mr. Li arrives, make sure all the smoke in the hall is gone. Smoking is prohibited at this banquet." Chapter 12. Baoer's mother called, and all the billionaires fell silent. Hearing Jacqueline's words, especially her extremely serious expression, everyone was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Evita frowned slightly and said, "Miss Jacqueline, what's going on? Tonight is an international banquet, so it's normal to have cigarettes and alcohol." William the chain smoker added, Yes, and according to the rules of Longwa, a party, oh no, it should be called a drinking party. Alcohol and cigarettes are a must at a drinking party, and smoking is allowed in the Peace Hotel. Jacqueline, who has a deep understanding of Eastern culture, looked helpless. These foreigners are really stubborn when it comes to social conventions and only stick to their own principles. Jacqueline said calmly. Don't you think that it might be because some people don't like the smell of smoke? William Lauder was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly looked enlightened. He was extremely surprised and said, "Oh my God, could it be that Mr. Li has quit smoking?" Jacqueline said with great regret. No, it's Mr. Li who's going to bring his daughter here. Smoking in front of young children is inappropriate. As soon as these words came out, suddenly, everyone present was stunned. Especially William, who seemed not to have heard clearly, asked in a daze. What? Miss Jacqueline, please say it again. Jacqueline said solemnly. I want to announce something to you all, something very important. Mr. Li will bring his 3-year-old daughter to attend the banquet tonight, so I hope everyone will be prepared and no smoking is allowed. Is that okay? After the voice fell, everyone around them widened their eyes, with a look of shock on their faces. Mr. Li, do you have a child? And he's already 3 years old. Doesn't this mean that Mr. Li has been married for a long time? Such a big thing. No one heard any wind. The reason why I was so shocked. Because in everyone's mind, Li Qing is a man close to God. In his 20s, he had already reached a height that was beyond the reach of others. This is something they have never seen before. And such an excellent man. They got married and had children without telling anyone? Everyone can't help but wonder who Li Qing's wife will be and what his child will look like. After the shock, people are talking about it. William, chairman of Estee Lauder, was surprised. Unexpectedly, Mr. Li is already married and has children. Saying, he quickly put out the cigarette in his hand. Li Qing brought her children to the banquet. If you smoke, what you are inhaling is not nicotine, but your future. Oh God, I need to get some new clothes first. To ensure that there is no trace of cigarette smell on your body. William Lauder left in a hurry and simply changed into new clothes. Gucci president Evita, who was standing next to him, also quickly put out his cigar and followed William to change his clothes. After learning that Li Qing had a daughter. In the Peace Hotel, more than a dozen internationally renowned business leaders were extremely nervous. Contact the restaurant immediately to follow the highest standards and serve some food that the children like. Hall air purification. Even the chairman and CEOs changed their outfits to look as child-friendly as possible. Half an hour later, the lobby of the Peace Hotel looks like it has been renovated. The surrounding area is full of cartoons. There are also various small desserts that children like to eat, etc. At this time, outside the door, as the receptionist stood in 2 rows. On the red carpet, a young man holding a little girl walked in slowly. Seeing this, Jacqueline looked first, then walked over in high heels to greet. Mr. Li, you are here. Jacqueline smiled and greeted Xuan Baoer. When the big guys behind him saw Li Qing, all showed surprised expressions. Li Qing, she really has a child, and it's a lovely girl. Evita, William, and others saw it clearly. This little girl looks like Li Qing. She is so cute and beautiful. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Li. A group of bigwigs with a net worth of hundreds of billions came forward and greeted Li Qing respectfully. Li Qing nodded. He was not interested in this kind of occasion. I came here to bring Xuan Baoer some fun. Children like to be in a lively environment, and more importantly, they like to eat and drink with a lot of people. Wow, where is this place? It's such a big restaurant. Xuan Baoer sat in Li Qing's arms, her big eyes full of curiosity. From birth till now. This was Xuan Baoer's first time going out in the true sense and meeting so many strangers. She is full of curiosity about everything around her. Li Qing smiled and touched her nose and said, This is a restaurant. Dad will take you to eat delicious food later. Xuan Baoer touched her belly and said happily, Really? Dad is so good, Xuan Baoer is just hungry. A conversation between father and daughter. William and others were stunned. First of all, this little guy is so cute. So cute, it melted everyone's heart. The second is Li Qing's attitude. This kind old father, gentle and doting, is something no one has ever seen before. This is completely different from the usual Li Qing. Mr. Li, is this your daughter? William Lauder stepped forward and said with a silly smile. What a lovely child. Mr. Li, we have specially prepared the little princess' favorite dessert. Please. William and others are very gentlemanly. That respectful look made Li Qing look like an emperor. The little guy was not shy and smiled at everyone. Thank you, uncle and aunt. 3-year-old child, so cute and polite. Everyone liked Xian Baoer from the bottom of their hearts, and they praised her for being Li Qing's daughter and being so outstanding since she was young. At the huge banquet, everyone surrounded Xian Baoer, taking her to eat this and that. Some female entrepreneurs even hugged her, loving her very much. You take care of Xian Baoer, I'm going to the bathroom. Li Qing handed Xian Baoer to Wang Mian. Wang Mian was a little embarrassed because he didn't know how to hold a baby. Beside her, Jacqueline seemed to see through it and smiled gently. Mr. Wang, I'll hold her for a while so I can measure Xuanbao's size. Wang Mian nodded. He wouldn't have any safety issues here anyway. Jacqueline is indeed a famous children's clothing designer. While entertaining Xian Baoer, she wrote down all her measurements accurately. And I will design clothes based on Xian Baoer's personality, etc. Just then, the small cell phone in Xian Baoer's pocket rang. Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. Xian Baoer took out her cell phone, and then an excited smile appeared on her face. It's Mama's video call. The little guy didn't make a loud voice, but the people around heard it very clearly. Especially William and the others nearby, their hearts skipped a beat. The little guy's mother is here for a video call? If people say they are not curious, that would be a lie. Everyone, including Jacqueline, was curious about who the woman could be who could give birth to Li Qing's child. Hey, Mom. When everyone was extremely curious, the little guy answered the phone. Chapter 13 Estee Lauder Chairman Panic. After hearing Xian Baoer answer the phone, everyone in the hall fell silent unconsciously, fearing that it would disturb her while she was making the phone call. Xian Baoer, what are you doing? In the video, Yang Mi was sitting on the sofa, looking at Xian Baoer with a doting face. Xian Baoer smiled happily and said proudly, Daddy took me out to eat. Mommy, look, what a big restaurant it is. It's even bigger than the ones on TV. As he spoke, the little guy took out his cell phone and took pictures of the surroundings. On the other side, Yang Mi. After seeing the environment clearly, he was slightly stunned. The hall was full of foreigners in suits and ties. There is also a performing band, and the food, environment and specifications are all luxurious. Yang Mi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Would Li Qing bring his children to such a place? In other words, given his consumption level, isn't it a bit wrong? Xian Baoer, where is your father? Yang Mi was a little curious. Do you know where this is? Xian Baoer said intermittently. Dad went to the bathroom, and I am now being held by a foreign aunt and Uncle Wang. Xian Baoer let Wang Mian and Jacqueline show their faces. Yang Mi was relieved when she saw Wang Mian. She knew that it was Li Qing's assistant. But when she saw Jacqueline, she frowned. This foreign woman, I seem to have seen her somewhere before. Mom, Dad is back. I'm going to eat. Without waiting for Yang Mi to think, Xian Baoer's grandmother said. Mom, have you eaten? The child knows how to care about herself, Yang Mi smiled gently. Mom has eaten, so go eat. Remember to eat less sweets. Mom told you. Xian Baoer answered, I know, if you eat too much sweets, you will get cavities in the future. Yang Mi smiled with relief. So good. After hanging up the phone, Xian Baoer was very happy because her mother praised her. Auntie, I want to go find Daddy. At this time, Jacqueline, who was holding Xian Baoer, I was already stunned on the spot. Because just now, she saw clearly who Xian Baoer's mother was. Isn't that the big star of Dragon Country, Yang Mi? Yang Mi is still very well known. Even people who don't follow her will have seen her in some advertisements or news push. And she is actually Xuanbao's mother? In other words, Yang Mi is Li Qing's wife? Good boy, this is great news for Jacqueline and others. No wonder. There is no news about Li Qing having a child. It turned out to be to protect Yang Mi? Although I don't know the exact reason. But at least, that's what Jacqueline thought in her heart. Alright, baby, go find your daddy. Jacqueline spoke in a child's tone and gently put Xian Baoer down. Then she turned around, looked at William and others, and said in a tone that was as appropriate as possible. Did you see it? Behind. William Lauder had already been petrified on the spot. Besides being shocked, it was still shocking. How is this possible? Mr. Li's wife is actually Yang Mi. William Lauder couldn't believe it. He had met Yang Mi before. Because he had endorsed his company's products before and was planning to cooperate with Yang Mi, he was sure that he would not admit his mistake just now. Then, fear rose in William Lauder's heart. Just recently, Estee Lauder cancels endorsement agreement with Yang Mi. He didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Because for them, it doesn't matter who the star is, as long as they are popular. But now I know that Yang Mi is Li Qing's woman. William is frightened to death. If I offend Li Qing, won't I be finished? Everything happened too suddenly. William even suspected that God was deliberately killing him. Mr. William, are you feeling unwell? Jacqueline asked with good intentions, seeing that William looked unhappy. William came to his senses, and the wine glass in his hand trembled. Oh God, I seem to have messed up something. Jacqueline and the others frowned. They didn't know about the small matter of Estee Lauder changing its spokesperson, so they asked. What's wrong? Did something happen? William's face froze, and then he forced himself to smile calmly. No. It's okay, everyone, continue. He has decided that once the banquet is over, he will personally go to the Shanghai branch. Otherwise, Estee Lauder may be in trouble. While everyone was shocked, several people saw Wang Mian, who was looking at them again. Regarding Wang Mian's identity, several people knew very well that when Li Qing was not around, he represented Li Qing. Needless to say about the identity. And noticing Wang Mian's gaze, Jacqueline, William and others also seemed to understand something. Mr. Wang, we will keep this matter 100% confidential. Jacqueline stepped forward and said very seriously. William and others also expressed their attitudes. People at this level are all smart and know how to behave. They understand the importance of this matter. It is very clear what should be said and what should not be said. Wang Mian just smiled faintly. Let them know, Yang Mi, it's nothing, none of this matters. Soon, the banquet began. After the banquet, everyone revolved around Li Qing and Xian Baoer. During the process, William kept toasting Li Qing. His words and deeds strongly indicated that he had been abroad recently and had not taken care of Longwa's company. In fact, it is just to find a good excuse in advance so that when the blame is placed on you, you will have room to beg for mercy. Because of Xian Baoer, the banquet did not continue until very late and was almost over at around 8 o'clock. After watching Li Qing and Xian Baoer leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although Xian Baoer had a lot of fun, but everyone was exhausted. In this short hour, several bigwigs have brought out all their lifelong experience in dealing with children. It seems that Mr. Li and Xian Baoer are in a good mood. Evita smiled and said, I think we will be happy doing business in the future. Mr. Li is leaving, so let's have a drink. Jacqueline was also very happy. Okay, maybe we will cooperate in the future. No one drank much alcohol just now. Then it's time to completely relax. However, William looked solemn, and he obviously had something very important on his mind. Everyone, I have something to do with the company, so I have to excuse myself. I forced myself to wait until the banquet was over. William didn't want to stay for a second. He just wanted to go back and deal with the spokesperson's affairs. After saying hello, William came to the Magic City branch without stopping. In the Magic City, inside the Estee Lauder Company office building. At this time, Chen Yu, the branch manager, is processing documents diligently. After signing the contract with carrying, in these few days, Chen Yu has been preparing to promote the new product. Mr. Chen, please go to the living room. Just when Chen Yu was about to take a break, the secretary rushed in and said in a panic. Mr. William came to inspect the company. As soon as Chen Yu lay down on the sofa, he was startled. What? Mr. William, is the chairman here? The secretary nodded and said. Yes, he is in the living room now. And he seems very unhappy. In a word, Chen Yu was no longer calm, his face was uncertain and he said. Didn't he go to the banquet? Why did he come to the company? I guess something happened at the banquet that made him unhappy. It's okay, I'll go over there now. Chapter 14. You and I personally apologize. With a worried mood, Chen Yu took a pack of fine tea from his office and came to the reception room. Once you enter the door, Chen Yu saw that William was sitting on the sofa, looking sad and angry. Seeing this, Chen Yu was a little nervous and said with a smile, "Mr. William, how come you have time to come here in person?" Saying, Chen Yu hurried over to serve tea and water. He also put the new tea leaves he had just brought on the table and said flatteringly, "Mr. William, this is the finest tea I brought from the south, Longjing before the rain, please try it." William didn't even look at it, and said in a deep voice, "Manager Chen, what is wrong with you?" William's tone was very unfriendly, which made Chen Yu a little confused. Just when Chen Yu got on the road, he was thinking, I haven't made any mistakes recently. And the company is booming recently. Chen Yu looked puzzled and smiled awkwardly. "Mr. William, did I do something wrong?" William said unhappily. "Please don't call me Mr. William, call me boss, call me boss." Chen Yu took a deep breath, nodded and said, "Yes, boss." William lit a cigar and said coldly, "Did you change the product spokesperson?" Chen Yu was slightly stunned, then reacted and said, "Yes, that happened. Yang Mi was the spokesperson before, but later due to certain things, she was replaced by the now popular Kristy Wu." Chen Yu couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why is the chairman suddenly asking about such a trivial matter? William frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Did Yang Mi take the initiative to terminate the contract with us?" He still had a glimmer of hope that if Yang Mi took the initiative to terminate the contract, then things would be easy to deal with. Chen Yu lowered his head and said, We took the initiative to terminate the contract because of some reasons. We were afraid that Yang Mi would affect our products, so we replaced her." Hearing this, William frowned, and his heart finally died. "Fuck." William slammed the table, his eyes widened, and said angrily, "Why did you break the contract? Do you know what the consequences will be?" In anger, William was a little out of control because this matter was too big for his entire company. But Chen Yu looked confused. He had no idea why the chairman of Estée Lauder would get so angry with him over such a small matter. This left him very confused. "Boss, Yang Mi is just a star in Longhua. If she breaks the contract, she just needs to pay some liquidated damages. It doesn't seem like it won't cause any serious consequences, right?" Chen Yu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and he lowered his head and did not dare to look at William. "You?" William wanted to get angry, but then he thought Chen Yu didn't know what was going on, and he couldn't reveal it, so he could only grit his teeth. "What do you know? When did our Estée Lauder do such a thing as breach of contract? No matter what method you use, terminate the contract with that star immediately tomorrow. Then you personally came to apologize and cooperated with Yang Mi as the spokesperson. No, I also want to apologize in person." The voice fell. Chen Yu was completely stunned. Standing in front of William, Chen Yu looked at him in surprise. He doesn't understand. Why did my boss react so strongly? She is just a Yang Mi, not that serious, right? But looking at William's face, Chen Yu didn't dare to say a word of rebuttal and could only tremble and say, "Boss, you still want to apologize in person?" This. Before Chen Yu could finish his words, William interrupted in a deep voice. "What, you have any objection? The most important thing in running a business is to be honest. You're slapping me in the face by doing this, you know that?" I said, "Can you do it? If you can't, I can replace you with someone else." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu panicked immediately. Why is my mother's matter so serious that we need to change people? "Boss, I promise I can do it." Chen Yu made a solemn promise, fearing that William would be unhappy and really let him pack up and leave. William snorted coldly. "I will come to the company tomorrow and I will personally supervise you on this matter." After that, William stood up and left the living room without looking back. "Don't send me." Chen Yu stood at the door, still in a confused state. How is the chairman today? Why make such a fuss over a Yang Mi? This, Mr. Chen, what happened to the chairman? The secretary stood at the door and asked in confusion. It can't be Yang Mi, where did she go to cause trouble? Chen Yu glanced at him and said with regret. How can you say such stupid things? What is Yang Mi's identity that allows him to have contact with the chairman? The secretary was ashamed and said. But, it shouldn't be like this. Then why does the chairman care so much about Yang Mi's termination of the contract? This question also stumped Chen Yu. Without time to think, Chen Yu said in a deep voice. No matter what, contact Carrie Ying as soon as possible to terminate the contract. I will go to Yang Mi in person tomorrow. William's words were like an imperial decree to Chen Yu. I climbed to this position with great difficulty. He doesn't want to be fired because of such a small matter. At this time, in the Thompson Epine community, at 10 o'clock in the evening, the lights in Yang Mi's living room were still brightly lit. During this period of time, Yang Mi was anxious and didn't feel sleepy at all at night. Next to him, assistant He Bai was working diligently. Sister Mi, there is a small company offering endorsement tomorrow. Would you like to take it? The endorsement fee is 350,000. There is also a guest appearance at a concert. Do you want to take it? After leaving Jiaxing, Yang Mi's future began to become uncertain because people in her circle deliberately distanced themselves from her. As a result, she has no options now. The big cooperation couldn't be negotiated, and Yang Mi didn't want to take the small cooperation. Forget it, I'd rather not do it. Yang Mi thought for a moment and said. Small companies have no guarantees. If there is a problem with the product, how can I explain it to the public? As for guest appearances at concerts, I'm really not in the mood. Seeing Yang Mi's absent-minded look, He Bai's eyes flickered, and then he guessed. Sister Mi, are you thinking about Li Qing? Yang Mi came back to her senses and did not deny it. Well, when Li Qing was video chatting with Baoer tonight, he took him to the banquet. Moreover, I seem to have seen two celebrities. He Bai blinked and asked curiously. Celebrity? Who? Yang Mi frowned slightly and said uncertainly. It seems to be Jacqueline, CEO of Bondpoint Children's Wear, and William, chairman of Estée Lauder. But I have only seen these two people in newspapers, so I'm not very sure. Hearing this, He Bai laughed. Sister Mi, what are you thinking about? What you mean is that Li Qing took Baoer to the banquet and had dinner with these bigwigs in the newspapers? Chapter 15. Tell Carrie Ying to pack up and leave. Yang Mi smiled bitterly, and then asked doubtfully. I just saw the two people, they really looked alike, and the restaurant where Li Qing took Baoer to dinner was of very high standards, higher than any banquet we had attended before. I really don't know anything about Li Qing, maybe I'm just imagining things because of this. He Bai was speechless. Sister Mi, Li Qing also participated in the Magic City Feast that year. These banquets all require tickets. Maybe Li Qing has a change of heart and is willing to spend a lot of money to compensate Baoer. As for those celebrities, I'm kidding, foreigners all look similar, so it's normal for you to make the mistake. Yang Mi smiled and shook her head. She knew that He Bai was right and that she was simply worried out of concern. Okay, go to bed quickly, Sister Mi, it's getting late. After He Bai finished his work, he returned to his room to rest. The next morning, Huazhou Junting Villa, in the courtyard. A man in his 40s stood in the yard, wearing a suit and looking extremely serious. After a while, Wang Mian came out. It's so early, Mr. Liu. Wang Mian walked forward with a smile and said. Are you in a hurry to take office? Seeing Wang Mian coming, the man bowed respectfully, then said with a smile. I am very honored to work for Mr. Li, and of course I am looking forward to it. The man's name is Liu Yanbin, a capable business manager under Wang Mian. He came to Li Qing's villa early in the morning, also carrying a special mission. That is to take over as the chairman of Jiaxing Media, but in fact he is managing the company for the young chairman Baoer. Wang Mian lit a cigarette and said. Have you read all the relevant information? After arriving in Jiaxing, you should know what to do. Liu Yanbin nodded and said solemnly. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, I understand everything. After reading the information yesterday, Liu Yanbin was in a state of panic. He really didn't expect that there was such a shocking series of events behind Li Qing's acquisition of Jiaxing Entertainment. Yang Mi gave birth to a little princess for Li Qing. Wang Mian said. You don't have to worry about anything. It's no secret that Mr. Li has a daughter. You just need to do what you are supposed to do, and don't worry about the rest. As for Yang Mi, please take care of her a little, after all, she is Xian Baoer's mother. Lu Yanbin immediately said. Please rest assured, Mr. Li. Take care of it a little bit. Lu Yanbin is very clear about the value of this sentence. Wang Mian represented Li Qing's intention. Lu Yanbin has already thought about how to kill Zhaxing's bunch of scumbags one by one when he returns. Wang Mian thought about it for a while. After explaining the basics clearly, he said. Okay, it's getting late, you should go to the company. After Lu Yanbin left, Wang Nianzai returned to the living room in the inner courtyard. Brother Qing, I have explained everything. Wang Mian sat opposite Li Qing and said with a smile. That guy Lu Yanbin read the information I gave him last night and was so nervous today that he couldn't speak clearly. Li Qing took a sip of tea and said calmly. Just let him do what he is supposed to do. As for Yang Mi, Xian Baoer cannot be sad. Li Cheng and Yang Mi have no feelings for each other. But it's different with Xian Baoer in the middle. If Xian Baoer is sad because Yang Mi is not doing well, then this also shows that Li Qing is incompetent as a father. Wang Mian nodded and said. Lu Yanbin already knows about Yang Mi's current situation and believes that he can handle it. Li Qing hummed, then put down the teacup and walked towards the bedroom. I'll see if Xian Baoer has gotten up. It's time to call her to have breakfast. Looking at the worried Li Qing, Wang Mian couldn't help but smile. The man who used to conquer various fields has now become a stay-at-home dad. At the same time, after a day of fermentation yesterday, the news of Zhaxing Media's acquisition was finally exposed on the internet. And Zhang Jia, the former chairman of Zhaxing Media, also posted a statement on Weibo. For a time, the entertainment industry has caused quite a stir. Zhaxing Media was suddenly acquired. This is a big deal for the entertainment industry. Many people in the circle are discussing what happened to Zhaxing. As the top star of Zhaxing, carrying a popular figure in the entertainment industry, I also feel anxious. Early in the morning, Carrying drove a Maserati to the downstairs of the company. Husband, do you think the new chairman will affect my future? Carrying was a little uneasy, looking at her boyfriend in the driver's seat. She couldn't help but act coquettishly. If I'm not doing well, you have to support me, my good husband. Although Carrying herself has no background, but she has a boyfriend with a background. The young man in the driver's seat was none other than Arthur Chen, the biological son of Kyoto director Chen. It can be said that, given Chen Arthur's status in the Beijing circle, everyone who meets him has to give him some face. Kristy Wu also relies on this. It took only a short time for her to become famous and a celebrity in Zhaxing, squeezing out Yang Mi. Arthur Chen lit a cigarette and said with a smile. Don't worry, baby. No matter what happens, I will handle it for you. I'll make an appointment with your chairman to have dinner in the evening, and everything will be fine. Arthur Chen has a wide network of contacts. Although he is young, his circle of friends are almost all famous directors or bosses of entertainment companies. Therefore, he is still very confident in his own abilities. Hearing this, Kristy Wu seemed to have taken a reassurance pill, and the sadness on her face disappeared instantly. I know you're the best to me. Wu Yufei smiled happily and winked at Chen Arthur charmingly. Honey, I'm going to work. After Kristy Wu left, Arthur Chen sat in the car, looking at Zhaxing's office building with his eyes slightly narrowed. As a young master in Beijing, Arthur Chen was very sensitive to the circle. He could feel that Zhaxing was suddenly acquired, and something unknown must have happened in the process. Because Zhang Jia quickly issued a statement. It looks more like a retreat at the height of one's career. However, these don't matter much to him. Watching Carrie Ang's long legs entering the building, Arthur Chen smiled and then drove away. In the meeting room of Zhaxing Media, all mid-level and above leaders, as well as artist agents, were present. When a new chairman takes office, there should be some welcoming gesture. In the waiting of the crowd, soon, Lu Yanbin, who was in his 40s, walked in. Good morning, Mr. Lu. All the leaders above the middle level and the agents bowed and greeted him. Everyone wants to leave a good impression when facing the new emperor. Lu Yanbin glanced at everyone, nodded and said, Well, hello everyone, please sit down first. After everyone sat down, Lu Yanbin smiled slightly, looking amiable. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Liu Yanbin, and I am your new chairman. You can call me Mr. Liu or you can call me boss. You don't have to worry about the company's affairs. Your salary, including your previous contract, is still valid. Liu Yanbin continued. Just work at your original pace. Liu Yanbin himself is quite friendly. With a calm tone of voice, everyone couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that it is not absolute that a new official will start with 3 things upon taking office. By the way, who is carrying as agent? Liu Yanbin looked at everyone and suddenly asked. Kristy Wu's agent was slightly stunned, then stood up and said, Hello Mr. Liu, my name is Qi Liu, and I'm carrying as agent. Qi Liu couldn't help but guess. Could it be that Mr. Liu had just taken office and wanted to get closer to Kristy Wu? After all, Kristy Wu is now the signature of Jiaxing Media. Liu Yanbin glanced at Qi Liu and said calmly. Next, I want to announce something important. For some reason, the company decided to fire Carrie Ng. After the meeting, Qi Liu, please notify her and let her pack up and leave. Chapter 16, Ban a popular star for Yang Mi? The voice fell. Moment. Everyone in the conference room was shocked. What's going on? Is the new chairman crazy? He wants to fire Kristy Wu right after taking office. She is the company's money printing machine. Then, everyone became agitated. Qi Liu looked at Liu Yanbin in bewilderment. This news really caught her off guard. I really don't understand what's going on. Qi Liu said in disbelief. Mr. Liu, you are. Carrie Ng is the best artist in our company, and why did you fire her? Qi Liu said this. Many other people also helped to speak up. Carrie Ng can make money, and many people can enjoy the benefits. Liu Yanbin's sudden move is tantamount to touching the cake of many people. But Liu Yanbin had anticipated this. Faced with this situation, he still looked as if he had sunk into the water. Because of her improper conduct, she has a bad influence on the public. I will ask my secretary to send you the specific information later. Besides, I am the chairman of the company. You have no right to interfere in the decisions I make, right? Liu Yanbin's eyes narrowed slightly, and the amiable look on his face disappeared, giving people a strong sense of oppression. If you feel something is not right, you can leave the company. I won't force you to stay. Seeing this, the crowd that was chattering just now. Suddenly, all of them fell silent. At the same time, we can see clearly the ruthlessness of the new chairman. Qi Liu didn't dare to speak. She's just an agent. If she offends her boss, she will have a hard time in the entertainment industry. Faced with Liu Yanbin's domineering attitude, some senior leaders. Soon I realized that things weren't that simple. Liu Yanbin's behavior is obviously revenge. But people couldn't figure it out. How could Kristy Wu offend the new chairman? Without waiting for people to react, Liu Yanbin said. Okay, if there is nothing else, let us adjourn the meeting. By the way, please ask someone to deliver Yang Mi's previous contract to my office. After saying that, Liu Yanbin left the meeting room. Everyone in the conference room? They all looked at each other in astonishment. Especially Liu Yanbin's last sentence. It depends on Yang Mi's previous contract. This sentence contains too much information. It seems like something is going to happen to the company. An executive said with an uncertain expression. Does the new chairman have any grudge against Carrie Ng? A leader next to him said in a deep voice. Or in other words, does it have anything to do with Yang Mi? Liu Yanbin just took office and fired Kristy Wu without saying anything. Next, we need to look at Yang Mi's previous contract. The meaning is probably that Yang Mi wants to come back? Everyone knows that Kristy Wu and Yang Mi are sworn enemies. It seems that maybe this matter is really related to Yang Mi. But what is puzzling is that isn't Yang Mi just an ordinary star with no background? After returning to the office, Liu Yanbin sat on the chair and handed a document to the secretary. Carrie Ng not only fired him, but also banned him, and told other companies that whoever dared to hire him would be offending Jiaxing. These data? It was Liu Yanbin who used his personal connections overnight to get hold of the negative information about Kristy Wu. Just a little bit of operation. It was enough to bring her downfall. To be honest, Liu Yanbin felt that this was too good for her. For offending Yang Mi, the woman who gave birth to a daughter for Mr. Li, it is not a pity that Wu Yufei should die. The secretary looked at Lu Yanbin in a daze. Mr. Lu, Kristy Wu has a lot of influence now, will she make a scene? Lu Yanbin sneered. Make trouble? I hope she makes a fuss, she can try. The secretary swallowed. She knew that Lu Yanbin must have some power to acquire Jiaxing. Kristy Wu really didn't dare to make a fuss. After the secretary left, Lu Yanbin took out his cell phone and called several other entertainment company chairmen. The content only has one point, that is, Wu Yufei wants to be banned and no one can employ her. The other parties saw that it was the chairman of the board of directors who acquired Jiaxing. I dare not give face. After all, those who were able to suddenly acquire Jiaxing must be capable people with backgrounds and connections, so it would be better to do them a favor. Soon, the negative information about carrying was exposed on the internet. Under the operation of Lu Yanbin, whether it is the water army or the marketing account, they all join in. Hashtag Wu Yufei smoking in public places has a bad influence. Hashtag popular star Kristy Ying is suspected to be kept by a man. Hashtag carrying cursed and hit the extras. Hashtag. For a time, Kris Wu directly became a hot search. Next, major media outlets commented and criticized, and countless fans cursed. It was still red and purple in the last second. The next second, the character collapsed. At this time, Kris Wu. She is still in her lounge, putting on beautiful makeup. I don't know how Arthur plans to communicate with the chairman tonight. I hope Mr. Lu can give him face. Carrying was in a good mood in chatting with her personal makeup artist. The makeup artist smiled and said, with Chen Xiao's background, everyone has to give him face. Besides, you are already excellent, and Mr. Lu will definitely make use of you. He has just taken office and needs to win over the outstanding backbones in the company. This has always been the rule. The makeup artist said this. Kris Wu became even more proud and laughed. You said that if Yang Mi hadn't been so noble and rigid, she wouldn't be as miserable as she is today, right? I'm not picking on her, she's just really hard to like. The makeup artist echoed. He is just an outdated star, how can he compete with you for glory? Just then. Clang. The door to the lounge was flung open. Oh no, Yufei, something big has happened. Agent Chi Lu rushed in and said with a panicked look on her face. The makeup artist was shocked by the sudden change. As a result, the lipstick was directly painted on Carrie Ying's face, making her look like a half-clown. Wu Yufei was startled, then turned around and said coldly. What are you doing? Don't you even know how to knock on the door? Chi Lu didn't care about Wu Yufei's madness, she took a few deep breaths and said. Yufei, Director Lu just had a meeting, you are fired. Let me come over here and tell you. Chapter 17, firing himself just to invite Yang Mi back? I heard from my agent. Wu Yufei was stunned for a moment, obviously not reacting, then she widened her eyes and asked. What did you say? Chi Lu took a deep breath and said again. Carrie Ying, you are fired now. Mr. Lu asked me to inform you. Chi Lu's tone of voice was no longer polite. Normally, she had had enough of Kris Wu's arrogance. I had been so tolerant before, just for that little bit of salary. Now Carrie Ying is out of the picture. Chi Lu will not spoil her. Wu Yufei was stunned. With an expression of disbelief, his eyes were filled with confusion. What? Chi Lu, please explain to me clearly, what is going on? Kris Wu couldn't believe what Chi Lu said was true. After all, this happened too suddenly, and for no reason. I didn't do anything. It was the chairman's first day in office, so why would he fire himself? Are you kidding me? Chi Lu said calmly. That is true. If you don't agree, you can go and ask Mr. Lu. After that, Chi Lu turned and left, not wanting to care anymore. After hearing the news, Kris Wu's whole brain is blank. She stood there in a daze, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. No, that's not right, that's absolutely impossible. Kris Wu said to herself, she was completely panicked. Because she knew that her agent would never joke about such things. Wu Yufei was confused and said angrily. I'm going to go find Mr. Lu. What's going on? Saying, Kristy Wu was about to go out. At this moment, the cell phone in her pocket rang. When I opened it, I saw it was a call from my best friend. Kristy Wu answered the call without any hesitation. Then, my bestie's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yufei, what's wrong with you? Is there any problem over there? Wu Yufei was stunned and asked. How do you know something happened to me? Xiaoxi, let me tell you, our chairman. Before Kristy Wu finished speaking, the friend opposite said anxiously. How do I know that? Just check it out online. Now the internet is full of negative information about you. Your image is about to collapse. What is going on? Is your company going to ban you? I heard from my bestie. Kristy Wu's heart skipped a beat. What? I'll go take a look. After hanging up the phone, Kristy Wu quickly opened her phone and saw the negative information about herself on the internet. At that moment, Wu Yufei felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was stunned. Looking at my own negative information on the internet. Kristy Wu's mind went blank at first, and then she felt a little dizzy. The whole person shook twice, and if the makeup artist hadn't supported her, she would have fallen to the ground. What is going on? Kristy Wu couldn't accept it and didn't dare to believe what was happening. How come I was suddenly exposed out of nowhere? This is obviously someone deliberately messing with himself. But Kristy Wu couldn't figure out who could do this to her. After all, I have offended too many people. No, I have to go find Mr. Liu. After recovering from the shock, Kristy Wu hurried to find Liu Yanbin. Arriving at the door of the chairman's office, Wu Yufei pushed the door open and rushed in, saying urgently, Mr. Liu, what is going on? Liu Yanbin, who was working, raised his head and said with a slightly gloomy expression, Don't you know how to knock before you come in? Wu Yufei was stunned, then walked forward and asked, Mr. Liu, why did you fire me? Kristy Wu is used to being arrogant and her tone is not friendly. Liu Yanbin frowned and snorted coldly. You are carrying, right? You still have the nerve to ask me? Can't you see the negative information on the internet? Not only will I fire you, I will also ask you to compensate the company for its losses. Kristy Wu was confused. It's outrageous enough that I was fired, but I still have to pay for the bullshit damages? Liu Yanbin said coldly. Do you know how bad an impact your collapse will have on the company? You are in breach of contract. According to the previous contract, you should pay a breach of contract fee of 10 million. You'd better prepare quickly, otherwise I will take legal action and sue you. After a few words. For carrying, every word is a critical hit. Too much. Carrying couldn't stand it anymore, and her temper exploded. Do you know that I am the face of Jiaxing Media? You actually want to fire me? Liu Yanbin sneered. Storefront? You are now just a rat crossing the street and everyone is shouting and beating you. Carrying, please put yourself in the right place. Kristy Wu's face flushed. She had no reason to retort, so she shouted. Do you know who my boyfriend is? If you do this, my boyfriend will not forgive you. I advise you to quickly ask the company's public relations department to suppress the online incident, otherwise. Before Kristy Wu could finish her words, Liu Yanbin smiled and said, some of your things were exposed by the company's public relations. To be honest, it made me sick. Okay, let us go now, and remember to pay the penalty fee on time. As for your boyfriend, you can give it a try. After that, Liu Yanbin lowered his head and didn't want to talk to Kristy Wu anymore. This woman is just a moron. Kristy Wu's face turned red with anger. She accidentally glanced at the documents on the table. The next second, his face suddenly changed. Because the document on Liu Yanbin's desk was exactly about Yang Mi's contract. Kristy Wu was no longer calm. Seeing this is like a needle piercing my eyes. She said with surprise and anger. Mr. Liu, what is this? How come Yang Mi's contract is here? Liu Yanbin took a look at the contract and then smiled faintly. You are talking about this. This is Yang Mi's previous contract. After I fire you, I will personally invite Yang Mi back, and I will double all the benefits in the contract. Why should I talk to you? This has nothing to do with you. Hearing these words, Kristy Wu looked at Liu Yanbin in disbelief. What's the meaning? Fire yourself and then invite Yang Mi back? Kristy Wu suddenly realized. The person who messed with me seemed to be Mr. Liu in front of me. You, what do you mean? Carrie Wu asked loudly. Why do this, why? Mr. Liu, have I offended you in any way? She couldn't figure out how she had offended Liu Yanbin. After all, I don't even know him. Liu Yanbin said coldly. You didn't offend me, you just offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Well, you'd better get out of here before I completely lose my patience. Chris Wu was stunned. I have offended someone I shouldn't have offended. What he meant was that he had offended Yang Mi, and that was why Mr. Liu was targeting him? Kristy Wu couldn't figure it out. She really couldn't figure out what the connection was between Yang Mi and Liu Yanbin. After all, one is an ordinary star, and the other is a big boss who just acquired Jiaxing. Mr. Liu, is there any misunderstanding here? Wu Yufei was unwilling to accept this and she wanted to get to the bottom of it. Liu Yanbin slammed the table and said impatiently. Roll. Don't make me say it a second time. Chris Wu's eyes were red. I feel so wronged. Okay, let's see. Chris Wu uttered a harsh word and walked out of the office in her high heels. After coming downstairs, Chris Wu couldn't help it anymore, so she took out her phone and called Arthur Chen. Husband, I was bullied. Wu. Chapter 18. Mr. Chen, do you have a lot of face? After the call is connected, Chris Wu couldn't help crying. In all these years in the entertainment industry, she has never suffered such a great injustice. I was kicked out for no apparent reason. Black material was exposed all over the internet. The original company also wanted to invite back its archenemy Yang Mi. This is worse than killing her. On the other end of the phone, Chen Arthur asked in confusion. What's wrong, Yufei? Who bullied you? Carrie Ng cried. Honey, I'm fired. I was fired by Jiaxing. Now the whole network wants to ban me, and Jiaxing's public relations even exposed my negative information. On the other side, Chen Arthur was stunned. What? Fired? Didn't he, the new chairman, just take office? How did you offend him? Carrie Wu cried. Briefly recount what had just happened. After listening, Arthur Chen frowned slightly. This matter is so strange that it is completely puzzling. What you mean is that the new chairman came for Yang Mi and kicked you out? On the phone, Chen Arthur asked with some doubt. But Yang Mi herself has no background, so this matter is not that simple. Also, have you mentioned me to the chairman? Carrie Wu cried and said. I mentioned it, but they didn't give me any face at all, and told me that I could give it a try. Husband, I am really wronged, you have to help me vent my anger. Chen Arthur's voice deepened, and he was obviously a little unhappy. I'll go see him in person. Although he doesn't really care about carrying. But even though the other party knew of his existence, he was still so heartless. That means you don't take yourself seriously at all. Looking at the entertainment industry, who dares to be so arrogant and not give myself any face? Even if I went to Hawaii, I can still have some face. Chen Arthur said coldly. Okay, stop crying and don't panic. I will find a way to deal with the things on the internet. I'll be there in a moment. After hanging up the phone, Kristy Wu was in a better mood. She looked back at Jiaxing's office building, her eyes filled with hatred. Yang Mi, wait for me. Chris Wu said viciously. An hour later, a Porsche 911 slowly stopped under the office building. After seeing the car, Chris Wu stepped on her high heels and ran over quickly. This is Arthur Chen's car. Honey, you're finally here. Carrie Ng ran over with a smile on her face and then started crying again. Husband, you have to take charge of this for me. When have I ever suffered such injustice? That Liu Yanbin is such a jerk that he doesn't even give you face. Arthur Chen's face darkened slightly. As a young master in the Beijing circle, he really wanted to see what kind of monster the other party was. In the entertainment industry, your own face is no longer useful? Doesn't that mean that even his own father is not worthy of his attention? Come on, take me upstairs. Arthur Chen didn't care about Kristy Wu's mood and walked away. After entering the Jiaxing office building, Chen Arthur quickly attracted a lot of people's attention. As the eldest son of the entertainment industry, known as the Prince of the Beijing Circle, Chen Arthur is still very famous. Many senior executives and artists. Seeing Chen Arthur from a distance, he took the initiative to greet him. Then he stood aside and whispered. Mr. Chen actually came to the company in person. Could it be about Kristy Wu? Of course, Chen Xiao was carrying his boyfriend. If something happens to his girlfriend, he will definitely come to ask for an explanation. If you ask me, isn't our President Lu being too tough in his actions? This is simply offending people. Arthur Chen is no pushover. His father is a big shot in the entertainment industry. Listening to the whispered discussions of the crowd, Chris Wu's chin was almost up in the air, as if to say, just wait and see, I will show you my background in a moment. After getting on the elevator, the two came to Lu Yanbin's office. Mr. Lu, are you busy? Arthur Chen walked in with a smile on his face. First of all, congratulations to Mr. Lu for acquiring Jiaxing and becoming the chairman of Jiaxing Media. Once you enter the door, Arthur Chen is still very polite. He knew that the other party was able to acquire Jiaxing, so he was definitely not a simple person. It's better not to fight with each other unless it's necessary. Seeing Chen Arthur coming, Lu Yanbin raised his head and smiled faintly. Ha, isn't this Mr. Chen? How come you have time to come to my place? Lu Yanbin knew Chen Arthur. When he took over Jiaxing, he made up a lot of information about the entertainment industry. It will also be convenient to help others in the future. Arthur Chen laughed and said, Mr. Lu, you should know why I am here, right? Lu Yanbin didn't intend to beat around the bush. He lit a cigarette and said, if Mr. Chen is here for Kristy Wu's matter, then you should go back. The matter has been settled. Lu Yanbin killed the conversation with just one sentence. Chen Arthur's face darkened, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Mr. Lu, why did you fire and ban Yu Fei? I would like to hear what reason could make Mr. Lu not even give me face. Lu Yanbin raised his eyebrows in surprise, looked at Chen Arthur and said, Mr. Chen, do you have a lot of face? The voice fell. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the office became tense. Chen Arthur was stunned for a moment, then frowned fiercely. He didn't expect Lu Yanbin to talk to him like this. Is this a clear statement that you look down on me? Chen Arthur said in a low voice. Mr. Lu, this is not the way to have a chat. Jiaxing Media is considered a big company in the entertainment industry. If Mr. Lu continues to do things this way, I'm afraid the business won't last long, right? There was already a threat in Chen Arthur's tone. Behind her, Kristy Wu became more and more excited. She just wanted to see her husband vent his anger on her. Lu Yanbin flicked the ash off his cigarette and sneered. Do you have anything else to do? If you have nothing to do, please get out quickly and don't delay my work. I had just taken over the company. Lu Yanbin is very busy, so he doesn't have the time to chat with some crappy young master. Arthur Chen stared. He looked at Lu Yanbin with some surprise. Faced with Lu Yanbin's attitude, Chen Arthur was almost angry. How could a chairman of an entertainment company not understand anything? Or, how dare a chairman of the board be so arrogant to me? But Arthur Chen did not lose his temper. As a real second-generation person, he still has some basic cunningness. Since Mr. Lu said so, there is really no need to talk about anything further. Chen Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, however, I would like to know why Mr. Lu did this. There has to be some reason for an outrageous thing, right? Lu Yanbin smiled slightly. You really want to know the reason? It must be Carrie Ying who asked you to ask, right? That's okay, it's no secret. I just wanted to get Yang Mi back. I also knew about Wu Yufei's previous behavior, so I decided to ban her. Of course, I'm not the one who wants Yang Mi to come back. I'm just an employee. I advise you to think it over carefully. Chapter 19 Blacklisted by Estee Lauder. Secretary Bai, please show him out. Seeing Lu Yanbin starting to chase people away, Chen Arthur would naturally not stay like a clown any longer. Then he pulled Kristy Wu away from the Jiaxing building. Downstairs, Arthur Chen looked confused and shocked. Chairman Jiaxing made such a big move, just for a female star like Yang Mi? And it was not Lu Yanbin himself who asked Yang Mi to come back. In other words, the real behind-the-scenes person is Lu Yanbin. At this point, the amount of information is huge. Chen Arthur could vaguely feel that. There must be something unknown hidden in this matter. Is there someone backing Yang Mi? Arthur Chen murmured with his eyes narrowed. Next to her, Kristy Wu looked frustrated. Husband, are we just going to let this matter go? Why? Is she, a Yang Mi, so valuable? After learning that it was because of Yang Mi that he ended up like this, Kristy Wu broke down her defenses and at the same time was filled with hatred. Chen Arthur said in a deep voice. Okay, there's more to this than meets the eye. But we can't just let it go. I lost a lot of face today. Chen Arthur couldn't swallow this breath anyway. You should stay calm first. There are still several big collaborations to come. Hurry and complete them. Arthur Chen said coldly. Don't worry about the public opinion on the internet, I will help you deal with it. Wu Yufei nodded, her mood slightly relieved, and she said. Okay, I got it. She also knew that she was in danger. If we don't cooperate soon, the duck in our mouth may fly away. Just then, Kristy Wu's cell phone rang. Buzz buzz buzz. The ringing of the bell annoyed her. Who is it? It's so annoying. Kristy Wu took out her phone and saw that it was the president of the Estee Lauder branch. Hello, Mr. Chen. Kristy Wu's tone changed. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yu said in a serious voice. Miss Wu, our cooperation has been cancelled. Please come over to handle the formalities. Hearing this, Wu Yufei was stunned for a moment and her heart sank. She immediately asked in a hurry. Mr. Chen, we have already agreed on this, how could you suddenly break the contract? Chen Yu snorted coldly. Breach of contract? It was you who broke the contract? Look at the negative impact you are having now. Fortunately, I didn't ask you to be my spokesperson, otherwise you wouldn't be able to pay for the loss. Carrie Ng is dumbfounded. This is really a double whammy. I was just kicked out by the company, and now my cooperation with a big brand has been cancelled. Mr. Chen, can you give me another chance? Kristy Wu said with tears in her eyes. I can reduce the endorsement fee by half, is that okay? Chen Yu said coldly. Half of it is missing? I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now. At this time, Arthur Chen came over, took the phone from Kristy Wu and said. Hello Mr. Chen, I am Arthur Chen. Chen Yu was slightly stunned and then said impatiently. Arthur Chen? I don't know him. Chen Yu is the CEO of Estee Lauder's branch. I usually don't pay attention to people in the entertainment industry, especially men. Chen Arthur looked a little embarrassed, coughed twice and said. My father is Director Chen. Chen Yu was silent for a moment, then said. Oh, it turns out he is Director Chen's son. Is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Chen? Chen Arthur smiled faintly and said. I think we can discuss the cooperation with Yufei further. I will deal with the online public opinion before this afternoon. By then, it will definitely not affect your company's product sales. On the phone, Chen Yu frowned. This Chen Arthur is obviously here to support Kristy Wu. To change to normal. He might even consider it carefully for the sake of Director Chen. But now, there is no door. Because Chairman William gave himself a death order. Carrie Ng must terminate the contract. I will have to go to Yang Mi's house in person to apologize later. Chen Yu said firmly. Sorry, Mr. Chen, this is not a matter of public opinion. The headquarters has already decided that I am just an employee. Nothing else, just leave it like this for now. After saying that, Chen Yu was about to hang up the phone. Chen Arthur asked in a deep voice. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? What do you mean it's not a matter of public opinion? Could it be that there is another reason? Chen Yu said calmly. The higher-ups have already decided to replace Carrie Ng and asked to replace her with the previous spokesperson, Yang Mi. I almost got fired because of this. Okay, I have to get busy. After that, the other party hung up the phone. Carrie Ng stood beside. I heard the conversation clearly. What, you want to change to Yang Mi? Carrie Ng's jaw almost dropped. She is a little confused now. What happened? Why did Yang Mi suddenly get all the benefits? Arthur Chen had a dark face and a cold look in his eyes. He also had some doubts. Why, suddenly, everyone opened their doors to Yang Mi? Jiaxing was suddenly acquired. Then the new chairman banned Kristy Wu and invited Yang Mi back. Then, the endorsement cooperation with Estee Lauder is exactly the same as that with Jiaxing. It's a coincidence. Or is there really someone backing Yang Mi? Husband, What should I do now? Carrie Wu cried and said. How come all the benefits were taken by that bitch Yangmi? Where am I doing wrong? Arthur Chen was in no mood to coax Kristy Wu, he just said coldly. Okay, what's the use of crying? You should go to Estee Lauder first. For my sake, I won't let you pay a lot for the penalty. Arthur Chen wants to go back and check now. What connections did Yangmi use? Of course, maybe I'm just overthinking it. Wu Yufei wiped away her tears and said. Okay, husband, you have to support me. As long as you can help me through this difficult time, I will do anything. Carrie Ying has already thought about it. As long as Chen Arthur helps her settle it, she is willing to pay any price. Chen Arthur nodded and said in a deep voice. I'll take care of it, we can talk about other things tonight. After that, Arthur Chen drove away in the 911. At the same time, in the Thompson Epine community, Yangmi was sitting on the sofa, choosing clothes for Xian Baoer on her mobile phone. After Xian Baoer was sent to Li Qing, there aren't many clothes to change into. So Yangmi thought, buy some more and send them over. After all, buying clothes for children is a. She really didn't feel comfortable leaving the care to a grown man like Li Qing. Sister me, my God, there is great news. Next to him, he Bye suddenly sat over, holding his phone with an excited look on his face and said. Sister me, take a look, Jiaxing Media has actually been acquired. The previous chairman, Zhang Jia, has left. Yangmi opened her beautiful eyes and said in a daze. What? Jiaxing was acquired? He Bye couldn't help but laugh and said excitedly. There is something even more explosive. Kristy Wu's image seems to have collapsed. And now, she has been fired by Jiaxing. You look at the news on the internet. Yangmi has never paid attention to the internet. I really didn't care much about what just happened. After taking the phone, Yangmi scrolled through the pages and looked at the trending searches on Weibo. Then, Yangmi's beautiful eyes gradually widened and she said in surprise. Why did so many things happen suddenly? How come Jiaxing was acquired when everything was fine, and Kristy Wu was also suddenly exposed? Chapter 20. The business boss came to apologize. Yangmi was stunned. He Bye looked gloating. Ha, this woman deserves it. She did it all by herself. It is said that the first thing the new chairman of Jiaxing did after taking office was to fire Kristy Wu. Now other companies don't dare to hire her. Although this matter has nothing to do with Yangmi herself. But I have to admit, Yangmi was still feeling pretty good. After all, Wu Yufei was too mean before. After reading the news online, Yangmi returned the phone to He Bye and said calmly. It's quite satisfying, but it has nothing to do with us anymore. Please help me see which clothes are suitable for Xian Baoer. Seeing that Yangmi's heart was only on Xian Baoer, He Bye smiled helplessly. Sister me, are you still the same boss Yang? Look at you now. How does that saying go? You don't seek to make progress. You don't think about making progress. What is the difference between this and giving up? Yangmi ignored it and just smiled. I'm not giving up, it's just that there's nothing I can do now. I can't solve the current situation even if I'm anxious. It's better to calm down and live a good life. Besides, taking good care of Xian Baoer is also a kind of progress. He Bye became autistic after hearing what Yangmi said. He moved his butt towards Yangmi and said. Sister me, the child is being taken care of by her father. Now, you should think carefully about your career. Sister me, don't you think this is an opportunity? Yangmi stared at the online shopping page intently and said calmly. What opportunity? Do you mean returning to Jiaxing? He Bye nodded and said. Yes, now Kristy Wu is facing a ban. If she leaves, your chance will come. Besides, our sister me is so outstanding. Yangmi raised her eyebrows. This question is actually worth thinking about. Only. Yangmi felt that Jiaxing would never accept her again. It is impossible for a large entertainment company to accept an artist a second time. Forget it. After I left Jiaxing, I was already labeled as hidden. Yangmi sighed and said weakly. No entertainment company will accept an artist who has been hidden from the industry. If they accept it, it would be equivalent to breaking the rules, and the company will be alienated from the circle. He Bye curled his lips. Well, then we will be starving from now on. But it's not that bad. If all else fails, we can sell the house and start another business. Then I'll be the president for Sister Mi. Looking at He Bai's optimistic look, Yang Mi also smiled with relief. Buzz. At this time, Yang Mi's cell phone rang. After seeing the incoming call information, Yang Mi's expression changed slightly. It was the CEO of the Estee Lauder branch, Chen Yu. Mr. Chen? Why is he calling? He Bai on the side asked puzzledly. Yang Mi shook her head and then answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen. On the phone, Chen Yu's voice was extremely enthusiastic. Miss Yang, I'm Chen Yu. Are you at home now? Yang Mi and He Bai were both stunned. What does this mean? Yang Mi said. I'm at home. What's the matter, Mr. Chen? Is there anything I can help you with? Chen Yu said somewhat embarrassedly. Well, it's like this, there was some misunderstanding before, and I did something wrong. Our chairman came back today and said he would come to apologize in person. The voice fell. Yang Mi was even more confused, including He Bai next to him, who also looked confused. Apologize in person? What's going on? And the chairman came in person? In this situation, Yang Mi really can't do anything about it. Miss Yang? Are you listening? Chen Yu asked on the phone. Yang Mi came back to her senses and said quickly. Oh, I'm listening. Chen Yu said very respectfully. Well, Ms. Yang, you are home alone. If it is not convenient, we can go downstairs to talk. Yang Mi was a little confused. Well, I'm at home with my friends. Chen Yu said. Please open the door for us. Yang Mi was stunned. Has the other party arrived? So sudden? Hang up the phone. He Bai said in surprise. Sister Mi, what is going on? The chairman of Estee Lauder is coming to visit? Yang Mi was also confused. This, I don't understand either. I'll go open the door first. After opening the door, what caught my eye was a blonde foreigner wearing a suit. Chen Yu stood behind him. Yang Mi was stunned. Then I recognized it. The foreigner in front of me is William Lauder, the chairman of Estee Lauder. And what surprised Yang Mi was that this man seemed to be the man who appeared in the video when she and Baoer attended the banquet that night. Hello, Ms. Yang, I am William, Chen Yu's boss. Seeing Yang Mi, William was very respectful, and bowed slightly after he finished speaking. This made Yang Mi a little flattered, and she quickly said politely. Hello, Mr. William. Please come in. After coming in, He Bai knew that an important person was coming, so he hurriedly made tea. William and Chen Yu stood in the living room. Next, behind him, a few young men came in carrying some packages. Hello, Miss Yang, this is just a small gift, not a token of my respect. William smiled and had the things put in the living room. Seeing these gifts, Yang Mi was a little scared because it was so expensive. What is Polaroid Lelico's natural royal emulsion? A bottle is only 150 milliliters and costs 21,000 yuan. William brought a box directly. This is just one of them. Others, such as deep sea ginseng worth hundreds of thousands. Just a glance at these things will tell you that you can't get them without a million. Yang Mi looked at William in confusion. He didn't understand what the other party meant. Mr. William, this is really too valuable, please take it back. Yang Mi felt a little guilty and nervous. After all, she didn't dare to accept gifts from unknown sources. Seemingly seeing Yang Mi's worry, William quickly explained. Don't worry, Miss Yang. I just came to apologize to you. These gifts represent my sincerity. You must accept them, otherwise I will. William seemed to be unable to remember the Dragon Country vocabulary. After a moment's pause, he continued. Otherwise I will be very sleepless. Looking at William's performance, Yang Mi was really stunned. She really couldn't figure it out. Why is the chairman of Estee Lauder suddenly so respectful to me? Even, he looked a little odd? This is abrupt. He Bai next to him was already dumbfounded, and the tea in his hand overflowed. Yang Mi took a deep breath and decided to find out what was going on. Mr. William, I don't think we have any conflicts, do we? You are doing this. William was stunned. Then he realized that doing this would indeed make Yang Mi nervous. So William quickly explained. Chen, you broke the contract before, which seriously violated the company's discipline. This is unequal and disrespectful to you, so I am here to apologize to you. And I hope you can continue to work with Estee Lauder as the spokesperson. I hope Miss Young can put aside the past. After the conversation, Yang Mi's mood calmed down a little. But she still couldn't believe it. It was just a breach of contract, which was a normal thing for such a big company. Is it worth it for the other party to do this? Obviously impossible. Yang Mi suppressed the doubts in her heart and said, So Mr. William, you are just looking for the endorsement deal? Chapter 21. The transfer is too fast, Yang Mi can't adapt. Seeing that Yang Mi was still worried, William said very seriously, That's right, I just want to invite Miss Young to cooperate with our company. Your potential and influence will make our products have a very good market in Longwa. This is the conclusion we reached after long-term observation, discussion, and voting within our company. But before I made a decision, Chen Yu broke the contract without authorization. This made me very angry. William didn't dare to tell Yang Mi about Li Qing. After all, this is not something I should talk about. He can't afford it if something goes wrong. Hearing this, Chen Yu beside him was stunned for a moment. Isn't this pure nonsense? Chen Yu didn't understand why the chairman attached so much importance to Yang Mi. But he didn't dare to say it, nor did he dare to ask, so he could only nod and admit his mistake. I'm sorry, Miss Yang, it's indeed my fault, please forgive me. Chen Yu's attitude was extremely sincere, comparable to that of an actor. But he also had his own calculations in mind, and the high or low would make the chairman bleed. As long as you cooperate with Estee Lauder, you can ask for any conditions. Our company can pay 3 times the endorsement fee. William Lauder not only did not feel distressed, but also said seriously. That's right. If the two of them. Yang Mi was stunned when she heard this. She always felt that things were not that simple. But at present, there doesn't seem to be any problem. Seeing Yang Mi hesitant, William Lauder lost his patience and said worriedly, Miss Young, you are still unwilling to cooperate with us? He bye-bye couldn't bear it anymore. She immediately pushed Yang Mi's arm and whispered, Sister Mi, don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry up and agree to it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Mi came back to her senses, nodded blankly and said, Well, of course I am willing to cooperate with you, but I think these things are unnecessary, right? Yang Mi didn't want to accept such an expensive gift for no reason. Chen Yu smiled and said, Miss Young, this is from the company, please feel free to accept it. Otherwise, we will feel bad. Seeing that Yang Mi agreed to cooperate, William said with a smile on his face, That's really great. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. Yang Mi smiled, still looking a little bit unconvinced that this was true. It's a pleasure working with you. Chen Yu took out the contract, put it in front of Yang Mi and said, Ms. Yang, we will pay 15 million for the endorsement fee. And, the sales profit, you will take a point. Yang Mi was shocked again. 15 million in endorsement fees? This is a high price that even the big guys in the entertainment industry have never had. And most importantly, there is also a point of sales profit, which is 1% of the share. Doesn't sound like much. But Estee Lauder's sales are extremely high. The annual sales profit of a series of products must be more than $1 billion. I can get at least tens of millions of dividends a year. Yang Mi couldn't believe it. Is Estee Lauder crazy? Before Yang Mi could recover from her shock, William added, In addition, we have decided to let Miss Young endorse each series of products in the future. Yang Mi almost couldn't breathe. For her, this was like a big pie falling from the sky, and she took off all of a sudden. This. Yang Mi was a little at a loss. Chen Yu said respectfully, Ms. Young, please take a look at the contract. If there is no problem, let's sign it now. Take the contract. Yang Mi read it carefully, fearing that there might be some fraud. After all, there is no such good thing for no reason. But there is nothing wrong with the contract. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 people, Yang Mi nervously signed the contract. Seeing Yang Mi signed, William finally let go of his worries. Fortunately, the remedy was finally successful. Otherwise, if Estee Lauder offends Li Qing because of this, it will definitely not end well in the future. Congratulations, Miss Yang. It's a pleasure to work with you. William Lauder was very happy. Now that the contract has been signed, we won't disturb Miss Yang's rest any longer. The endorsement fee will be transferred to Ms. Yang's account later. William and Chen Yu prepared to leave. Yang Mi stopped and asked, Mr. William, Mr. Chen, when are we going to shoot the endorsement commercial? If you don't work hard after getting the money, you will always feel uneasy. William paused, turned around and smiled. Don't worry, Ms. Yang. I will notify you once it's handled. You can have a good rest during this time. After that, William and Chen Yu gently closed the door and left the community. After the two left, Yang Mi stood there blankly, looking at the room full of gifts and the sky-high contract in front of her, feeling extremely dazed. Is this true? What is going on? He Bye-Bye looked at Yang Mi blankly, then jumped up happily. Oh my god, Sister Mi, we are going to get rich. Sister Mi, you are simply my god. He Bye-Bye danced with joy. Holding Yang Mi, I want to give her a few kisses. Fortunately, Yang Mi reacted quickly and dodged. Bye-Bye, is this true? I always feel like something is wrong. He Bye-Bye said excitedly. What's wrong? I've read the contract and it's fine. Sister Mi, you are so outstanding that even you don't realize how outstanding you are. Looking at the gifts in the house, He Bye-Bye couldn't help but exclaimed. Oh my god, Estee Lauder is so extravagant, these cosmetics are worth more than 400,000 yuan. Including other things, it's no less than 1 million, a luxury car was thrown out. Yang Mi frowned slightly, she was very puzzled. But, don't you ever think about why they are suddenly so nice to me? The other party is the chairman of Estee Lauder and an internationally renowned entrepreneur. Why would he be so respectful to a star like me for no reason? He Bye-Bye was stunned for a moment, then thought about it carefully and realized that this matter was a bit strange. Yes, look at that foreign guy just now, it's like he's begging you, afraid that you won't sign the contract. This is indeed a bit abnormal. Are all foreigners like this? Yang Mi rolled her eyes and said. You think too much. But the contract has been signed, so let us leave it at that for now. If anything really happens, maybe we'll know later. He Bye-Bye nodded, and then continued excitedly. Right, enjoy it first. Sister Mi, you are now a truly wealthy woman. Just then, Yang Mi's cell phone rang again. He Bye-Bye was startled and said. Oh my god, they're not going to charge you more money again, are they? Yang Mi rolled her eyes at her and said. What are you thinking about? After turning on the phone, I found it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Yang Mi asked calmly. A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Hello Ms. Yang, I am Lu Yanbin, chairman of Jiaxing Media. Can we talk? Chapter 22 Jiaxing's Unexpected Olive Branch. Yang Mi raised her eyebrows, obviously caught off guard. Chairman Jiaxing, why did you call me? Yang Mi quickly replied. It's Mr. Lu. Hello, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, what do you want to talk to me about? He Bye-Bye stood beside him. I couldn't help but feel a little worried. Could it be that there were some unresolved issues left over from my previous stay in Jiaxing? Now that the new chairman has arrived, he wants to know what happened before. On the phone, Lu Yanbin smiled and said. Miss Yang, do you have time now? Yang Mi hesitated, then said. I'm not busy. Please tell me what you want to say. Lu Yanbin said. That's right. If you have time, Ms. Yang, could you please come to the company? I want to discuss something with you. Look, is it convenient? Lu Yanbin's tone was very respectful. If you don't know, you might think it's a call from a salesperson. Yang Mi felt a little uncomfortable, and she could sense that something was wrong. Mr. Lu, could you please tell me what it is? Lu Yanbin laughed. Miss Yang, don't worry. I just want to ask Miss Yang to come back. Of course, everything depends on your choice. I hope you can come to our company and we can talk face to face. Yang Mi was stunned. Jiaxing's action was indeed a bit sudden and abnormal. But soon, a sense of joy rose in Yang Mi's heart. Could it be that it was really like what he Bye-Bye said, that I would have a chance to return to Jiaxing? Ms. Yang, what do you think? Lu Yanbin continued. If it's inconvenient, I can pick you up. Yang Mi nodded and said quickly. No need, I'll go over. The boss of the company. How can I have the nerve to ask someone to come and pick me up in person? After chatting for a few more words, Yang Mi just hung up the phone. Beside, he bye-bye said in great shock. Oh my god, Sister Mi, has your luck changed? Chairman Jiaxing called you personally to invite you to sign the contract. What happened this morning? Let he bye-bye feel excited. Yang Mi sat on the sofa. I am a little confused. This is all too sudden and too abnormal. She still feels like she's dreaming. First, the chairman of Estée Lauder came to apologize in person, and the endorsement cooperation was signed. Then immediately afterwards, Jiaxing Media is about to invite me back. All these good things happened too fast. Yang Mi was a little uncomfortable. This feels like an ordinary person suddenly winning a 100 million lottery ticket. At the same time, Yang Mi felt a little guilty. After all, she knows that her own value is not that high. Why are they suddenly so nice to me? Before Yang Mi could think clearly, he bye-bye urged from the side. Sister Mi, stop being in a daze, let's go to Jiaxing Company. Yang Mi took a deep breath. Anyway, everything that's happening now is good, let's go first and talk about it later. Let's go, take my car. Yang Mi said, and then the two of them drove to the office building of Jiaxing Media. After entering the building, soon, Yang Mi attracted a lot of people's attention. For everyone, Yang Mi is an old acquaintance. Seeing Yang Mi coming, everyone was surprised. Why is she here? But no one greeted Yang Mi. They all stood aside and discussed in low voices. It's Yang Mi, why is she here? I'm not sure. Could it be that after seeing Kristy Wu being fired, she wants to re-enter the company? Could it be that Yang Mi was the one who got Kristy Wu out? How is this possible? Yang Mi has no background. But it is quite satisfying to see Kristy Wu being screwed. She is really not as good as Yang Mi. But right now we don't know whether Yang Mi is a friend or an enemy, so let's not get too close. Listening to these people talking in low voices, Yang Mi didn't care. He bye-bye, standing aside, raised her lips, looking like a lady who had arrived. It was as if she was saying, you kicked us out, so you can invite us back now. Just wait and see. Yang Mi didn't care about he bye-bye's behavior. After all, she is a little girl, and she has suffered so much with me. Under the gaze of the crowd, the two took the elevator upstairs. As soon as you get out of the elevator, I saw a young man standing at the elevator entrance. Hello, Ms. Yang, Ms. He, I am Bai Yaqiang, the secretary of Mr. Liu. The young man bowed and said respectfully. Mr. Liu asked me to pick you up here, and I'll bring you here. Yang Mi nodded and said politely. That would be troublesome. Follow behind. He bye-bye whispered. Sister Mi, you see, your status is different now, so the secretary came to greet you personally. Yang Mi didn't say anything. To be honest, she was a little nervous. After entering the lounge, Lu Yanbin, who was making tea, immediately stood up and walked over, saying enthusiastically, Miss Yang, you are finally here. Come on, both of you come in and sit down. Secretary Bai, pour the tea. Lu Yanbin was extremely enthusiastic, just like he was meeting his superior. Yang Mi is a little overwhelmed. After sitting down, Yang Mi smiled and said, Mr. Liu, you don't have to be so polite. Lu Yanbin shook his head and said, No, this is what I should do. Secretary Bai poured tea for Yang Mi and he bye-bye. Then he tactfully left the lounge. Both parties sat opposite each other. Yang Mi was the first to speak. Mr. Liu, you called me here to discuss signing a contract with the company? At this point, Yang Mi just wants to find out as soon as possible what the other party is going to do. Lu Yanbin smiled slightly, then nodded and said, That's right, I would like to invite Miss Yang to join Jiaxing. Of course, Miss Yang can set any condition she wants. For example, the previous signing fee was 15 million for 2 years. After our discussion, we could triple it, which is 45 million for 2 years. Ms. Yang, what do you think? Chapter 23 How could cooperation come to us? Yang Mi's beautiful eyes widened a little, her eyes were filled with shock. 45 million in 2 years? Such a signing fee is rarely offered even by big names. Why would the other party offer such a high price for me? And looking at Lu Yanbin's attitude, he seemed to be very eager to sign the contract immediately. Seeing Yang Mi's worry, Lu Yanbin smiled and said, Miss Yang, don't think too much about it, this is purely because we see your potential. I have always been good at judging people, and I believe that your future achievements will be dazzling. So you don't have to worry about these conditions. Lu Yanbin can only say this. After all, he didn't dare to say much about Li Qing's affairs. If I said that wrongly, it would be the end of me. Yang Mi was somewhat shocked and confused. She didn't quite believe what Lu Yanbin said. How can such an outrageous thing happen? But since we have to sign the contract, Yang Mi was still very happy. She has almost no income now, and she has to take care of the baby and raise the child in the future. She couldn't miss this opportunity. Mr. Lu, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Yang Mi smiled and said respectfully, Can we see the contract? Seeing Yang Mi agreed, Lu Yanbin was overjoyed. He finally did something for Li Qing. This can also be considered as proving myself. It's all because of Miss Yang's excellence that this opportunity belongs to you. Lu Yanbin said politely, and then took out a stack of contracts from under his desk. This is the contract, Miss Yang, please take a look. After Yang Mi got the contract, I looked through it with He Bye. 10 minutes later, Yang Mi read the contract and found no problem. She was also shocked by the terms. Some treatments are not available to big stars. Ms. Yang, are you satisfied with the contract? Lu Yanbin smiled and said, If you are satisfied, let's sign the contract now. Yang Mi nodded and said with a smile, Thanks. Since I received Jiaxing's call, until now, the contract has been signed. Yang Mi only spent an hour and she was still a little uncomfortable. Lu Yanbin smiled happily and said, Miss Yang, it's a pleasure working with you. From now on, Miss He Bye will be your agent. In addition, the company decided to provide Miss Yang with a car, and these secretaries will take the two of them with them. He Bye looked excited and bowed to Lu Yanbin. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Yanbin smiled and said, Okay, if there is nothing else, Miss Yang can go back and rest first, and let the secretary take you to choose a car. Yang Mi and He Bye walked out the door. Secretary Bai came over and said with a smile, Mr. Lu said that Miss Yang can choose a luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan. After all, you are the face of Jiaxing. In addition, the corresponding offices and lounges are separate. Yang Mi was a little surprised. Just after signing the contract, he was given a $1 million luxury car? The benefits provided by Mr. Lu. It's really surprising. After a morning of selection, Yang Mi finally finished her work. Back home, Yang Mi sat on the sofa, thinking back on what happened in the morning, and it all felt a little unreal. Bye, tell me, what went wrong? Yang Mi frowned slightly. Although these things are good things, but she always felt that something was wrong. Yang Mi couldn't understand and said, Just think about it, Jiaxing Media was suddenly acquired, then Kristy Wu was banned, and then Estee Lauder resumed the endorsement cooperation, with an incredibly abnormal attitude. And Jiaxing Media invited me back to the company right after that. Don't you think this is strange? Listening to Yang Mi's words, He Bye frowned and said, It is indeed a bit strange. They are all big shots and are not on the same level as us. There is no need to do this and there is no reason. Yang Mi murmured. Why do I always feel like there's someone controlling me from behind? He Bye sat closer and asked, Sister Mi, you don't have any hidden background, do you? Yang Mi rolled her eyes and then smiled. I don't have any background. If I had any, why would I have left Jiaxing? He Bye said. That's it, don't think too much about it, when the opportunity comes, grab it. Yang Mi nodded. Anyway, we have no idea what is going on now, so we might as well accept it calmly and make the best of it. After calming down, Yang Mi took out her phone and said, Let us not talk about this anymore. Help me see which children's clothes are suitable for Xian Baoer. At the same time, on the other side, downstairs of Estee Lauder's Shanghai branch, Carrie Ng stood downstairs, looking dusty and dirty, with her makeup smudged from crying. Because I was unwilling to be terminated. 20 minutes ago, Kristy Wu came to the company building and planned to discuss something with Chen Yu. As a result, I was scolded before I even entered the office. And paid a penalty of 5 million. Damn young me, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be so miserable. Kristy Wu cursed fiercely. She blamed all the current misery on young me. After a while, a Porsche 911 stopped in front of her. It was Arthur Chen's car. Honey, you're finally here. Carrie trotted forward, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, looking extremely miserable. After getting on the bus, Arthur asked while smoking a cigarette. What's the matter? It's just a termination of the contract. There's no need to be like this. Regarding Carrie Ng's crying, Arthur Chen had no mercy and was a little annoyed. But for the sake of face, he still wants to show his second-generation demeanor. Okay, if you can't get another endorsement, I'll find you another one. Carrie Wu sobbed. Husband, I don't care, I can't be worse than Yang Mi. Seeing her become prosperous is more painful than not making money myself. Also, why are these people suddenly so nice to Yang Mi? Don't they give you any consideration at all? After hearing what Kristy Wu said, especially the last sentence, Arthur's face darkened and he said indifferently, My face? If they don't give it today, they will give it sooner or later. Okay, I'll take you to Wondershare Public Relations Company, and all your negative news will disappear before tonight. Kristy Wu stopped crying. His face suddenly showed joy, and his expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. Real? Husband, I know you are the best. Wondershare PR is the undisputed #1 PR company in Shanghai. Even if you look at the whole country, it is still among the top 3. Black can be said to be white, and white can be said to be black. Anyway, there is no public opinion that cannot be changed. Arthur snorted coldly. It's only because of my father's face that they are willing to take on such a hot potato like yours. Carrie Ng said with tears of gratitude. Husband, thank you for all you do for me. I will definitely be obedient in the future. The unattainable goddess of the entertainment industry outside. But at this moment in front of Arthur, there is absolutely no difference between them and slaves. Arthur Chen enjoyed Carrie Ng's hospitality. Now I'll take you to Wondershare. Half an hour later, Arthur Chen brought Kristy Wu to the office building of Wondershare Public Relations Company. In the chairman's office, sitting in front of Arthur was a man in his 50s. The man's name is Zheng Yong, the chairman of Wonqing Public Relations. Zheng Yong is a little bald, but he is wearing a suit and sitting on a luxurious leather sofa, looking very imposing. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to come in person. Zheng Yong exchanged a few brief greetings with Arthur. Although Arthur didn't mean much to him, but his father cannot be underestimated. Director Chen, after all, was born in Beijing and is a leading figure in the domestic entertainment industry. His PR company? The most projects I take on are in the entertainment industry. Director Chen is one of Zheng Yong's important clients. Arthur smiled and said modestly, I feel very honored to meet Mr. Zhang. The person next to me is Carrie Ng. Mr. Zhang, can you please? Arthur Chen didn't finish his words. But Zheng Yong could see what the relationship between Kristy Wu and Arthur Chen was. After all, there are a lot of revelations on the internet. Zheng Yong laughed and said, Don't worry, Mr. Chen, there will be no problem at all. Chapter 24 The Importance of the Prince of Beijing Circle. Seeing Zheng Yong agreed easily, Wu Yufei behind him breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time a hint of joy rose in her heart. As long as the negative public opinion is resolved. Then, relying on his own fame and Arthur Chen's connections, it would only take a few minutes to enter a large entertainment company. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. Arthur Chen smiled. Zheng Yong smiled and said, I will definitely do what Master Chen has instructed me to do. But to be honest, Miss Wu's current situation is indeed a bit tricky. Arthur Chen said very tactfully. Don't worry, the 2 million will be deposited into your card later. Zheng Yong was slightly stunned. Sure enough, it's easier to make money from the second generation. Zheng Yong then smiled and said, Okay, give me an hour and the negative information about Ms. Wu will definitely disappear. Arthur Chen nodded and said, Thank you, Mr. Zhang. However, there is one more thing I need to trouble you with, Mr. Zhang. Zheng Yong raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? Is there anything else Mr. Chen wants Zheng to do? Arthur Chen took out a card, put it on Mr. Zhang's desk and said, "Mr. Zhang, there is 1.5 million in this card. I want to completely ruin Yang Mi's reputation online." Hearing this, Zheng Yong looked at Chen Arthur in surprise. "Mr. Chen, do you still have any grudges with Yang Mi?" After saying this, Zheng Yong suddenly understood. Carrying and Yang Mi have always been sworn enemies. Arthur Chen is helping his girlfriend vent her anger. "Mr. Zhang, can you do it?" After talking about Yang Mi, Chen Arthur's face became obviously gloomy. After all, those people would not give themselves any face at all just for Yang Mi. Arthur Chen wanted them to see. "The actress you want to make famous, I can destroy her with just a flick of my finger. Otherwise, where would his reputation as the prince of the Beijing circle be placed?" Zheng Yong nodded and said, "No problem, to be honest it doesn't cost that much money. Yang Mi doesn't have any background, and now everyone in the circle is basically suppressing her, so it's easy for her to create some public opinion." Arthur Chen smiled and said, "The extra money can be used to treat Mr. Zhang to a meal." "Mr. Zhang, I will wait for your good news then." Saying, Arthur Chen stood up and prepared to leave with Kristy Wu. Zheng Yong followed behind and walked him out the door. "Mr. Chen, take care. I will give you news in an hour." After Arthur Chen left, Zheng Yong immediately called his secretary. Notice was given to the 3 major departments of the company to put down their current work and make every effort to reverse the public opinion of Kristy Wu within an hour. In addition, to discredit Yang Mi, whether by spreading rumors or hiring a network of internet trolls, her image has been completely destroyed. The secretary nodded repeatedly. The chairman personally gave this instruction. It must be a very important matter. "Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll arrange it right away." An hour later. At this time, Kristy Wu was in Arthur Chen's villa. A passion. Wu Yufei sat on the sofa, looking at the torn stockings and grinning. "Honey, this is a new Balenciaga bag I bought." Arthur Chen lit a cigarette, straightened his shirt and said, "Prepare more for later." Carrie Wu smiled. "I know, husband. By the way, it's been more than an hour, I don't know if my problem has been resolved." Chen Arthur turned on his phone and laughed. "See for yourself." Carrie Ng appeared on Weibo. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Only on the internet. All the negative information about myself is gone. Not just disappearing. There are even a lot of black materials that have been whitewashed. Hashtag carrying was maliciously slandered, and many things have been debunked. Hashtag carrying donates 1 million to the Hope Project every year. Such a kind-hearted star is being spoofed. Hashtag. Under these news, countless water armies are trying to whitewash Chris Wu. The direction of public opinion was immediately reversed. Seeing these, Carrie Ng was delighted and said, "Sure enough, it's different if you spend money." "Ah, thank you, husband." Chris Wu lay on Arthur Chen and gave him a hard kiss. Public opinion was reversed. Chris Wu has a chance to turn things around. It will be easy for her to join a better entertainment company later. Chen Arthur took a puff of cigarette and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the best is yet to come. Don't Jiaxing Media and Estee Lauder have to use Yang Mi? I will make them regret it." Just then, on the mobile page, negative information about Yang Mi suddenly popped up. Hashtag Yang Mi is suspected of being kept. Hashtag Yang Mi once used her power to exploit her employees. Hashtag. Many similar black materials were exposed on various platforms. Yang Mi became a hot search. Many netizens saw that. All were stunned. Will the cold and aloof goddess in your heart also have a day of downfall? In addition to netizens, people in the entertainment industry all sensed a hint of tension. In one day, first, Carrie Ng was fired, then banned for exposing scandals. Then suddenly, public opinion was cleaned up again. On the other hand, Yang Mi was criticized. Plus, Carrie Ng and Yang Mi are sworn enemies. This has to make people suspicious. Are these two fighting each other? At the same time, Magic City Riverside Villa. In the huge living room, an old man in his 60s was sitting on the sofa. The old man had thinning hair and a not very friendly face. He was wearing a bathrobe and reading the news on his mobile phone with a creepy smile on the corner of his mouth. The old man is none other than the famous director, Feng Kuzi, known in the old-time Beijing circle as the sixth master of the imperial city. Although Feng Kuzi was born in Kyoto, but it still has an unshakable position in the Shanghai circle. This time I came here not only for vacation, but also to look for movies and people to shoot. Ha, Kristy Wu and Yang Mi are fighting. Feng Kuzi squinted his eyes and smiled. It seems like things are going to get lively soon. The assistant stood by and said with a smile. Mr. Liu, when did you become interested in these little stars? Feng Kuzi shook his head and smiled, revealing his yellow teeth. Haha, I'm not interested in them. I just want to see if Arthur has made any progress. Feng Kuzi and the famous director Chen are good friends. For this reason, Chen Arthur called Feng Kuzi uncle. The uncle and nephew have a very good relationship. Feng Kuzi also watched Arthur grow up. Since he had no children of his own, he naturally treated Arthur as his own son. The assistant nodded and smiled. Chen Xiao is young and hot-tempered. Yang Mi was cyberbullied. I guess it was just Chen Xiao's anger for his beloved, right? With Chen Xiao's ability, it would be easy for him to defeat Yang Mi. Feng Kuzi smiled and said, It's a pity for Yang Mi. To be honest, this woman is very interesting and her looks are top-notch in the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, he is too stubborn and dares to offend everyone. Okay, let us not talk about these trivial matters. By the way, is Director Li's script ready? Let him do the work I assigned to him quickly. The assistant nodded repeatedly and said, Director Li Wenwu was ready, except for a leading lady. In addition, some of the location selections in the script are not easy to handle, and he is still working on it. Hearing this, Feng Kuzi waved his hands in boredom. Okay, I understand. I'm going to get some sleep. At this time, Thompson Yupinli. Yang Mi just received an express delivery. Sister Mi, Xian Baoer is growing very fast. I'm afraid he won't be able to wear these clothes before he can even put them on. Looking at the pile of children's clothes on the sofa, he bye-bye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if we have money we can't spend like this. Too luxurious. Just now, Yang Mi and he bye-bye have been choosing clothes with Xian Baoer. And they all took the green channel. Exclusive for VIPs, after placing an order, the manufacturer will deliver the goods to your door from the store closest to you using the same city delivery method. So I just placed the order and the courier arrived in just over 10 minutes. Yang Mi smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter. Xian Baoer will definitely like these. It's okay even if she wears one piece a day. Yang Mi was in a good mood, and her maternal love was overflowing, so she let go and indulged herself. These clothes cost more than 50,000 yuan, which is equivalent to an average person's annual salary. He bye-bye smiled and said, Okay, Xian Baoer will definitely be very happy. Seeing Yang Mi fully engaged in opening the package, he bye-bye sat aside and started to scroll through his phone out of boredom. But just opened. The next second, he bye-bye's brows suddenly frowned. Then, his face changed drastically. What the hell? He bye-bye stood up at once and said in great surprise, Sister Mi, come over and see what's going on. Chapter 25 Yang Mi was counterattacked, and that person might have to clean up the people. Hearing he bye-bye's surprise, Yang Mi quickly raised her head and asked, What's wrong? You've been so jumpy all day. He bye-bye's face was panicked, and his voice was trembling. Sister Mi, something bad has happened. The internet is full of negative information about you. The voice fell. Yang Mi frowned, and then hurried to he bye-bye's side. What's going on? He bye-bye opened his scarf. Then, Yang Mi saw that 8 out of 10 hot searches were her own. And it's all black material. Seeing this, Yang Mi suddenly lost her composure. It happened so suddenly that she was caught off guard. What is going on? Why did it suddenly become like this? Yang Mi's face became serious. She has just changed her luck. Cooperated with Estee Lauder and was signed by Jiaxing Media at a high price. But in the blink of an eye, this happened. Once public opinion ferments, the consequences will be disastrous. He bye-bye clicked on several trending searches. Then I found out. These negative materials are all groundless and are just random rumors. Obvious. This is someone deliberately messing with Yang Mi. This is pure rumor and slander. He Bai's face turned red with anger. Sister Me, they actually spread rumors that you were being kept by someone, and that you were suspected of withholding money from your employees. This is just bullshit. Sister Me, someone is definitely deliberately slandering you. As a broker, He Bai knows all too well the tricks in the entertainment industry. She has seen many cases of smearing and using public opinion to bring down celebrities. But I didn't expect that. One day, my boss Yang also faced such a dilemma. Sister Me, do you think it could be carrying? He Bai's brain was quite flexible at the critical moment. This bitch has Chen Arthur backing her up. With Chen Arthur's background and resources, it is not difficult to do this to you. Yang Mi frowned, her face slightly cold. She knew carrying would not give up. But I didn't expect that the other party would act so quickly. And it also cost a lot of money. Judging from this posture, the other party wants to completely overthrow me. It's probably her. Yang Ni's beautiful eyes narrowed. No, I have to go find Director Liu immediately. This happened. Yang Mi is very worried that the cooperation she just signed will be cancelled, and she may even have to pay the penalty. He Bai was worried. Sister Me, Mr. Liu won to kick you out just because of this, right? And the collaboration with Estee Lauder? Yang Ni's face was uncertain. Seriously. She felt like this might be the end. I am alone. No resources, no background. There is no public relations to fight back. Besides, Jiaxing and Estee Lauder are likely to withdraw. After all, no one will cooperate with someone who harms their own interests. Yang Mi took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Prepare for the worst. He Bai's mind went blank. Just when my luck had just turned and I thought my life was taking off. Unexpectedly, God played a big joke on Yang Mi. At this time, Yang Mi's cell phone rang. Buzz. See the incoming call information. Yang Mi's heart skipped a beat. It was Liu Yanbin. Hello, Mr. Liu. Yang Mi answered the phone, feeling very nervous, and even prepared for the worst. Mr. Liu, please listen to me. Ms. Yang, don't worry, the company will handle the online matters. Before Yang Mi could finish her words, Liu Yanbin interrupted. Please don't worry about this. Since we are cooperating, the company will take full responsibility. Please don't go out during this period and wait for the company to deal with it. Eat and drink as you should, don't worry. Liu Yanbin's words. Yang Mi was a little confused. I was prepared to accept the bad situation. The result is this? This really surprised Yang Mi. Yang Mi didn't know how to thank him for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Thank you, Mr. Liu. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Liu Yanbin said repeatedly. It's no trouble, Miss Yang, just relax. It's nothing. I'll hang up and go take care of something. After hanging up the phone, Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things don't seem to be that bad. But Yang Mi was a little confused. Because Liu Yanbin is really a bit abnormal. I have such a big problem. Jiaxing didn't protect the company's interests at the first moment? Could it be that Liu Yanbin is a good person? Yang Mi didn't believe it at all. Anyone who can reach this position can be considered a good person. He Bai stood beside him in a daze and said, Is this the end? Is Mr. Liu a good man? Yang Mi shook her head in confusion and said, I don't know. I'm not sure. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Things are not something we can control, so let us just leave it to fate. I don't know whether it will have any impact on Estee Lauder. He Bai fell into deep thought, then his eyes flickered and he said, I think it should be fine. Judging from William's attitude towards you last time, he probably won't terminate the contract easily. Yang Mi sat on the sofa and started to unpack the package. Not necessarily. Foreigners don't care about feelings. They pay more attention to gains and losses. Okay, I want to contact Li Qing and find some time in the evening. I want to see the kids and deliver these clothes at the same time. It has been a while since she and Baoer left me. Yang Mi really wanted a child. I am also worried that my child will cry if he cannot see me. At this time, in the Estee Lauder branch in Shanghai, in the general manager's office, Chen Yu was sitting in his office chair with a worried look on his face. Just now, the secretary reported on Yang Mi's public opinion. This made Chen Yu very worried. The company's new product endorsement is about to start filming. As a result, at this critical moment, Yang Mi unexpectedly had this kind of thing happen. How can this be good? Mr. Chen, we must terminate the contract with Yang Mi as soon as possible. The secretary said anxiously. Otherwise, not only will the products not be sold, but the stock market will also be affected. And it's not our fault that we cancelled the cooperation. It was caused by Yang Mi herself. Listen to the secretary's words. Chen Yu frowned. He certainly knew the seriousness of the matter. But he was hesitant about what the chairman's attitude would be. William's attitude towards Yang Mi was really abnormal before. Chen Yu even wondered if Yang Mi had some powerful background. Otherwise, why would the chairman show so much respect to a little star? Okay, I will go and discuss it with the chairman right away. Chen Yu made up his mind and decided to ask in person first. As soon as the words fell, the office door was pushed open. Then a middle-aged foreigner walked in. The man is William Lauder, chairman of Estée Lauder. Boss, I was just about to come look for you. Chen Yu came over and quickly reported Yang Mi's situation, then asked. Boss, looking at the current situation, do you want to terminate the cooperation with Yang Mi? William Lauder said with a serious look. I came to you to talk to you about Miss Yang. Regarding the cooperation with Ms. Yang, it remains the same as usual and no changes are allowed. Otherwise, you don't have to work as a general manager anymore. Chapter 26, Fighting with Mr. Li? Whatever circle you choose, you will lose it for free. Hearing William's words, Chen Yu and his secretary were both stunned. No. Is the boss stupid? Chen Yu felt something was wrong. Boss, Yang Mi may affect our stock market. William raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice. Am I the boss or are you the boss? Even if the stock market goes down, it has nothing to do with you. Do your part well. After being scolded by William, Chen Yu stopped talking and nodded. Good boss. Chen Yu didn't care. Anyway, if the company makes a loss, I won't lose much either, at least I have a safety net. As for this stupid foreigner, I don't know what's wrong with me, just do whatever you want. After saying this, William lit a cigar, sat on the sofa and said, Do you know why Miss Yang suddenly has so much negative news? Do you know about the domestic entertainment industry? Chen Yu was slightly stunned. I wondered why this boss was still concerned about the entertainment industry in Longhua. Chen Yu said, Boss, I don't know much about these things. But it seems that Miss Yang was deliberately slandered. She and the previous Kristy Wu were in a hostile relationship. William nodded, then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He. It seems that few people know Miss Yang's true identity. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anyone so blind as to come and seek death. William knew very well that. From now on, no matter who in the circle is hostile to Yang Mi, they will not have a good ending. I just need to hold on to the big tree of Yang Mi. In disguise, he is getting closer to Li Qing. I believe he will definitely take off in the future. On the other side, in the Huazhou Junting Villa. In the yard, Li Qing is drawing with Baoer. Dad, do you think this painting is good? Bao took the paintbrush and got himself covered in paint, making his little face look like a little cat. But Li Qing didn't care. In his eyes, Baoer's happiness is the most important thing. On the drawing board, there was a piece of grass with 3 people with extremely exaggerated facial features standing on it. There are adults on both sides, a man and a woman, and a little girl in the middle. Baoer smiled and said, Dad, this is you, that is my mom, the one in the middle is me. Is Baoer's painting good? Seeing this, Li Qing couldn't help but be moved. He knew that Baoer longed to have a complete family like ordinary people. The most common things for ordinary children. But it became Baoer's biggest dream. Li Qing smiled gently and said, Baoer's painting is really good. Baoer was very happy to get the affirmation. Baoer is awesome. As she spoke, Baoer looked at Li Qing expectantly. Dad, when can you help mommy take care of Baoer? I think I'm numb. Li Qing touched Baoer's head and said gently. Because of some things, mommy can't take care of you together with daddy. After a while, we will take care of Baoer together. Regarding Xian Baoer's matter, Li Qing was also a little confused. Maybe in the future, I will take care of Xian Baoer together with Yang Mi, of course, only on the surface. These are not things to consider right now. Xian Baoer nodded with satisfaction and said seriously, I know mom is busy now, she has her own things to do. Xian Baoer doesn't blame mom. Li Qing smiled, but felt a little sad. Xian Baoer is only 3 years old, but he already knows so much. This is because of her lack of love. Xian Baoer happily took out her cell phone and clumsily found the camera. I want to take a photo of my mom and show her the painting I drew. Xian Baoer's cell phone is a special cell phone that Yang Mi bought specifically for the purpose of contacting Xian Baoer. Although small, but the performance is the same and you can surf the internet. Of course, there is a minor mode set up inside. Li Qing smiled and said, Okay, take a few more pictures to show mommy, to see how great our Xian Baoer's painting is. At this time, the villa manager came over and said, Mr. Li, Miss Jacqueline has arrived. Li Qing nodded. Jacqueline is the president of Bantoin Children's Clothing Company. Last time I promised to make clothes for Xian Baoer. It was completed in just 2 days and delivered personally. An executive stretched version of Rolls-Royce stopped at the gate of the courtyard. Then, a woman with blonde hair, wearing a pair of high heels and long legs, walked down. Mr. Li. Jacqueline smiled respectfully. Xian Baoer's clothes are ready. I only made 3 sets at first to see if Xian Baoer likes them. Jacqueline came in with a pink leather bag. Of course, these have already been checked by security personnel. Li Qing nodded and smiled faintly. That's thoughtful. Xuan Baoer, come over and take a look at your new clothes. Xian Baoer kept looking down at her phone. It seemed like she had discovered something new and she was fascinated by it. Then, Xian Baoer raised her head and stumbled over with her cell phone in her hand. Dad, look, I saw the news about mom. Although Xian Baoer doesn't know many words, but I still recognize the 2 words Yang Mi and some other simple words. Dad, are they scolding my mom? Xian Baoer's eyes quickly turned red. She knows that her mother is a star and that many people are following her on TV and on the internet. Xian Baoer flipped through the pop-up news. There are many disgusting words in it. She knew it was an insult. Xian Baoer pouted and was a little scared. Dad, did mom do something wrong? They don't seem to like mom anymore. Is it because of Xian Baoer? Seeing Xian Baoer was about to cry, Li Qing picked her up. After looking at the phone, his brows frowned slightly. Seeing the detail of Li Qing frowning, Jacqueline immediately took a step back and said, Mr. Li, please go ahead and do your work. I'll be waiting here. Li Qing didn't care about Jacqueline. Instead, I watched the news online. In the past 2 hours, Li Qing had been accompanying Xian Baoer in painting and didn't really pay attention to what was happening outside. At this time, a black Land Rover stopped outside the yard. Opened the car door. Wang Mian walked over quickly. Brother Qing, something happened and I couldn't get through to you, so I rushed back just now. Ms. Yang. As he was speaking, Wang Mian suddenly noticed Xian Baoer, who looked aggrieved, so he said, It was done by Wondershare Public Relations Company. Chapter 27, Kill all those who show up. In front of Xian Baoer. If he mentioned Yang Mi directly, Wang Mian was afraid that Xian Baoer would be even more worried. Looking at Wang Mian, Xian Baoer said weakly, Uncle Wang, will my mom be in danger? Although Xian Baoer didn't know what happened, but she could sense that her mother seemed to be in trouble. Wang Mian showed a gentle smile. Brother Cheng is here, your mother will not be in danger. Xian Baoer looked at Li Qing and asked in a low voice, Dad, can you help mom? I don't want anything to happen to mom. Li Qing hugged her tightly and said with a smile, Daddy won't let anything happen to mommy, don't worry, Xuan Baoer, don't you trust Daddy? Xian Baoer said seriously, I believe in Dad. Dad is the most powerful person in the world. Li Qing laughed and said, Then Xuan Baoer, let us take a look at your new clothes first. I will take care of mom's affairs. Jacqueline stood there for a long time. Seeing Li Qing coming, she smiled and said, Mr. Li, if you are busy, I can come next time. Li Qing said calmly, Show Xian Baoer the new clothes. Jacqueline opened the pink bag. Then 3 sets of clothes were taken out, each packed in a vacuum bag. Jacqueline put on her gloves very carefully, took out the children's clothes and said, "Mr. Li, this has been disinfected and your baby can wear it with confidence." Jacqueline showed off the children's clothing. Xian Baoer in Li Qing's arms immediately whitened his eyes. Children's clothing is basically pink and white. There is also beige, all of which are colors that children like. From design to fabric, it can be seen that all of them are top-notch and can definitely be called the Rolls-Royce in the children's circle. Not only Xian Baoer was stunned. Even Li Qing could see the high taste of the clothes. Jacqueline is worthy of being a world-class children's clothing designer. Xuan Baoer, do you like it? Li Qing smiled and asked. Like to let your aunt take you to try on clothes? Xian Baoer nodded heavily, drooling. Dad, Xian Bao likes it so beautiful. Li Qing put Xian Baoer down. Let her hold the clothes in her arms and go to the room to try them on. After changing into new clothes, Xian Baoer's temperament instantly improved by more than one level. That high-class princess feeling. It is unmatched by any other children's clothing on the market. Standing in front of the mirror, Xian Baoer looked at herself repeatedly, her eyes full of surprise and joy. Dad, this dress is so beautiful. Xian Baoer was so happy, she had never worn such beautiful clothes. Prettier than the clothes of the kids on TV. Xian Baoer likes it very much. Jacqueline on the side finally breathed a sigh of relief. I finally lived up to Mr. Li's expectations. And if nothing unexpected happens, from now on, I will become Xian Baoer's exclusive clothing designer. If everyone knew about this one day, Li Qing's daughter has been wearing the clothes she designed. Then I will become the world's #1 children's clothing designer. Jacqueline was already lost in fantasy. Li Qing smiled and said, Miss Jacqueline, I'll have to trouble you with Xian Baoer's children's clothes from now on. Gaining Li Qing's praise, Jacqueline was very happy and kept saying, Thank you Mr. Li and Xian Baoer for your recognition of me. As long as Xian Baoer likes it, everything I do is worth it. From now on, I will design Xuan Baoer's children's clothing myself. Saying, Jacqueline became a little entangled and said, Sir, I have a small favor to ask. Li Qing nodded and said, Just tell me what you have to say. Jacqueline smiled and said, I still printed our company's small logo on Xian Baoer's clothes. You don't mind this, do you? Li Qing smiled slightly. Ha, that's not a problem. As long as it doesn't affect the aesthetics, it doesn't matter. Jacqueline was delighted. Xian Baoer wears clothes designed by herself, and the logo can prove her ability. At the same time, this is also the biggest publicity for Bonpiant. Jacqueline smiled and said, Thank you, Mr. Li. In that case, I won't bother you for now. I will go back and design a few more clothes for Xian Baoer. After Jacqueline left, Li Qing asked Xian Baoer, who was wearing new clothes, to go play with the ants first. Brother Qing, it's Kristy Wu and Arthur Chen, they contacted Wondershare Public Relations. In the living room, Wang Mian said calmly. Yang Ni seems to be very unpopular in the entertainment industry. But now Lu Yanbin has begun to deal with it. Li Qing sat on the sofa, his face calm. Don't let Lu Yanbin waste his time, just deal with this matter directly. Just nip those that pop up and solve the problem at the root. Thinking of Xian Baoer's aggrieved expression just now, Li Qing couldn't help but feel distressed. Yang Ni has no feelings for me. But she is Xian Baoer's biological mother. No matter what, she should help her for the sake of the child. Besides, this is just a small matter. For Li Qing, it was just a matter of words. Wang Mian nodded and said, Well, before tonight. After that, Wang Mian left the villa. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the administrative building of Demon City, next to the family building. In an ordinary room, a man in his 50s was tidying up the rosewood tea table. The living room is more than 30 square meters. Although it looks small and the decoration is very simple. 2 rattan chairs, a solid wood tea table, and a set of purple clay teapots. Various administrative planning documents are placed on the wine cabinets on both sides. There are also some dusty medals of honor, which is a typical administrative style. Mr. Wang, you don't come here often, so I don't even have anyone to drink tea with. The man said as he packed up. Say hello to Mr. Li for me. When he comes, I'll treat him to a meal. The man's face was filled with smiles. He is obviously very familiar with Wang Mian. The man was none other than the head of Shanghai's Internet Monitoring Bureau, Li Qing. For things related to the internet, especially self-media and news, Li Qing's department is specifically responsible for this area. In terms of level, he is also one of the top figures in the entire Magic City. Moreover, Li Qing has extensive experience. He can influence more than just the Internet Monitoring Bureau. Wang Mian smiled and said, I understand. Okay, Director Li, stop busying yourself and sit down and have some tea. This table is not dirty. Li Qing smiled and shook his head. No, that one tea work. You finally come to my house, so I have to treat you well. Even though my house is a bit run down, I still have some good tea collections. Saying, Li Qing took out a clay pot from the cabinet and placed it on the tea table. This is the authentic pre-rain Longjing tea, which was given to me by my apprentice. Of course I also gave him money, so it's not considered a violation of discipline. Wang Mian smiled faintly and said, You are still so distant with me. Li Qing personally made tea for Wang Mian. After sitting down, the two of them smoked, drank tea, and chatted about random things. After a moment, Li Qing smiled and said, Mr. Wang, you didn't come to see me just to have tea this time, did you? Chapter 28 Internet Giants Can No Longer Sit Still. Wang Mian took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. Director Li, there is something I want to discuss with you. Hearing this, Li Qing's expression turned slightly more serious. At the same time, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that once Wang Mian said he wanted to discuss something, there would most likely be no room for discussion. Li Qing laughed and said, Mr. Wang, just speak frankly. Wang Mian lit a cigarette and said calmly, I want Director Li to hold a meeting to ban all rumors about Yang Mi on the internet. And Wang Mian briefly talked about Yang Mi. After hearing this, Li Qing was stunned at first, then his eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Wang, you are not kidding me, Mr. Li, right? Is this what Mr. Li meant? Li Qing couldn't believe it. Would Li Qing make such a big move for a celebrity in the entertainment industry? Li Qing racked his brains but still couldn't understand. Just a star. Even if she was the daughter of some wealthy family, it was impossible for her to have any relationship with Li Qing, right? A person of Li Qing's height. How could you do such a childish thing? At least, in Li Qing's eyes, this is a very outrageous thing. Wang Mian smiled faintly and said, Director Li, this shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Li Qing smiled bitterly. Mr. Wang, isn't this too much of a joke? You have to give me a reason for doing this, right? Li Qing is the head of the Municipal Internet Monitoring Bureau. If you personally do this for a little star for no reason, if it gets out, people will laugh at it and even despise it. Wang Mian had expected Li Qing's expression and then smiled faintly. Reason? If I were to say that Yang Mi gave birth to a daughter for Mr. Li, do you think this should be done? Boom. As soon as these words came out, Li Qing felt like a bolt from the blue. What did you say? Li Qing stood up immediately. The whole person is like taking drugs, very energetic. Li Qing widened his eyes. His eyes were no longer steady, and his expression of extreme shock made him look several years younger. You said that Yang Mi gave birth to a daughter for Mr. Li? Li Qing's voice trembled a little. Is this, really? This is unbelievable. Wang Mian said calmly. You think I would joke about something like this? You don't need to know what happened in between. It is enough for you to know that Yang Mi and Mr. Li have a child. Li Qing couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. In his impression, Li Qing is like a godlike man. At such a young age, he has already achieved great success. Even the position where he sat today was due to Li Qing's casual mention. Yang Mi actually has a child with Li Qing? This is really too shocking. After I recovered, Li Qing said in a deep voice. Mr. Wang, I'll do it now. I will ensure that Ms. Yang's reputation is restored. I will also severely punish those companies that spread rumors. You wait for my news. Saying, Li Qing didn't dare to delay for a moment. He picked up his Zhongshan jacket and walked out. Wang Mian was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished my tea yet. Li Guang pulled Wang Mian up and said anxiously. Why are you still drinking tea? I have to do this right away. After learning that Yang Mi gave birth to Li Qing's child, Li Guang felt that the world was about to change. If he couldn't handle this matter well, then his work as the head of the internet monitoring would be in vain. Half an hour later, Kyoto, the headquarters of a certain beet company. In the chairman's office. After receiving a phone call, Zhang Ming, chairman of Tiaodong, became anxious. Quick, buy me the nearest flight, I want to go to Shanghai right away. Zhang Ming put down the phone, then hurried out with his coat. Seeing her boss so anxious, the secretary looked puzzled and worried. Mr. Zhang, what happened? Why are you so anxious? Zhang Ming said in a deep voice. I just received the message from above. I have to go to Shanghai immediately to hold an emergency meeting. Everyone is required to be present within 3 hours. Hearing this, the secretary was stunned. The distance from Kyoto to Shanghai is not short, and being asked to arrive within 3 hours is too sudden and hasty, right? Before the secretary could react, Zhang Ming said again. Also, you must convene a board meeting for me immediately and notify all departments of the company to block all negative news and opinions about Yang Mi on the internet. No one can publish it. Even official media cannot pass the review. At least, it cannot be posted on our company's platform. All posts that have been posted will be deleted and removed from the platform. The secretary was stunned. What's going on? Why is Yang Mi involved? Zhang Ming said in a deep voice. Did you hear that? The secretary nodded repeatedly. Seeing the chairman's expression, I knew something big was going to happen. At this critical moment, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll do it right away. Zhang Ming said, Well, we need to be quick. If we are late, our company may not be able to survive. The secretary looked surprised. He didn't expect it to be so serious. I'm going now. The secretary ran out in a hurry. After Zhang Ming bought the plane ticket, he headed to the airport without stopping. At the same time, such scenes are not only staged in a certain jumping company, a certain wave group. The company is in a state of excitement. All members were busy, especially the department responsible for scarves. All the leaders are busy as shit. Because the chairman suddenly ordered that within 1 hour, everyone must remove all news posts with the title Yang Mi. And Chairman Xiao Wei has already set off. Go to the Magic City to hold an important meeting. Besides, including Baidu, Penguin and other enterprise internet companies, the same scene is being played. Just because I received the above notice. Request that before 6 o'clock tonight, for Yang Mi, the entire internet must be cleaned. Although the board of directors didn't understand what happened. After all, Yang Mi is just an entertainment star. It's normal to expose some gossip and public opinion. But after hearing the tone above, no one dared to disobey and could only make corrections immediately. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside the office building in Huangpu District, Shanghai. In the huge conference hall. At this time, various internet giants have already taken their seats. The one sitting in the front. You can see from the table cards that Ma Tang, Zhang Ming, Xiao Wei and other internet giants all look solemn. A sudden emergency meeting. I almost tired these people to death. What is going on? Why did Mr. Li suddenly call an emergency meeting? Chapter 29, one sentence, just for Yang Mi. Xiao Wei was sweating profusely after speeding for hundreds of kilometers. He even ran to get on the elevator. But I'm so tired. I'm out here discussing cooperation with others. As the head of internet monitoring, Li Guang. He not only manages the Magic City. More importantly, the Magic City is an important venue for internet monitoring meetings, so Li Guang has every right to invite these internet giants to attend the meeting. And the Demon City Bureau is not an ordinary city bureau. If it is placed elsewhere, it is provincial level. No matter how great a businessman you are, you dare not compete with the provincial government officials. Could it be because of Yang Mi? Ma Tang rolled his eyes and couldn't help but open the bottle of mineral water and take a sip. Have you all received a notice that topics related to Yang Mi cannot appear on the internet? Zhang Ming frowned slightly, looking thoughtful. Well, I asked other companies and basically received the same message. I think this meeting was most likely because of Yang Mi. An internet tycoon nearby raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What, because of Yang Mi? Mr. Zhang, this is impossible. Everyone sighed. Yang Mi is just a star. Everyone present was a billionaire worth tens or hundreds of billions. In their eyes, Yang Mi. But it's just a play. Would the head of internet censorship suddenly call an emergency meeting because of a celebrity? What a joke. How is this possible? Chao Wei's face was uncertain. Judging from a rational point of view, it is impossible for Yang Mi to become the core of the meeting. But in terms of feeling, he really thought that this matter was related to Yang Mi. Just then, the waiter came over and whispered, "Dear bosses, Director Li is coming." Immediately, everyone at the scene shut up. The meeting room is extremely quiet. Next, everyone saw an old man in a Zhongshan suit walking in with a serious expression. The old man is the head of the Internet Monitoring Department, Li Guang. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your hard work in preparing for such an urgent meeting. Li Guang's greeting was perfunctory, and then he said, "I suddenly called all the bosses here today to inform you of something very important. The reason for the offline meeting is because this matter is too important." Li Guang's tone. This made everyone a little nervous. Especially some medium-sized internet companies. I was thinking, is this going to clean up the internet? Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to speak. They could only wait quietly for what would happen next. Li Guang said in a deep voice, "From now on, no negative news or opinions about Yang Mi will appear on your platforms. If I find any omissions, don't blame me for being rude. In addition, for those who spread rumors and make illegal remarks, I hope you will actively report them and provide evidence. I will also give you corresponding rewards." After the voice fell, suddenly, all the internet giants present were stunned. No one dared to believe it. Such an urgent and grand internet monitoring meeting. It was actually held around a little star named Yang Mi. Isn't this nonsense? If it weren't for Li Guang's importance, I'm afraid everyone will stand up and say he's crazy. Zhang Ming and Ma Tang all looked puzzled. These leading figures? I also don't understand why Li Guang issued such an outrageous notice. No wonder we have to hold offline meetings. And at the beginning of the meeting, all communications equipment was collected. This kind of thing can't be said online. Seeing people talking about it, Li Guang's face darkened and he said in a deep voice, "What is going on? It seems like all the bosses have a lot of opinions. Boss Zhang Ming, please tell me, what do you think? Does your jumping company not want to make rectifications?" Zhang Ming was stunned. My heart skipped a beat. He was going to use his own beheading as a demonstration. Zhang Ming quickly stood up and said, "Director Li has misunderstood. I will convene a board meeting immediately when I return and pass these matters down. Guaranteed that there will be no mistakes." Even though Zhang Ming is worth billions. But he didn't dare to argue with Li Guang. The other party is an official boss. If he says your company has problems, then there are problems. Li Guang did not look at Zhang Ming. Look at other people instead. What do you think? Ma Tang and other entrepreneurs echoed. We'll go back and rectify it immediately. Seeing this, Li Guang's expression finally relaxed. Well, that's it, let's adjourn the meeting. Today's meeting is just a private chat, so bosses, please go back. Everyone understands. Li Guang's words meant that the meeting had to be kept confidential. After the show, various internet bigwigs rushed to their own companies without stopping. Passed the notice on immediately. In the meeting room, Li Guang took a sip of water. I finally felt relieved. Director Li, I am a little confused. Next to him, the secretary who had followed Li Guang for 10 years couldn't help but speak. Li Guang smiled slightly. I know you are curious why I would make such a fuss over a star, right? The secretary nodded and said, "Yes, after all, you represent the official position. If you issue a notice like this, there will inevitably be suspicions among those below." Li Guang sneered. They can guess whatever they want, but they dare not say anything. They have to do what I say. As a provincial official, Li Guang is very authoritative in front of Li Qing and outside. Li Guang continued. As for Yang Ni's matter, you don't need to know about it. I was also entrusted by someone. Entrusted by someone? Hearing this, the secretary was extremely shocked. The person who can make Director Li do this. How high of a rank is it? Chapter 30. The two met, Xian Baoer assisted. But since Li Guang has said so, the secretary didn't dare to ask any more questions. At the same time, in the Thompson Epine community, in a few hours, Yang Ni has been sitting on the sofa, following the developments on the internet. Sure enough, with the operation of Jiaxing public relations, the trend of public opinion online has indeed changed. But if this continues, I am still in danger. Sister Me, don't worry too much. Didn't Mr. Liu say that this matter has nothing to do with you? Seeing that Yang Mi was a little worried, he bye-bye comforted her. Okay, it's almost time, we have to go see Xian Baoer. Yang Mi frowned slightly, and said in a calm tone. Arthur Chan and Carrie Ying came with great momentum, and it was obvious that they had hired a top PR company. Jiaxing is having a hard time. Besides, if the losses reach a certain level, Director Liu will definitely give up on us. We must be mentally prepared for this. Yang Ni knows Chan Arthur's background. This young master from Beijing, the prince, has a well-deserved status in the entertainment industry. If Jiaxing's loss is greater than the benefit he brings, then Jiaxing will definitely give up on herself. Yang Ni is very self-aware about this. But when it comes to Xian Baoer, Yang Ni was much more energetic and forced to smile and said, Yeah, I haven't seen Xian Baoer for several days, and I've been feeling uneasy. I don't know if she has grown taller or if she is disobedient. He bye-bye smiled and said, It's only been a few days, how can it grow so fast? Sister Me, I want to remind you. Yang Mi was slightly stunned and said, Reminder of what? He bye-bye said seriously. This time you are going to meet Li Qing in person, and maybe you will even have a chat or something. And it happened in front of Xian Baoer. If you two were too unfamiliar with each other, what would the child think? Hearing this, Yang Mi was startled, and then her face became a little uneasy. Yes. How should I face Li Qing in front of the child? Thinking of that man's face, Yang Mi felt complicated for a moment. As for her relationship with Li Qing, it can be said that she is a complete stranger and doesn't know anything about him. But, the two of them actually became husband and wife. I gave him my first time facing such a man. Yang Mi really didn't know what to do. Sister Me, have you figured out how to deal with it? He bye-bye asked. You have to be mentally prepared. Yang Mi was a little confused, and even began to feel uneasy. She then looked at he bye-bye and said, Bye-bye, if you look at this from a bystander's perspective, what should I do? You ask me? He bye-bye's eyes were full of surprise, and then her beautiful eyes became complicated. To be honest, can I give you any advice on this? Yang Ni looked a little embarrassed and said, It's okay, just use your feelings to tell me what I should do. He bye-bye pondered for a moment, then said very seriously, I think you should try to relax, and even pretend to be affectionate with Li Qing. This is the only way to prevent Xian Baoer from noticing. You also know that although Xian Baoer is young, she is very sensible and much smarter than ordinary children. If she thinks you are wrong, I am afraid it will affect her growth. After listening to he bye-bye's words, Yang Ni nodded thoughtfully. She knew what he bye-bye said made sense. But it's easier said than done. Pretending to be familiar with a stranger you had a one-night stand with, this is really too difficult, right? Yang Ni sighed and said, Oh, I'll try my best. Well, the time is almost up, let us go. After packing the clothes I brought for Xian Baoer, Yang Mi and he bye-bye drove secretly to the place they had agreed to meet with Li Qing. About an hour later, Yang Mi's car stopped not far from Li Qing's suburban courtyard. Wow, this place is really remote. No paparazzi would ever think that you could come here. He bye-bye smacked his lips and said, Get off the car and go see Xian Baoer. Yang Mi covered it tightly. At this critical juncture, you have to be extra careful when going out. Just got off the bus. Yang Mi saw not far away. A young man, holding a girl, got out of the familiar Chevrolet SUV. Under the sunset, the dim sunlight shines on the young man's face. In addition to being handsome, there is also an indescribable beauty. Seeing Li Qing again, Yang Mi still had mixed feelings in her heart. I still feel a little nervous and uneasy, as if I don't know how to face it. Take a deep breath. Yang Mi smiled and said, Shen Baoer, look who's here. Yang Mi walked towards Shen Baoer. Shen Baoer was held in Li Qing's arms. Seeing her mother coming, her big, charming eyes lit up instantly. Dad, it's Mommy who came to see me. Li Qing smiled and said, Yes, go find Mom quickly. Li Qing knew that during the days when Shen Baoer was away from Yang Mi, I must be thinking of my mother. An ordinary child would have started crying long ago, so it was not easy for her to be well behaved for so many days. Shen Baoer stumbled towards Yang Mi. Then he threw himself into her arms. Mom, I miss you. Shen Baoer lay in Yang Mi's arms, feeling her mother's warmth, which made the little girl feel extremely at ease. Baby, Mommy misses you too. Yang Mi was extremely happy. After seeing Shen Baoer, her anxious mood instantly relaxed a lot. Let Mommy kiss you. Yang Mi kissed Shen Baoer on the face. Shen Baoer also kissed Yang Mi. Watching the mother and son get along, especially the happy smile on Shen Baoer's face, Li Qing's heart was slightly moved. Ha, does Shen Baoer miss his aunt? He bye-bye came from behind and said with a bright smile. Wow, I think Shen Baoer has grown taller and become lighter and fatter. Shen Baoer smiled. I miss my aunt too. Daddy lets me eat a lot of delicious food every day, and Xuan Baoer has become fat. Saying, Shen Baoer touched her belly in a very serious manner. Yang Mi and the others were amused by Shen Baoer. Okay, are you having a good time at Daddy's place? Is there anything that makes you unhappy? For Xuan Baoer life, Yang Mi cares a lot. Shen Baoer lay in Yang Mi's arms and said happily, Mom, Dad is very good to me. He plays games with me every day and teaches me how to read and draw. Shen Baoer kept talking non-stop. That is, what did Li Qing do with me every day? A set of running accounts. But after hearing this, Yang Mi couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Because in the past few years that Shen Baoer has been with me, I have never really been with her. Thinking of this, Yang Mi couldn't help but look at Li Qing not far away, pursed her lips, and a hint of gratitude appeared in her eyes. After revisiting the mother's love, Shen Baoer was also in an unusually happy mood. She pulled Yang Mi's clothes and said in a grandma's voice, Mom, you haven't seen Dad for a long time, don't you miss Dad? If you hold Shen Baoer together, Shen Baoer will be happier. Hearing this, Yang Mi was stunned and looked at Shen Baoer in surprise. She is only 3 years old, how can she understand all this? He bye-bye was surprised. Shen Baoer, who did you learn all this from? No, how do you know so much? Shen Baoer said seriously. The kids on TV are all accompanied by their parents. I also have a father and a mother, so that's it. Seeing Shen Baoer's serious expression, Yang Mi was a little at a loss. He bye-bye gave a bitter smile. Sister Mi, let me see how you perform. I won't get involved in this matter anymore. After that, he bye-bye walked aside. After all, this was Yang Mi's private matter. Yang Mi looked at Li Qing with a little embarrassment. Then he held Shen Baoer in his arms, as if he had mustered up his courage, and slowly walked over. Chapter 31, World-famous designer, could he know Li Qing? Coming to Li Qing. Looking at his extremely handsome face, Yang Mi was a little nervous. The complicated emotions immediately suppressed the courage that had just emerged. Li Qing, hello? After a moment of silence, Yang Mi said this for some unknown reason. Then she blushed a little, wondering why she was speaking so incoherently. He bye-bye behind him almost vomited blood. I explained it well before I came. Why did you become stupid when you arrived at the scene? Is this still the same powerful and fierce boss Xuan? He bye-bye couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he turned around and got into the car. In my arms. Shen Baoer seemed to sense Yang Mi's abnormality, so she said in a baby voice. Mom, did you have a fight with Dad? Yang Mi was slightly startled, then forced a smile and said, how could they quarrel? Mom and Dad are very loving. After that, Yang Mi looked up at Li Qing somewhat awkwardly. There was a hint of suggestion in his eyes. Of course Li Qing knew what Yang Mi meant. She just wanted to act so that Shen Baoer wouldn't notice anything and thus affect Shen Baoer's growth environment. For Xian Baoer, Li Qing followed Yang Mi's performance and said, "Thank you for your hard work in taking care of Xian Baoer over the years." "Xian Baoer, do you miss your mother?" Xian Baoer nodded, lying in Yang Mi's arms and said, Dad, why don't you sleep with Mom? Xian Baoer wants you to sleep with me." Looking at Xian Baoer's serious look, Yang Mi suddenly felt something was wrong. A strong sense of embarrassment surged into my heart. Facing this strange man who had slept with me, Yang Mi really couldn't imagine if it happened again. How would I feel? It's embarrassing to think about it. It's just so weird. However, Yang Mi couldn't show anything unusual, so she just smiled and said, "Xuan Baoer, be good. Mommy has something to do now. After Mommy is done with her work, she will accompany you with Daddy. Xuan Baoer, you must be obedient, okay?" Li Qing looked at Xian Baoer and said gently, "Yes, Mom is very busy, so Xian Baoer follows Dad first." "Does Xian Baoer not like Dad?" The two sang in unison. The little guy was quickly defeated and said obediently, "Xian Baoer will listen to his parents." Yang Mi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt grateful to Li Qing for acting with him. "Adjust your mood." Yang Mi looked at Li Qing and smiled faintly. "Well, I came here this time to see Xian Baoer and bring her some clothes. From now on, if Xian Baoer has any troubles or questions in his daily life, you can come to me at any time and I will pay for all the expenses." Seeing Xian Baoer dressed up beautifully, even after it became more refined than before, Yang Mi was still quite grateful to Li Qing. Li Qing smiled faintly. "Xian Baoer is my daughter, and I love her more than anything else." Li Qing's eyes remained calm as water. But in Yang Mi's opinion, it is extremely serious and pure. There was a moment. Yang Mi suddenly felt that the man in front of her seemed quite charming. Yang Mi was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Thanks." At this time, Xian Baoer climbed down from Yang Mi. "Mom, I have clothes." Dad bought a lot of beautiful clothes for Xian Baoer. "Mom, do you think my clothes look good?" Xian Baoer put on her new clothes and turned around twice in front of Yang Mi. Yang Mi's eyes were somewhat amazed. To be honest, from the first moment she saw Xian Baoer, she felt that Xian Baoer had become more refined than before. Now, Xian Baoer specifically asked Yang Mi to look at the clothes. Yang Mi just discovered that Xian Baoer's children's clothing is really amazing. Based on her experience and vision, this is definitely very high-end children's clothing. When Yang Mi saw the Bonpian children's clothing logo, his eyes lit up. This brand of children's clothing is not cheap. As for the one Xian Baoer was wearing, Yang Mi had never seen it on the internet. And it is more fashionable than any other model on the market. Maybe the price is also very expensive? The look Yang Mi gave Li Qing was even more different. She could see. Li Qing is really good to Xian Baoer. "Baby, you look so good in this outfit." Yang Mi praised Xian Baoer, glanced at Li Qing, and continued to say to Xian Baoer, "You have to listen to your dad here and be a good boy." Hearing Yang Mi's praise, Xian Baoer said happily, "Mom, I am very obedient. Dad always praises me for being well behaved." Xian Baoer's new clothes were made by a foreigner specially for her by her father. Xian Baoer knew everything Li Qing had done for her, and he told Yang Mi all these things proudly. Yang Mi smiled, then looked at Li Qing curiously. She knew Xian Baoer would not lie. "So I'm a little curious, did Li Qing specially find a foreigner to design Xian Baoer's clothes?" After all, Bonpian is indeed a foreign brand. It was at this time that suddenly, Yang Mi inexplicably thought of something. Previously, Li Qing took Xian Baoer to the dinner party. In the video, there was indeed a foreign woman holding Xian Baoer. And at that time I also felt that woman looks a lot like Bonpian's chief designer. Thinking of this, Yang Mi couldn't help but have a bold guess in her heart. Could it be that? Is that foreign woman really the chief designer of Bonpian? But soon Yang Mi shook her head. Jacqueline is the president of Bonpian Enterprises. How could a person worth tens of billions of US dollars have anything to do with Li Qing? This is something I dare not even think about. But Yang Mi was still very happy. After all, Li Qing is so good to Xian Baoer, so she can rest assured. Mom also brought you some clothes. You should keep yourself clean and hygienic. Yang Mi handed the clothes she brought to Li Qing. Then she looked at the time, her face showing reluctance. It's getting late. Yang Mi knew she should go back. I am still in dire straits and many things have not been dealt with. Xian Baoer, mommy still has some things to take care of. I'll come to see you in 2 days, okay? Yang Mi was reluctant to leave. Not being able to stay with Xian Baoer is a very painful thing for both the mother and the child. Xian Baoer seemed to notice that something was wrong with Yang Mi, and said in a baby voice, Mom, do they all dislike you anymore? Being asked so suddenly by Xian Baoer, Yang Mi was stunned for a moment. Baoer, what are you talking about? Mommy didn't understand. Xian Baoer said seriously. I saw it on my little phone, and there were a lot of people saying bad things about my mom. Yang Mi looked a little surprised. She didn't expect Xian Baoer to be able to understand the news. Could it be that Li Qing told her? That shouldn't be the case, right? Before Yang Mi could react, Xian Baoer said in a comforting tone, Don't worry, Mom. Dad said he will help you solve the problem. Chapter 32, Public Opinion Has Disappeared? Kristy Wu's world has collapsed. Mommy, don't be sad. Hearing Xian Baoer's words, Yang Mi smiled, then looked at Li Qing with a complicated expression. She knew that maybe Li Qing said he would solve the problem just to comfort Xian Baoer, and Xian Baoer obviously believed it. But Yang Mi is still very grateful to Li Qing. He did not discredit himself in front of his children because of what happened online. Yang Mi smiled gently and said, Baoer, be good. Mommy is fine. Okay, Mom will come to see you next time. After hugging Xian Baoer, Yang Mi looked at Li Qing and said, Thank you. Li Qing said calmly, Fine. Yang Mi felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. After instructing Xian Baoer on some trivial matters of life, then he returned to He Bai-Bai's car. Watching Yang Mi leave, Xian Baoer was a little sad and reluctant. Dad, when will Mommy live with me? Li Qing gently picked up Xian Baoer and said softly, Baoer, be good. When Mommy is done with her work, she will be with you every day. For this question, Li Qing was really confused for a moment. Yang Mi has no feelings for me at all. And the two of them are not from the same world. But if Xian Baoer is really not allowed to live with Yang Mi, that is also a kind of injustice and torture to Xian Baoer. A childhood without maternal love is incomplete. Perhaps, there will be a way to have the best of both worlds later. Not long after Yang Mi got on the car, He Bai-Bai got out of the car. Then he walked straight to Li Qing. Mr. Li, this is the bank card that Sister Mi gave you. There is 1 million in it. He Bai-Bai said seriously. Sister Mi is worried that you might spend a lot of money taking care of Xian Baoer, and is concerned about your financial situation. Anyway, just accept it, it's Sister Mi's gift. Seeing this, Wang Mian next to him was slightly stunned, and then he couldn't help but smile. Good guy. This is the first time I see someone worrying about Li Qing having no money. I know Yang Mi has good intentions. Li Qing did not refuse. After accepting the card, he said calmly, Seeing Li Qing's cold look, He Bai-Bai didn't say much. He just gave the money and walked back. The sky darkened. Li Qing hugged Xian Baoer and said with a smile, Let us go, Baoer, you must be hungry. Daddy will take you to eat something delicious. When I heard it was delicious, Xian Baoer suddenly became much happier, clapping her hands and saying, Okay. Dad, how much money did Mom give you? Li Qing raised his eyebrows and laughed. Baoer, do you want any new toys? Xian Baoer curled her lips and held it in for a few seconds before saying, I didn't. Xian Baoer lay in Li Qing's arms, hugged Li Qing's neck and said, Dad, Mommy is so good to you. Daddy will also be good to Mommy, right? Hearing Xian Baoer's words, Li Qing couldn't help but be slightly startled, then smiled gently and said, Of course, otherwise why would Dad help Mom solve the problem? Xian Baoer kissed Li Qing happily. Dad, you are so nice. Li Qing smiled. As long as Xian Baoer is happy, it doesn't matter what I do. Perhaps this is the change in mentality after becoming a father. Li Qing carried Xian Baoer into the car. Handed the bank card to Wang Mian. Wang Mian smiled and said, Miss Yang is really kind-hearted. She is worried that Brother Qing doesn't have enough money to spend. Li Qing smiled and said, Okay, go drive. At the same time, on the way back, Yang Mi sat in the passenger seat with a lot of emotions in her mind. This time I met Li Qing. She has always been paying attention to details and trying to understand what kind of person Li Qing is. You said Li Qing, is he hiding some identity? There was silence in the car for a moment, and then Yang Mi suddenly said, I always feel that he is not as simple as he seems. He Bai, who was driving, was stunned and said in a daze. It's not Sister Mi, what are you thinking about? Saying, he Bai glanced at Yang Mi and laughed. Sister Mi, it can't be because of Li Qing Shuai. You think he is not a simple person, right? He Bai was not teasing Yang Mi. To be honest, Li Qing is really handsome. He Bai has been in the entertainment industry for so many years. I've seen countless handsome guys. But every one of them is far inferior to Li Qing. Yang Mi waved her hand and said, let us be serious. Suppose you handed the 1 million to Li Qing, and he didn't seem to react at all, right? It was as if 1 million was nothing in his eyes. He Bai nodded and said, that is true, but Li Qing shouldn't be short of money. After all, he has a car and a house in Magic, and he is a native of Magic. Yang Mi added. And Baoer is wearing Bonpian children's clothing. Baoer also told me that a French aunt designed it for her. Plus, the foreign woman holding Baoer in the video really looked like Bonpian's designer Jacqueline. When I associate these two things, I always feel that maybe Li Qing is really not a simple person. After a few words, he Bai's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief. Sister Mi, what's wrong with you? No, you are not starting to fantasize about the domineering president plot, are you? Yang Mi frowned. What a domineering president. He Bai smiled and said. After a one-night stand, she brought her child to her parents' house many years later and found out that the child's biological father was actually a super soldier with $1 trillion fortune. Yang Mi rolled her eyes at He Bai. No kidding, I'm serious. He Bai smiled and said. Okay, I won't say anymore. But I think you are really overthinking it. Just look at who Jacqueline is. She is a super CEO and designer worth tens of billions of US dollars. Even the big guys in the circle rarely meet each other, so how could Li Qing know her? Yang Mi nodded without saying anything. I was just staring at the night view outside the car window. Maybe it's because of the children. Let her take every detail seriously. But Yang Mi believed that her intuition would never be wrong, and Li Qing was definitely not as simple as he seemed. At this time, on the other side, in the Sky Hotel in Shanghai, on the 45th floor, Chen Arthur was wrapped in a bathrobe, leaning on the sofa. Looking at the night view outside, he took a deep puff of cigarette and felt very comfortable with the relaxation. Took a sip of drink. Kristy Wu took the phone and planned to take a photo of the hotel's luxurious specifications and upload it to Weibo. Showing off is what she is best at. Huh? What happened? Is the internet down? Wu Yufei looked confused and kept fiddling with her phone because she found that she couldn't log into her Weibo account. After some fiddling, Kristy Wu looked at the mobile page and was completely stunned. Your account has been banned due to recent violations. The ban will be lifted in. Looking at the page prompts, Kristy Wu was stunned. Her Weibo account was blocked. And it has been sealed for more than 500 years. What is going on? Carrying is not calm anymore. Her Weibo account is very important. My Weibo account has been blocked. Carrying logs out of the login page. Inadvertently, I saw the hot search words about myself. After a closer look, Wu Yufei was stunned again. Because all the hot searches were about his own negative information, and all the public opinions that had been used to whitewash him disappeared. On the contrary, all the rumors about Yang Mi have disappeared. This is bad, my husband, something seems to have happened. Chapter 33. This is weird, Yang Mi has a backer? Being suddenly pulled by Kristy Wu. Chen Arthur was stunned for a moment, then became a little impatient. But before he could react, Kristy Wu put the phone in front of him and said, Husband, what is going on? How come all my dirty laundry has been exposed again? And all that belonged to Yang Mi is gone? Chen Arthur frowned and immediately snatched the phone. Let me see. Only on the internet. There are many negative stories about Kristy Wu. Even the top 10 hot searches are all about her negative information, which is even more fierce than before. Chen Arthur's face became increasingly gloomy. Then I searched for negative information about Yang Mi on Weibo. But what he couldn't believe was that there is no negative public opinion about Yang Mi. What is going on? Chen Arthur was also confused, and then he felt that something was wrong. Experience taught him that this is definitely a counterattack. But Chen Arthur didn't believe that Yang Mi had such great ability. He originally approached Wanqing Public Relations Company. Carrying felt like crying. It took so much effort to clear myself up, but now there is so much public opinion that I can't suppress it. And all the negative opinions about Yang Mi, her archenemy, disappeared out of thin air. What is going on? Could it be that Wondershare PR takes the money but doesn't do the job? Husband, please say something quickly, what should we do now? Carrie Wu cried and said. Didn't you say it would be easy to handle? Why can't you handle it now? Chen Arthur said impatiently. Okay, stop crying, you only know how to cry. I will go and ask Wondershare what is going on now. This kind of thing happens. Chen Arthur was also feeling annoyed. After all, it's a bit embarrassing. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Arthur called Zheng Yong, chairman of Wanqing Group. After a while, the call is connected. Mr. Zhang, what is going on? As soon as the call was connected, Chen Arthur asked first. Have you seen what's going on online? What's going on with carrying? On the phone. Zheng Yong said anxiously. I just noticed it too. I'm investigating the situation. Don't worry. Chen Arthur's face darkened and he said. Mr. Zhang, this matter cannot go wrong. You should know how important it is. Zheng Yong said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, you don't have to tell me this. I am now suspicious that there may be other companies helping Yang Mi, but I will be able to find out soon. I'll get back to you later. After saying that, Zheng Yong hung up the phone. After putting down the phone, Arthur Chen looked at Kristy Wu and said. I've already told President Zhang, he's investigating the matter, don't worry, there should be results soon. Wu Yufei was slightly relieved. Husband, I can't have any more accidents, otherwise I really can't survive in the entertainment industry. Saying. Wu Yufei's face turned grim, and she said coldly. No matter what method I use, I will make sure that Yang Mi, my mortal enemy, will never be able to raise her head in front of me. Mr. Chen, if she really finds help, it would be a slap in your face. Arthur Chen knew about Carrie Ng's little tricks. She said this simply because she wanted me to help her more. But Chen Arthur didn't care. Because now, he also dislikes Yang Mi, especially Wu Yufei's second scandal. This is really a slap in the face. If it gets out, the Prince of Beijing can't even protect his girlfriend. Isn't that just laughable? Arthur Chen said coldly. Hit me in the face? Yang Mi is not worthy of it. Wait for Mr. Zhang to call me back. At the same time, in the Magic City Wanqing Public Relations Company. It's already 9 o'clock in the evening, but the lights are still on. In the chairman's office, Zheng Yong frowned slightly, looking gloomy. Just because carrying was overturned and her negative information was exposed again, it gave him a headache. At the same time, Zheng Yong also felt a little confused. The fact that he took over Kristy Wu was basically known to all the companies in the same industry. So who is it that dares to go against me? And Zheng Yong also couldn't figure out who Yang Mi found to help her fight back with public opinion. At this time, the secretary came in from outside. Mr. Zhang, I just checked and no PR company has taken Yang Mi's order. The only one who is against us is the public relations company that Yang Mi is currently signed to, Jiaxing Media. Zheng Yong's face changed and he asked in confusion. Just Jiaxing Media? This is impossible. Jiaxing Media is just an entertainment company, and the level of public relations in their company is not even as good as our department. Although Jiaxing Media is a well-known entertainment company. But in terms of public relations, it is far inferior to the professional Wondershare PR. Zheng Yong continued. All negative public opinions about Yang Mi have disappeared. This is obviously a big deal. Jiaxing Media cannot possibly have this energy. The secretary frowned and said. That's even more strange. Apart from Jiaxing Media standing on Yang Mi's side, Yang Mi has no other support. Zheng Yong was confused. This is weird. None of our competitors got involved, so who has the ability to do this? Don't worry about it for now, notify all departments and fight back immediately. As soon as the words fell. Outside the door, a man in his 40s walked in. He was Li Qing, the project manager in charge of Kristy Wu's project. Mr. Zhang, things are a bit tricky. As soon as he entered the room, Li Qing didn't say anything polite and went straight to the point. All the authoritative bloggers we found for PR were banned. Moreover, all the online trolls were blocked. No matter how they tried to post information about Carrie Ng or Yang Mi, they couldn't get through. After hearing Li Qing's report, Zheng Yong's face darkened and his brows furrowed. What? All of them were banned, why? Don't various online platforms have red line standards for blocking accounts? Can't you just let the internet army avoid them? Li Qing took a deep breath and said. It's not about the sensitive content, but as long as there is information about Yang Mi, it can't be sent at all. It won't pass the review. It's not just the Weibo platform, the whole internet is like this. I wonder if there is a big background behind Yang Mi? Otherwise, it will definitely not affect the entire network. Zheng Yang was stunned. He never expected that Yang Mi's matter would reach this point. Banning the entire network, who else can do this except the authorities? Could it be that? Is there an official backer behind Yang Mi? This is impossible. Before this, Zheng Yang had obtained all of Yang Mi's information. Apart from Jiaxing Media, there is no other force behind it. Zheng Yang sat in the boss chair and fell into deep thought. The office was silent for a while. Seeing that Zheng Yang was undecided, Li Qing said anxiously. Mr. Zhang, you need to make a decision quickly. I suggest that we shouldn't take this job. I'm afraid that if Yang Mi really has a backer, we might suffer a loss. Li Qing, who has been playing with public opinion for many years, has a lot of experience in this area. If Yang Mi didn't have a powerful background, it is simply impossible to block all public opinion with ease. This is obviously not something that Wondershare PR can handle. Zheng Yang shook his head heavily and said. No, we have already accepted this job, and it was Master Chen who came to me personally. I have some friendship with his father, Director Chen, and he gave me more than 2 million. Hearing this, Li Qing sighed and said nothing more. Zheng Yang said in a deep voice. No, I'll contact a few other companies to see if they can help. I really don't believe I can't defeat Yang Mi. Chapter 34 Sister Mi, what are you thinking? Do you really think Li Qing is the domineering president? At this time, in the Thompson Epine community, Yang Mi and he bye-bye. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the phone in surprise. Obviously. The information on the internet also shocked the two. Sister Mi, what is going on? Is this turning around? He bye-bye said in surprise. Look now, all the negative public opinion about you has disappeared. Could it be that Jiaxing Media did it for you? Yang Mi's pretty face showed a hint of confusion despite her happiness. She still has some understanding of Jiaxing Media's strength. If Arthur Chen hired a large PR firm, with Jiaxing Media's capabilities, it is impossible to be so clean. After all, the entire network banned public opinion. This power is definitely not something that ordinary private companies can achieve. I don't think so. Yang Mi's eyes flickered. Jiaxing Media doesn't have that much power. This has to be something that only the official can do, right? He bye-bye was surprised. Official? What a joke, the government will help us, how is that possible? Yang Mi put down her phone and thought. So I am also curious, who is helping us? Jiaxing Media has certainly made some efforts, but the intensity of the actions is definitely not that great. Thinking about it, Yang Mi seemed to have thought of something suddenly, her brows slightly furrowed, and her eyes became somewhat deep. He bye-bye stared at her beautiful eyes and asked. Sister Mi, what did you think of? Yang Mi said calmly. When I went to see Xian Baoer tonight, she also said that her father would help me deal with it. I can't help but think. He bye-bye looked expectant, but was speechless after hearing this. Sister Mi, what are you thinking about? Are you really fantasizing about being a domineering president? Yang Mi smiled, shook her head and said. I was just daydreaming, but I always felt that Li Qing was not that simple. Of course, I know that he is incapable of doing this. He bye-bye sighed and said earnestly. Sister me, you don't have any feelings for him, do you? That is right, who wouldn't he be moved by such a handsome man? Yang Mi blushed, glanced at he bye and said. Why would I have such thoughts? There was no love between us to begin with. That thing was just an impulse caused by drinking. He bye nodded and said. Then you give him a filter. Li Qing and we are not from the same world. How can he help you? Even if he wants to help, he is powerless. Yang Mi didn't have the energy to refute. Because she couldn't find any evidence to refute it. Maybe it's just psychological. In any case, public opinion has now calmed down and there was no major incident. Yang Mi felt much more relaxed. We have to go to the company tomorrow to thank Director Liu. After all, they didn't give up on us at the critical moment. By the way, I asked Mr. Liu what was going on. He bye took a sip of water and said with a smile. Yeah, that's what you should do. Sister me, haven't you noticed that it seems like your luck has really changed now? Everything is moving in a good direction. Yang Mi smiled and said. This is not bad. We will definitely get better and better in the future. Although saying this, but Yang Mi knew in her heart that all these things happened, it seems that there is a big hand behind them. But I still don't know who is behind this big hand. The next morning, after a night of fermentation, carrying scandals have become increasingly uncontrollable online. A group of netizens who are enjoying the show. Everyone was watching the hot searches online with great interest. But I couldn't find a single word about Yang Mi. This made netizens curious. What's going on? How come all the negative public opinion about Yang Mi disappeared? Certainly, many netizens can guess that. This may not be that simple. After all, it is not uncommon for people in the entertainment industry to fight against each other. It all depends on who has a tougher wrist. At this time, Arthur Chen and Carrie Ng went to Wondershare Public Relations Company early in the morning. Damn it, after one night, why hasn't Zhengyan dealt with it yet? In the car, Chen Arthur's face was gloomy. He waited all night but Zheng Yang didn't recover. Beside, Kristy Wu's eyes were red. She has now been cyberbullied by the entire network. The image completely collapsed. If this continues, I'm afraid my entire acting career will be over. Honey, what should I do now? What happened to Wanqing PR? Kristy Wu was anxious and angry, and sat in the passenger seat with a sour face. Chen Arthur said coldly. Okay, I'll ask him in person when I get to the company. You better control your temper and stop showing off in front of me. Being scolded by Arthur Chen. Kristy Wu was stunned for a moment, but then she behaved herself and stopped losing her temper. Following Arthur Chen, she is very clear about her position. Soon after coming to Wondershare Public Relations, Arthur Chen and Kristy Wu came to Zheng Yang's office. In the office, Zheng Yang's eyes were red and bloodshot, obviously he didn't sleep well. Mr. Chen, you are here. Zheng Yang hadn't slept all night, and he sounded listless. I know things are out of control, but I've tried my best. Mr. Chen, if it doesn't work, you should find someone else. Zheng Yang really tried his best. Over a night, thousands of employees in the company worked overtime. But public opinion can't change. Zheng Yang was suspicious. Is there an official backer behind Yang Mi? Hearing this, Chen Arthur was stunned, then looked at Zheng Yang in disbelief and said, Mr. Zhang, what did you say? Chen Arthur didn't expect that. Zheng Yang is actually giving up. At this critical moment. Then where can I find another company? Mr. Zhang, I have given you the money, you can't not do this, right? Chen Arthur said in a deep voice. What's more, the relationship between our two families is here. Zheng Yang sighed and said, Mr. Chen, I advise you to stop caring about it. We suspect that there is a powerful force behind Yang Mi, someone I cannot afford to offend. Otherwise, no matter how hard my entire company tries, we won't be able to shake the other party in the slightest. In front of Carrie Ng, Zheng Yang spoke very bluntly. Without waiting for Kristy Wu to speak. Chen Arthur frowned and said, Mr. Zhang, is the matter really that serious? This shouldn't be the case. Behind Yang Mi, there is nothing else except Jia Xing. Besides, Jia Xing doesn't have that much ability. Zheng Yang said weakly. Who says it's not true? But the facts are there, what can I do? What if Yang Mi really has a backer, but she hasn't revealed it before? Just then, the secretary suddenly ran in from outside. Mr. Zhang, the tax bureau officials are downstairs, and there are also police cars. The secretary panted and said, "Is there something wrong? I'll let you know right away." Chapter 35. The PR company was shut down, and the circle was shocked. Zheng Yang stood up from his chair suddenly, frowning and saying, "What? Someone from the IRS? What are they here for? Didn't they just check the accounts last month?" The secretary said with a serious expression. "Not only are there people from the tax bureau, but also the police. I wonder if something has happened in our company." Zheng Yang's face turned cold and he said in a deep voice, "What could go wrong? Our company has always been doing well." The secretary immediately lowered his head and said, "Yes, but you should still go and have a look." Zheng Yang nodded, feeling a little panicked. "Mr. Chen, please sit here for a while. I have to go and deal with something." Arthur Chen didn't say anything. The other person is in an emergency and he can't say anything. Zheng Yang sorted out his clothes and planned to go downstairs to take a look. But before he walked out the door, outside, a group of people in uniform walked in. "Mr. Zhang, where are you going?" The leader was a man in his 40s, wearing an executive jacket, and was obviously an official. Zheng Yang immediately smiled and said, "It's Leader Wu. Why are you here?" "I'm just about to go down to pick you up." The man's name is Wu Lingsong, a cadre of the Shanghai Taxation Bureau. Zheng Yang is also quite familiar with him. Wu Lingsong looked serious, without a single smile on his face. "Mr. Zhang, we have received the report and have obtained relevant evidence. Your company is suspected of tax evasion. The amount is as high as 760 million. In addition, she is suspected of spreading rumors, illegally inciting public opinion, and causing serious harm to others, so please come with us. In addition, the company will now be temporarily closed down for rectification and cease operations." After a few words, Zheng Yang was completely stunned. What the hell is going on? Why are there suddenly so many charges? But Zheng Yang also felt guilty. It is true that they evaded taxes. But those bad debts have clearly been cleared up. How could they still be discovered? Before Zheng Yang could react, two policemen came forward, grabbed Zheng Yang's arms, and forcibly took him away. Zheng Yang panicked. What are you going to do?" Wu Lingsong said in a deep voice. "What are you doing? You have committed a serious crime. I have an arrest warrant." Zheng Yang struggled for a few seconds, then his tone softened and he said, "Don't be like that. There are many people watching me in the company. I can walk by myself." Wu Lingsong ignored him and said calmly, "Copy it." A pair of silver bracelets were put on Zheng Yang. In front of everyone, he was taken downstairs and put into a police car. Arthur Chen, who witnessed the whole process, standing downstairs, looking a little dazed. It happened so suddenly. I just arrived and haven't discussed it clearly with Zheng Yang yet. As a result, he was arrested. Now, Chris Wu's problem can't be solved completely. And Chen Arthur felt strange inexplicably. Just now the official said Zheng Yang spread rumors and incited malicious public opinion. Could it be that this is because of Yang Mi's matter? After linking the two together, Chen Arthur felt terrified when he thought about it. Let us go back first." Arthur Chen pulled Kristy Wu into the car and left. In the car, Chris Wu's eyes were dull and her expression was a little dazed. She seemed to have seen that her future was completely ruined. Woohoo! Chris Wu couldn't help crying. "Husband, what should I do now? I'm completely finished now." Arthur Chen's face was gloomy, and he was a little impatient with Kristy Wu's crying. "Aren't you usually very strong? Why do you cry when something happens? Don't bother me, I'm trying to figure it out. No matter who Yang Mi finds, I still don't believe she can make much waves. Things have developed to this point." Arthur Chen was very upset. It's not that he feels so sorry for Kristy Wu. To put it bluntly, for Chen Arthur, Wu Yufei is just a bedsitter. But if you can't even protect a little girlfriend, it is undoubtedly a loss of face in the circle. Especially for a young man like him. Face is almost everything. Arthur Chen drove away from Wanqing Public Relations Company. Soon, the news that Wanqing PR was shut down was revealed online. And regarding the incident where Wondershare manipulated the public opinion of Carrie Ng and Yang Mi, all of them are fermenting on the internet. After seeing this, countless netizens, they all looked shocked. Really? Wu Yufei was previously whitewashed because of the company's manipulation. And behind Carrie Ng is Arthur Chen. This is also known to everyone. If she gets into trouble, Chen Arthur will definitely stand up for her. But at the moment, there seems to be a more powerful person behind Yang Mi. Otherwise Carrie Ng would not have failed. For a time, the duel between Kristy Wu and Yang Mi, it was hotly discussed by netizens across the internet. Many people even speculated that Wanqing PR was shut down, was it because of the background of Yang Mi? At the same time, in the Riverside Villa in Magic City, after reading the script, Feng Quasi was sitting on the sofa, playing a game of chess quietly. The one sitting opposite him, also Feng Quasi's assistant, Ding Yu. Mr. Liu, your chess skills are getting better and better. I really can't keep up. Ding Yu was so defeated by Feng Quasi that he threw away his weapons and armor, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. I lost this game miserably. Feng Quasi said calmly. Don't care about winning or losing when playing chess, after all, you can review the game. But you can't do things like this. Once you lose, there's no chance for a second game. Ding Yu nodded and said, Mr. Liu, there is so much negative information about Kristy Wu on the internet now. Do you think Mr. Chen has lost? In addition, the public relations company that cooperated with Chen Xiao was just closed down and the chairman was taken away. Hearing this, Feng Xiaojiang raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise on his face. Was Wanqing PR shut down? Saying, Feng Xiaojiang smiled and seemed interested. Ha, so Yang Mi has someone backing her up. Perhaps the game between these two women will be more interesting than imagined. Ding Yu pondered. It would be better to say that it was a game between Chen Xiao and Yang Mi. Now the internet is all about saying that Kristy Wu was bullied and that Arthur Chen couldn't beat Yang Mi. Mr. Chen has always been a face-conscious person and he won't swallow this humiliation. Feng Xiaojiang said calmly. It's normal for young people to be full of energy. It seems that now, if nothing unexpected happens, Arthur will come to see me. Ding Yu nodded. Director Feng is Arthur Chen's uncle. If Director Chen is not here, then Director Feng will be Arthur Chen's backer. As soon as the words fell, outside the door, a man and a woman walked in. It was Arthur Chen and Carrie Ng. Feng Quasi laughed hoarsely. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. Chapter 36 Feng Kuzi, the power of the sixth lord of Sijio City. Uncle Feng, were you talking about me just now? After walking in, Chen Arthur said with a smile. I just heard you say that if you speak of the devil, he will appear. Chen Arthur put the 2 bottles of Tinghua in his hand aside and came to Feng Quasi very respectfully. Uncle Feng, you still love chess so much? Chen Arthur said with a smile. Chen Arthur is very familiar with Feng Quasi. He has been hanging out with Feng Quasi since he was a child, and he is like Feng Quasi's real uncle. Feng Quasi stood up, squinting his eyes and laughing. I was just talking to Ding Yu about you, and then you walked in. Come and sit down, Xiao Ding, and make some tea. After seeing Feng Quasi himself, Kristy Wu stood at the door, feeling a little nervous. Before, Chen Arthur only said he would take her to see someone. I didn't expect it to be the famous director Feng. This made her a little excited and nervous. For a star like her, Director Feng's status in the entertainment industry is close to the ceiling. Moreover, Feng Quasi was born in Beijing. When I was young, I always followed the gang in the compound. The connections he has are far more than just in the entertainment industry, and his background is terrifyingly deep. Uncle Feng, that is Kristy Wu, a pretty good artist. Arthur Chen introduced her reluctantly and did not mention that she was his girlfriend. Feng Quasi understands it all. He still had to go through the scene. Ha, Yufei, come and sit down. Chris Wu looked flattered and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Director Feng. Carrie Ng sat next to Arthur Chen. I started to get excited. Seems to see countless hopes. Just now, she heard clearly. Chen Arthur always called Feng uncle. That means the relationship between Chen Arthur and Feng Quasi is extraordinary. Wouldn't your future be secure? After everyone sat down, Feng Kuzi did not mention carrying's online affairs. Instead, I make tea seriously. Hanging foam, rubbing tea, shaking fragrance, entering the sea. A set of tea art that flows smoothly. Arthur Chen couldn't help but praise. Uncle Feng, your tea-making skills are really superb. This is definitely an art. Feng Kuzi laughed and said, Stop flattering. When it comes to drinking tea, the most important thing is not drinking it, but the steps. Brewing tea can calm one's mind. Only when one is calm can one do something well. Even in life, one needs to be calm. One cannot be impatient or rash. After hearing what Feng Kuzi said, the smile on Chen Arthur's face faded a little. He could tell that Feng Kuzi was pointing at him. Arthur Chen smiled and said, Uncle Feng, I understand. I was indeed too rash in some matters. The two of them talked. Kristy Wu next to him didn't understand at all. She just thought Feng's pants were very stylish and elegant, so she praised them. Director Feng, the tea you brew must be delicious. Feng Kuzi just smiled and said nothing. Only Chen Arthur knew. This is a kind of contempt. After pouring a cup of tea for each of them, Feng Kuzi said in a slightly hoarse voice, Yufei, are the things on the internet true? A sudden word. Wu Yufei, who was drinking tea, was stunned for a moment. I suddenly felt nervous. After putting down the teacup, Kristy Wu said quickly, Director Feng, everything that is said about me on the internet is fake. It is all fabricated by someone maliciously. And that Yangmi, I suspect she was the one who deliberately slandered me. She and I have always been at odds. Before Kristy Wu finished speaking, Chen Arthur coughed twice and interrupted her. Feng Kuzi said calmly, It's not a good habit to always think about slandering others. Obviously. Feng Kuzi simply looks down on carrying. That is, for Arthur Chen's sake. Feng Kuzi let her sit here. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be qualified to come in. Arthur Chen says, Uncle Feng, Yufei's words were inappropriate, but what she said was true. Moreover, I had previously approached the new chairman of Jiaxing, but he didn't give me any face at all and almost kicked me out on the spot. Chen Arthur had a bitter smile on his face. I said this to Feng Kuzi, just to let Feng Kuzi know. They are not giving me face, but they are giving face to people in the Beijing circle. Feng Kuzi of course knew what Chen Arthur meant. But he still said calmly, Everyone has his or her own stance, and your face is not universal. It's understandable that young people are full of energy, but sometimes, you need to humble yourself and work on improving your own strength. You can't carry the titles of your father and your Uncle Feng all your life, right? Arthur Chen nodded and said, I will remember what Uncle Feng taught me. Don't look at Chen Arthur's arrogance outside. Having said this, Feng Kuzi changed the subject and said, However, if the other party does not give you face, it means that the other party does not even give face to your father and me. Jiaxing did this without even saying hello, which was indeed a bit unruly. Arthur Chen asked cautiously, So, what do you think I should do? Feng Kuzi said without any hesitation, Of course, we have to get the place back. I teach you a lesson about your youthful impetuosity because I want you to plan things clearly before doing them, not because I want you to give in. You are now in the rising stage of your career. You should make a name for yourself while you are still young so that you can manage the family business of yours and your father in the future. Hearing this, Chen Arthur's eyes lit up, and then he said firmly, I understand, Uncle Feng. It seems that the new chairman of Jiaxing Media has an influential background. The person who could easily acquire Jiaxing is not a simple character. Feng Kuzi drank his tea slowly and said calmly, No matter how extraordinary he is, if he wants to survive in this circle, he must abide by the rules. Otherwise, you will be eliminated. The water in Beijing is so deep that more than 1 or 2 people have drowned. Chen Arthur was a little excited. With Uncle Feng's support, then, you can enjoy yourself to the fullest. Arthur Chen strikes while the iron is hot. Uncle Feng, this incident was caused by Yufei, so I think my first step should be to keep her position, right? If she is really kicked out of the entertainment industry, then no matter what I do, I will lose face. Feng Kuzi said calmly, This is nature. Director Li Wenwu and I were working on a film and television drama, and we happened to be lacking a leading actress. You asked Yufei to contact director Li Wenwu and let her play the female lead in this drama. Online public opinion is public opinion, but it will not affect her from continuing to film. The internet has no memory, and her public opinion will naturally dissipate in no more than 3 months. When it comes to Feng Kuzi's level, the artists under his command can completely ignore the online public opinion. As long as the authorities don't ban it, then he can continue to film and it won't affect his future in the entertainment industry at all. Chen Arthur's eyes lit up and he laughed. Uncle Feng, thank you so much. Saying, Arthur Chen turned to look at Carrie Ng. Why don't you thank Director Feng right away? Kristy Wu had a blank expression. I haven't recovered from the shock and joy yet. Feng. Director Feng, thank you. Thank you so much. Wu Yufei stood up, bowed to Feng Quasi, and said excitedly, I really don't know how to thank you. The conversation between Feng Quasi and Chen Arthur just now. Kristy Wu heard it clearly. The amount of information shocked her. It seems that Director Feng can decide the fate of an artist with just a few words. What surprised Kristy Wu even more was that Director Feng actually let me be the heroine of a movie. This opportunity is about to take off. At this time, Kristy Wu was extremely grateful that she was holding onto Arthur Chen's thigh. Otherwise, there would be no present. Facing Kristy Wu's gratitude, Feng Kuzi's face showed no emotion, he just said calmly. Benefits don't come for free, you should understand that, right? Wu Yufei was stunned, then said. Director Feng, I understand. From now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Feng Kuzi said calmly. Your goal is to take down Yang Mi first, then you will be qualified to work for me. Chapter 37 Xian Baoer wants to visit where Mama works. Chapter 37 Although Wu Yufei is not pleasing to the eye, but it has to be said that someone like her with poor moral character can thrive in the entertainment industry. If you cultivate it a little bit in the future, some actions are not impossible. Arthur Chen is just starting out and needs some help. So Feng Kuzi gave carrying a chance. It also indirectly builds up power for Chen Arthur. After hearing what Feng Kuzi said, Wu Yufei's eyes became brighter, and a hint of viciousness flashed in them. Director Feng, I will definitely not let you down. Yang Mi. In Chris Wu's eyes, she has long been a thorn in his side. Even if Feng Quasi didn't say it, she has also made up her mind to get rid of Yang Mi. As long as Yang Mi is in the entertainment industry, she will be threatened. Feng Quasi raised his eyelids and said calmly. Well, you can contact Director Li with Arthur later, and he will tell you about the crew. Wu Yufei nodded heavily and said. Thank you, Director Feng. Arthur Chen was also very grateful. Uncle Feng, thank you. Feng Quasi looked at Chen Arthur meaningfully and said hoarsely. Your father has high expectations of you, don't let him down. If you are busy, get busy. After Chen Arthur exchanged a few polite words with Feng Quasi, then he took Kristy Wu out of the villa. At the same time, in the Thompson Epine community. After breakfast, Yang Mi, sitting on the sofa watching the news on the phone. Beside, he Bai's eyes flickered, his face full of joy. Ha ha. Sister Mi, you have won this time. Carrying is going to be finished. There is negative information about her all over the internet. Her image has completely collapsed. She probably has no face to stay in the entertainment industry anymore. Yang Mi's lips curled up into a smile. She couldn't help but feel happy when she saw her old rival fail. Maybe the road ahead will be smoother. After a brief moment of joy, Yang Mi said calmly, although this matter has been resolved, we still don't know who really helped us. To be honest, Yang Mi has always been confused. She believed that joshing media alone would not be able to calm public opinion. After all, Lu Yanbin has no relationship with me. I won't help myself for no reason. Maybe there are other things hidden behind this. But who is this person? Yang Mi couldn't guess. He Bai took a sip of coffee and said with a smile. You are still thinking about it. I told you everything. Xian Baoer said her father would help you. It must be Li Qing who told Xian Baoer that he would help you. He also wanted to coax Xian Baoer. What does a child know? Yang Mi shook her head and said. I didn't say Li Qing. Even if it wasn't Li Qing, there must be someone helping us behind the scenes, right? But we don't know who this person is. I really don't like the feeling of being kept in the dark. He bye did not deny it. Public opinion was quelled so cleanly. It must have cost a lot. So it's definitely not just joshing media. Alas, how can we know about this? He bye said. Sister me, we still have to go and thank Mr. Lu solemnly. After all, they have really helped us and did not give up on us in such a critical moment. This is already a great favor. Yang Mi nodded, then looked at the pile of gifts in the living room. Those gifts were exactly what William, the chairman of Estee Lauder, had brought. Let us go to Jiaxing now to express our gratitude to Mr. Lu. Yang Mi stood up and said. It's a good time to pick up some gifts, those high-end supplements and a few bottles of famous liquor, take them all with you. As for gifts, Yang Mi really doesn't know what to buy. I just took the gifts that William brought, and they were of suitable value. He bye nodded and said. Okay, Sister me, I'll go pack up and we'll leave soon. At this time, on the other side. In the Huazhou Junting Villa. Xian Baoer was wearing a new set of clothes. Standing at the gate of the yard, looking at Li Qing expectantly. Dad, where are we going to play? Xian Baoer has become familiar with the villa these days. I often want to go out for a walk. So after having a full meal in the morning, Li Qing was going to take Xian Baoer out for a walk. In the past few years, Xian Baoer has never really gone out to play. Li Qing picked her up gently and said with a smile. Where does Xian Baoer want to go? Put Xuan in the safety seat. Li Qing sat next to her and said gently. Wherever Xian Baoer wants to go, we will go there to play. Xian Baoer opened his eyes wide and said happily. Xian Baoer want to see the building. Li Qing was slightly stunned and couldn't help laughing. Want to see some buildings? There are so many buildings outside. Xian Baoer shook his head and said with some difficulty. No. Not those buildings. I want to go to where my mom works. She said she works in a building. Dad, can you take me to see? Li Qing smiled. Xian Baoer is missing her mother. 2. The child is only 3 years old and has been following Yang Mi. Now that he's following me out of the blue, he will definitely miss his mom. Li Qing smiled lovingly and said. Okay, Dad will take you there right away. But when I saw Mama. Before Li Qing finished speaking, Xian Baoer answered immediately. Xian Baoer knew that I should pretend not to know him in public. My mother taught me that before. Saying. Xian Baoer felt a little disappointed and said with a pout. But why can't I call Mommy outside? Other kids can do it. Li Qing smiled slightly. When Xian Baoer sees his mother, he calls out whenever he wants. Although this will lead to Yang Mi being exposed. But for Li Qing, it doesn't matter at all. For Xian Baoer, he doesn't mind giving a little help and letting Yang Mi become a top figure in the entertainment industry. But Xian Baoer seems to be much more sensible than expected. She shook her head and said firmly. I have to listen to my mom and not bring her any trouble. Dad, let's go. Li Qing smiled and said. Okay. Wang Mian, go to Jiaxing Media. Wang Mian sat in the driver's seat and laughed. Brother Qing, should I notify Lu Yanbin in advance so that you can conduct a surprise inspection in person, so as not to scare him into having a heart attack? Li Qing smiled faintly. Not really. Let us drive there first. I just took Xian Baoer for a walk and he can do whatever he needs to do. The car set off. More than an hour later. Slowly stopped in front of the Jiaxing Media building. Chapter 38. The real little boss is here. Dad, is this where Mom works? Looking at the tall building in front of him, Xian Baoer was very surprised. She had only seen it on mobile TV before. Now that he saw the tall buildings with his own eyes, the little guy was deeply shocked. The world outside. It seemed more interesting than she thought. Li Qing smiled and said. Yes, this is where Mama works. Do you want to go in and take a look? Xian Baoer's eyes flickered, and he nodded and said. Think. Daddy, can you bring Xian Baoer in? Li Qing picked up Xian Baoer from the baby seat and said gently. Dad will take you in. Wang Mian got out of the car, opened the door for Li Qing, and said with a smile. Brother Qing, let us go up. Li Qing held Xian Baoer in his arms. Wang Mian followed behind, and the three of them walked into the building. Soon it attracted a lot of attention. especially some young ladies. When he saw Li Qing coming in, his eyes widened. Because they have never seen such a handsome man. Li Qing's appearance is very important to them. That is truly a beauty of the ages. No handsome guy in the entertainment industry can compare to her. Those young handsome guys were left 10 blocks behind. Who is this? Is he a celebrity? How come I have never seen him before? Oh my god, he is so handsome, is he going to make his debut? And he doesn't seem to have put on any makeup, it's simply amazing. Stop looking, she's holding her baby, if you look at her any longer I'll be furious. Several 4th and 5th tier celebrities were discussing it, and even the lady at the front desk had a look in her eyes. Seeing the eyes of these people. Li Qing has long been accustomed to the fact that being too handsome can sometimes be a nuisance. Shen Baoer looked at the eyes of so many people, all looking at her, and said timidly, "Dad, why are they looking at us like that? Shouldn't we have come in?" Wang Mian followed behind and said with a smile, "Shen Baoer is so cute, and your dad is so handsome, they can't help but look at you." Shen Baoer nodded and said proudly, "Dad is just very handsome." Li Qing was very happy. Being praised by his girlfriend for being handsome was much better than being amazed by others. After walking to the front desk, Li Qing said calmly, "If you want to find Lu Yanbin, just say Li Qing is here." The lady at the front desk was stunned, and then her face turned red. Facing such a handsome man? The young lady's breathing became quite tense. Sir, are you looking for our chairman?" Li Qing nodded. The lady at the front desk said enthusiastically, "Okay sir, I'll convey it right away, please wait a moment." Several men nearby looked at Li Qing with some envy and jealousy. When I want to see a small leader, I am always blocked by the front desk. This young man went straight to see the chairman and was received so warmly. Damn, being handsome is different. Moment. The lady at the front desk said in a very respectful manner. "Hello sir, Mr. Liu has come down to pick you up." When I just delivered it. The front desk clerk clearly heard that Mr. Liu was talking about Mr. Li, and he came down to pick him up in person. This shows that the handsome guy in front of me is still a big shot. "Would you like some tea, sir?" The receptionist was very respectful and then got busy pouring tea. Li Qing interrupted. "No need, I'll go in by myself." After entering, Li Qing held Shen Baoer in his arms, ready to get on the elevator and take her for a tour inside. The little guy kept looking around, as if looking for his mother. Li Qing smiled and said, "Baby, mommy doesn't work on the first floor, she should be upstairs. If you're lucky, you'll see her." Shen Baoer nodded happily, and Grandma said, "Really, I want to see Mom, but I won't disturb her and affect her work." Shen Baoer looked serious, very cute and sensible. Bite. The elevator door opens. Then the three of them saw Lu Yanbin rushing out from inside. "Mr. Li." Seeing Li Qing, Lu Yanbin was very excited and bowed very respectfully. "I really didn't know you were coming to the company. I'm sorry for not welcoming you." Li Qing Jinrun's appearance. Lu Yanbin had only met him twice, and he knew the importance of this man. Even if you look at the world, it is the top of the pyramid. Li Qing said calmly, "I'm just taking the kids out for a walk, you go about your business." After that, Li Qing took Shen Baoer into the elevator. Lu Yanbin stood aside cautiously and asked, "Which floor do you want to go to, sir?" Li Qing said calmly, "Let us go to where they work, Shen Baoer wants to take a look." Lu Yanbin glanced at Shen Baoer and was shocked. Because he knows. The real chairman of Jiaxing Media is Li Xian. I guess it's this little girl, his boss. After going upstairs, Li Qing took Shen Bao for a stroll. Wang Mian called out to Lu Yanbin, "Mr. Li is just bringing the children here for a stroll. You don't need to be so nervous. Just do what you need to do." Wang Mian said calmly. "Also, don't mention anything about Shen Baoer to anyone else in the company." Lu Yanbin nodded heavily and said, "Yes, I understand, Mr. Wang." "Mr. Wang, yesterday's news about Ms. Yang." Without waiting for Lu Yanbin to finish, Wang Mian said calmly, "It was done by Mr. Li. I know it is a bit inconvenient for you to do things in your capacity. From now on, you should just do your job as the chairman of Jiaxing. Mr. Li will let me handle some major matters. As for Yang Mi, just take care of her normally." Lu Yanbin breathed a sigh of relief. He also thought that Mr. Li would blame him for not handling the public opinion issue in a timely manner, although he was under Wang Mian's command. But when doing things, they didn't dare to directly use Wang Mian's name, so they were a little restrained. After hearing what Wang Mian said, they felt much more relaxed. Yes, Mr. Wang, Lu Yanbin said very respectfully. Then he showed a troubled look and said, Mr. Wang, Miss Yang just called me and said she is coming to the company. Do you want to tell Mr. Li? Chapter 39, Li Qing? Why did he bring his child to the company? After hearing Lu Yanbin's words, Wang Mian raised his eyebrows and said calmly, Well, I will tell Mr. Li. There is nothing for you to do here, go and get busy. Remember, you are just the chairman of Jiaxing Media now, just do your job well. Lu Yanbin nodded and said respectfully, Yes, Mr. Wang. Lu Yanbin knew very well. I'm afraid no one outside knows about the relationship between Yang Mi and Li Qing. Moreover, Yang Mi herself didn't know that Li Qing was helping her behind the scenes. These things, Lu Yanbin understood that he had to keep his mouth shut and do his own job. Li Qing brought Baoer to the place where the stars worked. Here, Baoer can see the stars who have appeared on TV from time to time. Dad, Mom's workplace is so big. Baoer's eyes flickered with surprise. I saw several aunties I had seen on TV. Are they the same as Mama? Children are curious about everything. Li Qing said patiently. Yes, they are all stars, but Baoer's mother is a big star and will become a superstar in the future. Li Qing said. Baoer was very happy, blinked her big eyes and said, Really? Mom is so awesome? Li Qing smiled slightly. Yes. Xuan Baoer, do you like it here? Baoer didn't quite understand what Li Qing meant, so she just nodded and said, Like. Li Qing smiled and said, If you like, when you grow up, I will give you the building. Baoer was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Qing in shock. Ah, Daddy said he wanted to give this place to Baoer? Li Qing nodded and said, Yes, that way Baoer can watch his mom go to work every day. Everyone will listen to you. Baoer did not doubt Li Qing's words at all. She has 100% trust in Li Qing. To Baoer, her father is a superman. Dad, this will be very expensive. Baoer doesn't want Dad to spend a lot of money. Baoer is very sensible, Li Qing is very pleased. But money is the most worthless thing to him. As long as Baoer likes it, I can pick the stars and the moon for you. Li Qing was strolling around holding Bao. After seeing the two, many celebrities, they all cast their astonished glances over. After all, this big and small are so handsome and cute, they are really eye-catching. At this time, Wang Mian walked to Li Qing's side and said softly, Brother Qing, Lu Yanbin said that Miss Yang will be here soon. Li Qing said calmly, Well, she goes to work and I take Baoer shopping, there is no conflict. When Baoer gets tired later, let us go somewhere else for a walk. At this time, on the other side, on Phoenix Avenue, Bai was driving an executive Range Rover on the road. Sister me, this car is so comfortable. Mr. Lu is really generous to give us such a good car. Bai said excitedly. Which artist is given $1 million luxury car as soon as he signs a contract? Yang Mi sat in the passenger seat, shook her head and smiled faintly. To be honest, the more this happens, the more uneasy I feel. Mr. Lu has invested so much, it would be unacceptable if we don't make some achievements. Bai said indifferently. Sister me, with your ability, earning a few $1 million luxury cars is not a matter of minutes. Yang Mi smiled and said, Okay, let us go over there quickly and don't keep Mr. Lu waiting too long. About 40 minutes. Bai parked the car under the Jiaxing building. When you unbuckle your seatbelt, Bai glanced at it unintentionally, and then was stunned for a moment. Sister me, look. Yang Mi was a little puzzled. What are you looking at? Then she followed Bai's gaze. I saw a black Chevrolet SUV parked nearby. Yang Mi's eyes narrowed slightly. This car looks so familiar. Is this Li Qing's car? Yang Mi said uncertainly. But she was certain in her heart that this was Li Qing's car. After all, she had never seen a second SUV like this one on the market. Bai was surprised. Yeah, it looks like Li Qing's car to me too. But why did he come here? Yang Mi got out of the car quickly. When he came to the front of the car and saw the license plate, he was surprised again. This car is Li Qing's car. Li Qing, why are you here? Yang Mi was very confused and a little worried. He couldn't figure out why Li Qing came here. Just as Yang Mi was staring at the car in confusion, he bye-bye exclaimed in a low voice beside her. Sister Mi, Li Qing is out. Yang Mi was startled and instinctively turned her head to look. Then I saw. Li Qing was holding Xian Baoer. Slowly walked out of the Jiaxing office building. Behind, Lu Yanbin also followed him out. Seeing this scene, Yang Mi was a little confused and a little nervous. She doesn't understand. Why did Li Qing bring Xian Baoer here? Is it possible that the company has already known about my affairs? For a time, Yang Mi had all kinds of guesses in her mind. I stood beside the car, at a loss. After seeing Yang Mi, Xian Baoer's eyes also lit up. But Xian Baoer didn't call her mom. Instead, he frequently looked to the side, as if trying to restrain himself from revealing his mother's identity. After coming over, Li Qing just glanced at Yang Mi calmly. Then he carried the child and got into the car. In just a few seconds, Yang Mi was very nervous. In such a public place, if there was any sign of something wrong between him and Li Qing, and it was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Until Li Qing's car left, Yang Mi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He bye-bye kept his eyes on Li Qing's car. After the car disappeared from the street, he said in surprise. Sister Mi, what is going on? What is Li Qing doing by bringing his child to our company? Yang Mi frowned slightly, thought for a moment, shook her head and said. That shouldn't be the case, otherwise, Xian Baoer would have called me just now. Xian Baoer's understanding made Yang Mi feel relieved. If Xian Baoer had called me mom in front of so many people, that would be the end of it. Yang Mi exhaled and said. I don't know what's going on. I'll go back and ask Li Qing. I saw Director Lu come out just now. Could it be that Li Qing knows Director Lu? He bye-bye frowned and said. No way. It is indeed a bit strange. If Li Qing didn't know Mr. Lu wouldn't come out to see him off. This happened. Both of them were a little confused and had no idea what was going on. Yang Mi took a deep breath and said. Let us go up first and I'll ask Director Lu what's going on. Chapter 40. He is actually helping us? With a worried mood, the two entered the building and went straight to the chairman's office. Ding ding ding. There was a knock on the office door. Lu Yanbin, sitting on the chair, smiled bitterly. He knew that it was Yang Mi who came to see him. Just now, when Lu Yanbin was seeing Li Qing off downstairs, he saw Yang Mi. In order to avoid being exposed, he hurried back to the office. But now it seems that Yang Mi will definitely come to ask me about the situation. Come in. Lu Yanbin said calmly. After Yang Mi and the others came in, Lu Yanbin pretended to be surprised and said with a smile. Miss Yang, why are you here? Come in and sit down. Lu Yanbin stood up and greeted him politely. Although I play the role of chairman, but you still have to be polite and respectful. After all, this is Mr. Li's woman. At least, that's what Lu Yanbin thought. Yang Mi walked in and said with a smile. Mr. Lu, you're welcome. After a few people sat down, Lu Yanbin poured tea for Yang Mi and he bye-bye. Those who don't know would think that Lu Yanbin is just a small follower and Yang Mi is the big boss. Yang Mi was not used to it and said quickly. Mr. Lu, please don't be so polite. This time I came to thank you. Thank you Mr. Lu and the company for helping me overcome this difficulty. Lu Yanbin was stunned for a moment. Then I realized that Yang Mi was talking about the calming of online public opinion. But the matter of public opinion, I didn't handle it myself at all. It was Li Qing who handled it. Lu Yanbin felt a little terrified. I feel like I am being rewarded for nothing. Lu Yanbin quickly smiled and said. Oh, it's okay, that's alright. Lu Yanbin's brain was working frantically and was a little stuck. Yang Mi was thinking about Li Qing at this time. He didn't notice anything was wrong with Lu Yanbin at all. Thank you so much, otherwise I don't know what I would do. Saying, Yang Mi paused, then asked tentatively with a smile. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lu, I just saw below. I saw a friend. Is there something he wants to see you about? Hearing Yang Mi ask this, it is not difficult for Lu Yinbin to analyze that. The relationship between Yang Mi and Li Qing was indeed deliberately kept secret. But Lu Yinbin could only play dumb. Your friend, come to see me? Which one? Seeing Lu Yinbin's puzzled expression, Yang Mi continued to smile and asked. The one holding the child is my friend. I just want to ask Mr. Lu, do you know him? Lu Yinbin felt a little troubled. It seems that Yang Mi really wants to know what Mr. Li is doing here. Of course, it's not her fault. Seeing Li Qing appear here, Yang Mi couldn't help but feel worried. Besides, Li Qing is holding her child. If something is exposed, it will be very disadvantageous to her. Lu Yinbin decided to just make up a story and said seriously. Oh, you are talking about Li Qing. Yang Mi's eyes narrowed slightly, her heart beating fast. Yes, it's Li Qing. Mr. Lu, are you and Li Qing friends? Lu Yinbin took a sip of tea and laughed. We were friends, I guess. We studied together before, but we didn't have much interaction after that. Miss Yang, I was just about to tell you this. In fact, this online incident is also thanks to your friend. Lu Yinbin said this, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly. What friend? He's my boss's boss. This company is owned by your son. I am just an employee. The voice fell. Yang Mi and he Bai were both stunned for a moment. Especially Yang Mi. A pair of beautiful eyes froze for a moment, then flickered, and said in disbelief. Mr. Lu, are you kidding? Can you explain it in detail? Seeing Yang Mi's attitude, Lu Yinbin immediately understood that Li Qing was helping Yang Mi without Yang Mi knowing. So Lu Yinbin said calmly. I didn't know Li Qing was your friend before. Until you got into trouble, Li Qing suddenly contacted me and asked me to use my connections to help you settle the matter. Li Qing spent a lot of money on this. Otherwise, to be honest, I wouldn't spend so much money on public relations. Lu Yinbin said, without revealing too much about Li Qing's identity. He also took the opportunity to give back the credit to the original owner. After all, it was not him who calmed down the public opinion in the first place. If Yang Mi only thanked herself, what would Mr. Li think if he knew this? As a subordinate, Lu Yinbin is quite good at being a person. It's all about human relationships. Yang Mi, who heard this, I'm a little stunned. These messages. For Yang Mi, it is really incredible. She never expected that. After I got into trouble, Li Qing actually helped me. Suddenly, Yang Mi recalled what Shin Baoer had said before. She said that dad would help mom deal with it. Although Yang Mi thought too much. But I didn't expect this to be true. Thinking of this, Yang Mi couldn't help but feel warm inside, and was even more moved. Lu Yinbin just said that Li Qing also spent a lot of money and sought various connections. He must have paid a lot of price for doing this. No wonder. In that crisis, Mr. Lu did not give up on himself. Perhaps Li Qing had pleaded for him. Yang Mi looked at Lu Yinbin and said gratefully, Mr. Lu, thank you very much. I am really sorry to trouble you. I really don't know how to thank you. Lu Yinbin was embarrassed and said quickly, Miss Yang, this is what I should do. Well, actually you should thank your friend, he spent a lot of money to help me smooth the relationship. Yang Mi nodded and said sincerely, I understand. I will definitely thank him later. But if you hadn't been willing to smooth things over, how could this matter have been handled? I owe you a thank you. Facing Yang Mi's thanks, Lu Yinbin was terrified, but he didn't dare to show any abnormality and could only respond. Yang Mi and he Bai thanked him for a long time. Then they brought up the gifts as a token of their appreciation. This frightened Lu Yinbin. In his eyes, everything that belonged to Yang Mi belonged to Li Qing. He didn't have the guts to accept Li Qing's stuff, so he made up a few excuses and politely declined. After the two sides chatted for a while, Yang Mi and he Bai just left the office. After returning to the car, Yang Mi sat in the passenger seat, unable to come back to her senses for a long time, feeling very complicated. Sister Mi, I really didn't expect that it was Li Qing who helped you with this matter. He Bai was extremely shocked. He is really capable. He can actually establish a relationship with Mr. Liu. Yang Mi didn't hear what he bye-bye said. What she kept thinking about was, I don't have much affection for Li Qing. In times of crisis, the other party helped me without hesitation, and I was completely unaware of it. This made Yang Mi feel moved and even guilty. It was already very troublesome for him to take care of the children. Now he is helping me, he is really kind and righteous. You said, Li Qing must have had a lot of difficulties in helping me. Chapter 41, Just because you have a background you can be arrogant? Yang Mi sat in the car, looking forward, trying to speak calmly. Mr. Liu is so nice to us. Is it because Li Qing is behind the scenes giving us gifts? He bye-bye was stunned for a moment and said, I think so. However, the reason why Director Liu values you is definitely not entirely because of Li Qing. After all, giving you a gift will definitely not lead Director Liu to give you a car or something. The biggest reason is that, Sister Mi, you yourself are valuable. Yang Mi sighed softly. Anyway, Li Qing helped us a lot. We have troubled him too much, and I want to find an opportunity to thank him properly and have a chat with him. He bye-bye nodded and said, Well, it's not easy for a man like Li Qing to take care of a baby, and now he's helping us like this. Alas, I feel a little guilty. Yang Mi didn't say anything. All she could think about was Li Qing. Also, when she was talking to Lu Yinbin just now, some details made her confused. Especially when I was thanking Lu Yinbin. The other party's attitude towards me seemed too respectful, didn't it? I even felt a little flattered. Thinking about these, Yang Mi's mind was in a mess, and after a moment she said, Go back and thank him properly. By the way, prepare some cash as he must have spent a lot of money on this. He bye-bye nodded, then laughed. Sister Mi, why do I feel like you are the one earning money to support your man now? Yang Mi was stunned for a moment, then rolled her eyes at her and said, Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for them, we would have been finished by now. Besides, other people have no obligation to help us, so it is only right that we thank them. He bye-bye laughed and said, I know, Sister Mi, I was just joking. Let's go. I'll help you arrange a meeting with Li Qing when we get back. This time you have to thank him in person, and you can't treat me as a messenger. Yang Mi smiled and said, Okay, I know. Let us go to Estee Lauder first. The endorsement work is about to begin. At the same time, on the other side, in a large lounge at Hengdian Cinema in Shanghai, under the leadership of Arthur Chen, Kristy Wu met the famous director Li Wu. Sitting on the sofa, Chris Wu smiled respectfully and said, Director Li, it's my honor to meet you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. After confirming the crew's affairs, Chris Wu was so excited that she was about to fly. It feels like rebirth from Nirvana. This is her first time making a movie. And she was the heroine. If you become famous, you can be said to have ascended to heaven in one step. Li Wu laughed. Although he looked down on carrying. But he dared not give Feng Quasi's face. Director Li Wenwu's achievements were all made possible by Feng Quasi. Plus there is also the second-generation Chen Arthur. The role of the heroine can only be given to Kristy Wu. Ha, Yu Fei is being modest. You are very suitable for this movie. It is definitely right to choose you. I always believe in my judgment. Li Wenwu habitually said things against his will. Work hard and strive to reach a higher level through this movie. Carrie Ying was overjoyed and said, Thank you for your affirmation, Director Li. Director Li, when do we start filming? I've read the script and I think I can handle it. Li Wenwu smiled slightly, lit a cigarette and said, I estimate that it will only take a few days. However, there is something I need to trouble Mr. Chen with. Chen Arthur raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Director Li, please tell me whatever it is. Li Wenwu took a puff of cigarette and smiled a little embarrassedly. For our filming this time, we need a special place for shooting, and it will be used for a long time. It's the Peace Hotel. I don't know their boss, so it's a bit difficult to negotiate. So I thought, please ask Mr. Chen to contact him and see if we can book it. Hearing this, Chen Arthur frowned slightly. It is indeed a bit difficult to book the Peace Hotel for long-term filming. The boss behind the Peace Hotel is a low-profile person. If you want to contact him, you have to use a lot of connections. But Chen Arthur still said, Okay, I'll take care of it, Director Li, don't worry. Li Wenwu's face lit up with joy and he said with a smile. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. Arthur Chen smiled and said. It's a small matter. Director Li just needs to let Yufei focus on filming, and the rest will be easy. Li Wenwu hurriedly said respectfully. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I will take care of Yufei. It is still early now, so Chen Xiao can take Yufei to see the crew and get familiar with the actors to facilitate future work. When it's time for dinner, I'll treat you guys to a meal. Chen Arthur smiled faintly and said. Okay, then let us not disturb Director Li from his work for now. The two came to the crew below. Many second-tier stars, and even one first-tier star. Everyone was talking and laughing while discussing the script. Some were still trying on costumes and rehearsing their acting. The arrival of Kristy Wu and Arthur Chen quickly attracted a lot of people's attention. It's Carrie Ng, why is she here? You don't know, he's here to play the leading role, Director Li personally asked for him. What the hell? Director Li is crazy, her character is ruined, and she is still the lead actress? Don't you see who he is following? That's Mr. Chen. What can you say given his background? The artists discussed in low voices. There are all kinds of gazes. But when Carrie Ng came over, everyone greeted enthusiastically. Sister Yufei, I didn't expect to see you here. Yes, I heard that Sister Yufei is playing the lead role, and everyone is so happy. Sister Yufei is so beautiful and her temperament is very suitable for our heroine. The artists laughed enthusiastically. Meeting Kristy Ng and Arthur Chen was like meeting my family. Seeing this, Kristy Wu couldn't help but feel proud. You guys work like slaves, but I can play the leading role with just a word, that's the difference. Hee, thank you all for your praise. Kristy Wu greeted him perfunctorily. Then I wandered around, took photos, and posted on Weibo. The previous account was blocked, so Kristy Wu asked Li Wenwu to create a new account for her. On Weibo, Carrie Ng posted a post and a selfie. Hee, thanks to Director Li for his care, I am preparing for a new play. This is my first time playing the lead role. I will definitely work hard. Of course, I am personally aware of the recent turmoil. It is just someone deliberately disgusting me behind my back. I didn't force you to leave Jiaxing in the first place. Now you want to bite me, let's give it a try. Chapter 42 Sister Me, give him another million. After Carrie Ng posted the post, I felt so happy. This feeling of turning things around by relying on the background of the circle. Her vanity of showing off was overwhelmed, and she was afraid that others didn't know that she could continue to film. For these, Chen Arthur didn't bother to care. He was very unhappy with Yang Mi anyway and was looking for an opportunity to kick her out of the entertainment industry. Soon, the post caused quite a stir online. Kristy Wu makes a comeback again. Despite the bombardment of public opinion, he was still able to get roles and play the leading role, which was something that many netizens did not expect. Many people can guess that. It must be Arthur Chen who helped Carrie Ng find the role. Sure enough, background is everything. Even if the character image collapses, you can still continue to mix. As for the person Chris Wu hinted at, obviously, it's Yang Mi. Everyone can guess it. Many of Yang Mi's fans tagged Yang Mi and the discussion was extremely heated. At the same time, many fans are also worried. Can Yang Mi beat Chris Wu? Her background is too deep. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after finishing the Estée Lauder endorsement, Yang Mi returned to the villa. Sister Me, you really have to go on a date with Li Qing tonight. He bye-bye took out a bank card and said. There is 1 million in this card, which should be enough for him to spend for a while, right? Yang Mi thought for a moment, shook her head and said. I guess the money I gave him last time was all spent on gifts and favors, so I'll give him more. Besides, Xian Baoer's expenses are quite high, and we can't let him live too restrictive a life. He bye-bye was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said. My God, now your attitude has made a 180-degree turn. Are you so nice to him? Yang Mi rolled her eyes and said. They have helped us so much, isn't this what we should do? He bye-bye nodded and said. If you ask me, Li Qing does have some money. After all, he knows someone like Mr. Liu, and his status isn't that bad. Yang Mi did not refute. However, knowing each other is just knowing each other. Mr. Liu also said that they are just classmates who have not been in touch for many years. In other words, only if Li Qing is willing to spend a lot of money will others give him face. Therefore, Yang Mi planned to give Li Qing a little more as a token of her gratitude. 1,500,000, we don't need much money right now anyway. Yang Mi said calmly. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at the same place, you drive me there. He bye-bye said. Okay, we'll do whatever you say. After packing up, he bye-bye sat on the sofa, swiping his phone and said, Sister Mi, have you seen what happened to Kristy Wu? Yang Mi raised her head and said, Well, she resumed filming, probably at Arthur Chan's studio. He bye-bye frowned and said, Sister Mi, we have to be careful of her. This woman is not a good person. You didn't see her, she was still openly provoking you online, it's so infuriating, I want to slap her twice. Yang Mi said calmly. Okay, what's the point of getting angry? Let's just do our best. When we become stronger, she naturally can't do anything to us. What's more, they now have the background and the capital to be arrogant. No matter when. Yang Mi always stays calm and doesn't get emotionally involved in these things. This is something he bye-bye admires very much. Yeah, let us wait and see. He bye-bye pouted and said. With her arrogant look, she wouldn't last more than 3 episodes in a TV series. Yang Mi smiled. This was just he bye-bye's personality. Buzz. At this time, Yang Mi's cell phone rang. When I opened my phone, I saw that the caller was Lu Yanbin. It's Mr. Lu. Yang Mi perked up, answered the phone and said, Hello, Mr. Lu. On the phone, Lu Yanbin smiled politely. Miss Yang, are you busy now? Yang Mi smiled and said, Not busy, what's wrong? Lu Yanbin said, It's like this. Our company has just received a new drama and is planning to let you be the lead actor. I'll send you the script and information later. Hearing this, Yang Mi's eyes lit up instantly. I'm finally opening my own business. Yang Mi hasn't received any new roles in half a year. Hello, Mr. Lu. Yang Mi said excitedly. Thank you very much, Mr. Lu, for giving me such a great opportunity. Lu Yanbin laughed and said, Of course, Miss Yang. I have sent you the information and script. Please take a look. Yang Mi nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll take it right away. Lu Yanbin smiled and said, In addition, I have something very important to announce. Yang Mi said seriously. Mr. Lu, you say? Lu Yanbin said. The company has already decided that you will be the director of this film and television drama. Miss Yang, please do not refuse. Hearing this, Yang Mi was stunned. Apparently some people can't react. Directing it yourself? This means that my status will rise to a higher level. The value of directing and acting by oneself. In the entertainment industry, this is extremely high, and usually only the big names can do it. For a moment, Yang Mi couldn't help but feel a little excited, but of course she was more nervous. Mr. Lu, isn't this too hasty? I've never directed anything, and... Before Yang Mi finished speaking, Lu Yanbin said. Then don't refuse, the company has made the decision. Besides, there has to be a first time, so just treat this time as a practice. I have assigned 2 directors to assist you. Moreover, the company has already arranged the filming locations for you, and you just need to coordinate it. Yang Mi was very excited. This opportunity was undoubtedly a chance for her to leapfrog into a higher level in the entertainment industry. Mr. Lu, this is really a big surprise for me. Yang Mi couldn't help but thanked. Thank you for your trust in me. Lu Yanbin said hurriedly. Miss Yang, please don't say that. Well, I have something to do here. You should take a look at the script first. After saying that, Lu Yanbin quickly hung up the phone. I was afraid that Yang Mi would thank me again, which made me feel scared. After putting down the phone, Yang Mi and he bye-bye looked at each other in bewilderment. Sudden news. What a surprise. There was silence in the room for a moment. Then, he bye-bye let out a sharp explosion. Sister Mi, we are going to be prosperous. He bye-bye hugged Yang Mi directly, and said excitedly. Are you going to become a big director? Yang Mi had a bright smile on her face. The surprise came too suddenly. After so many years, I can finally take a step forward. I was also surprised. I didn't expect that Director Lu would let me be the director. Yang Mi calmed down and said. But this is also a test for me, after all, I have never directed any work. He bye-bye said excitedly. You'll be fine, believe in yourself. And didn't Mr. Lu also say that he has found 2 guiding assistants for you? Yang Mi nodded. With my heart filled with joy. Still have some doubts. She always felt that Jiaxing Media was being too good to her. Especially from the beginning to now. Mr. Lu's attitude towards me is really hard to understand. Could it be that Li Qing is behind this? But thinking of what Mr. Lu said, Li Qing and he were just old classmates who had not been in touch for a long time. Although I can gain some favors. But it is definitely impossible for Mr. Lu to be so nice to me. Unless Li Qing invested and became the major shareholder of Jiaxing, but this is obviously impossible. Shaking his head, Yang Mi decided not to think about these messy things for the time being. It may not be clear now, but it will be clear later. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Yang Mi took her bank card and he bye-bye drove off. Still the same old place. More than an hour later, the car stopped outside Li Qing's yard in the suburbs. Chapter 43 Sister Mi, are you so happy when you give money? Far away. Yang Mi saw Li Qing's car. Sister Mi, I want to get off the car this time. He bye-bye handed the bag to Yang Mi and said with a smile. Thank them very much. After receiving the bag, Yang Mi felt very nervous for some reason. Although this is not the first time I have seen Li Qing. But there is still an indescribable complicated feeling in my heart. Seeing Yang Mi's face blushing. He bye-bye smiled evilly and said. What is wrong, Sister Mi? Are you shy? Yes, Li Qing is so flirtatious that any woman would feel shy after seeing him. This is normal. Yang Mi didn't want to pay attention to Yi bye-bye, she rolled her eyes at her and said. Okay, I'll go over first and be back soon. He bye-bye smiled and said. I'm not in a hurry, just chat for a while. After Yang Mi got off the car, she walked slowly over with long slender legs and high heels. Li Qing. After coming in front of Li Qing, Yang Mi was a little nervous. The relationship between them was a little awkward. Why don't I see Xian Baoer? A smile appeared on Yang Mi's lips, and she even looked a little shy. Li Qing looked at her calmly and said with a faint smile. I took her out for a whole day and she fell asleep because she was tired, so I didn't call her. After talking, Yang Mi's mood calmed down a lot. She looked into Li Qing's eyes and said seriously. Thank you, I didn't know you helped me so much. I went to see Mr. Lu today, and he told me that you spend a lot of money to ask him for help. Thank you so much. Yang Mi's gratitude to Li Qing comes from the bottom of her heart. Li Qing's eyes were calm. After hearing what Yang Mi said, he knew that after leaving Jiaxing last time, Yang Mi must have gone to find Lu Yanbin. Lu Yanbin didn't dare to reveal his identity without permission, so he made up some excuses. Fine. Li Qing said calmly. Xian Baoer cares about you very much. Yang Mi nodded. She has now gotten used to Li Qing's indifference. However, she did not feel disgusted at all. Instead, she felt that Li Qing was very sincere. He looks cold, but he is a very nice person. Otherwise, it won't help you. Yang Mi thought secretly in her heart, then took out a bank card from her bag, handed it over gently and said. Li Qing, there are 1.5 million in this card. Although it's not a lot, you can use it first. I know you spend a lot of money to curry favor with people, and Xian Baoer is with you. Yang Mi did not continue to speak, but said sincerely. I hope you don't refuse. See the bank card. Li Qing nodded without saying anything and accepted it naturally. Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Thank you. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. I will come to see Xian Baoer when I have time. After that, Yang Mi felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Then he said hello and got back into the car. Watching the car drive away, Wang Mian next to him couldn't help laughing. Brother Ching, Miss Yang is a nice person. This is the second time she has given you money. Li Qing also smiled faintly. He never thought that one day he would be given alms. Although this is not quite accurate, it is the fact. It's an extra income. Li Qing said calmly. You take the money first. As he said that, Li Qing threw the bank card to Wang Mian. Wang Mian chuckled and said. I won tea, take it. This is given to you by Miss Yang because she is worried that you don't have money to spend. Night. After returning home, Yang Mi was in a particularly good mood. She sat on the sofa and looked at the script and materials with great interest. Sister Mi, you are so happy even when you give money away. He Bai sat next to him and laughed. Yang Mi smiled and said. Okay, you've been talking about him more and more recently. I'm looking at the script information. Would you like to familiarize yourself with it in advance? It's time for you to pick up the work of an assistant. He Bai nodded and said. No problem, I will make sure everything is arranged for you when the time comes. The two of them looked at the script information separately. Get ready for the next job. I watched it for a full hour. Yang Mi had a general idea of the information. Mr. Liu invested a lot of money in this drama, and the supporting roles are all first-line stars. After reading it, he Bai was a little surprised. Moreover, none of the filming locations are in Hangdian, all of them are real scenes. The Peace Hotel was rented for 3 months. Yang Mi was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that she would invest so much in her first directorial script. This made her a little nervous. Yes, the rent for the Peace Hotel alone would probably cost a lot of money. Yang Mi took a breath and said. Most of the shots were taken at the Peace Hotel. The hotel even needs to be renovated again to vividly restore the style of the 1950s. The Peace Hotel is a historical symbol in Shanghai. After all, it has experienced the war years. In that turbulent era, it became a landmark area in Shanghai. Wasn't there a saying circulating at that time? No matter what you did wrong outside, once you entered the Peace Hotel, no one could touch you. Even people from the concession cannot do that. It can be seen that Peace Hotel has a great status in Shanghai. And this drama directed by Yang Mi. The background itself is the old Shanghai, so the Peace Hotel is unavoidable. It seems that I have to work harder and must not let Mr. Liu down. Yang Mi said calmly. By the way, we will post a message later. Director Liu asked us to announce the crew information in advance as a promotion. He Bai nodded. Many dramas need marketing before filming begins. This is also to attract attention before the film is released. Then, he Bai edited a paragraph and posted it on Yang Mi's Weibo account. Sorry for keeping you waiting, the new drama is about to start filming. I'll give you a sneak peek of the cast in advance. He Bai edited the names of several first-line celebrities. Several well-known filming locations were then revealed. After posting, in less than 5 minutes, it immediately caused a lot of public opinion on the internet. Moreover, the heat is rising very quickly. It quickly became a hot topic on Weibo and major online platforms. After seeing this, many netizens. They were all stunned. No one expected that Yang Mi would officially announce her comeback. After more than half a year of silence, Yang Mi's return has excited countless fans. Many well-known bloggers sent their blessings. At this time, it's not just netizens who saw this news. Wu Yufei, who was in a villa in Shanghai, also saw the news. Chapter 44, Mr. Yu, boss of Peace Hotel, a big shot? Husband. In the villa, Wu Yufei, who had just come here, stared at her phone with wide eyes. Husband, look, Yang Mi has also announced that she will be filming a new movie. What's the point of her posting a production crew promotion at this time? Isn't it obvious that she's trying to steal my popularity? Seeing the hot searches about Yang Mi on the internet, Kristy Wu was very angry. Normally when the two dramas are being promoted, one party releases first, and then the other party releases after a while. This avoids traffic competition. And Yang Mi followed closely behind. For carrying. This is stealing the spotlight from yourself. Next to him, after reading the news online, his face darkened slightly, and he was obviously a little unhappy. You and Yang Mi have been sworn enemies. You have been bullying her before. Now that she has turned the tables, it is natural for you to take revenge. This is normal. Chen Arthur smoked a cigarette and said. Don't be in a hurry. Wait until Yang Mi's crew starts filming. I will find a chance to prevent her from filming. Since the last public opinion incident, Arthur Chen lost a lot of face. So although he didn't have a deep hatred towards Yang Mi, he still had a grudge against her. Honey, something bad is going to happen, look quickly. At this time, Wu Yufei was startled again and said, Yang Ni's main filming location is the same as ours. Arthur Chen narrowed his eyes, then came to Chris Wu and said, What's going on? Chris Wu put the phone in front of Arthur Chen and said, Look, Yang Mi said in the publicity that their crew filmed mainly at the Peace Hotel. But our venue is also the Peace Hotel. Isn't this stealing from us? Chris Wu's eyes turned red with anger. The popularity was snatched away, and the filming location was also snatched away. She wanted to ban Yang Mi right now, but she didn't have the ability to do so. Seeing this news, Chen Arthur frowned. He didn't know if Yang Mi did it on purpose. But playing like this is clearly blocking your own way. Today during the day, I also told Director Li that I would be in charge of the filming locations for the crew. As a result, someone else got there first. This made Chen Arthur a little bit unbearable. If you get slapped in the face every time, what's the point of being in this circle? Taking a deep puff of cigarette, Chen Arthur said in a deep voice, I will find a way to make the Peace Hotel cancel the contract with Yang Mi. This kind of thing happens. Under normal circumstances, the crews of both sides will communicate and try to use them in turns. Or you could just find another location to shoot the film. But this is different for Arthur Chen. Behind this is a game. As long as it is a game, you can't give in. If you make concessions, then your face will be completely lost in the circle. After all, now, there are many people in the circle who are watching me. Wu Yufei asked with some concern. Husband, do you know the boss behind the Peace Hotel? Although Kristy Wu is arrogant and domineering, but she is not stupid. Peace Hotel is more than just a hotel. The boss behind the scenes is a big shot and the devil. As the prince of the entertainment industry, it is not certain whether Chen Arthur can have a say. I may not be able to do it, but Uncle Phone will definitely help me. Arthur Chen said with deep eyes. If Uncle Phone could smooth things over and let Boss Yu know the pros and cons, Boss Yu is a smart man and would definitely terminate the contract with Yang Mi. Mr. Yu, as mentioned by Chen Arthur, is the current boss behind the Peace Hotel, Yu Liang. I heard Uncle Phone. Wu Yufei's eyes brightened a little. As a famous director in Beijing, Feng Kuzi has a lot of face no matter where he is. With such a wide network of contacts, he is indeed qualified to have a conversation with Yu Liang. Chen Arthur put out the cigarette but in his hand and said calmly, I'll call Uncle Feng later. At the same time, in the Riverside Villa, the large living room was brightly lit. Feng Quasi sat on a pure Wanwali armchair, sipping tea quietly. Beside, Li Wenwu sat on a wooden stool, as respectful as a primary school student. Director Feng, you know all the news, right? Li Wenwu said cautiously. Yang Mi just posted a message to promote her new drama. Was this intentional? Also, Yang Mi's filming location actually conflicts with ours. Isn't that a bit too much? Could it be that she was deliberately looking for trouble because of the grudge between her and Carrying? Hearing this, Feng Quasi rolled a cigarette slowly, lit it with the charcoal fire of the tea stove and said, Most likely it wasn't intentional. Li Wenwu frowned. Well, this doesn't make sense. Feng Quasi said with deep eyes. The filming locations of your film crew have not been publicly disclosed online, so Yang Mi basically won Tino about it. And since she has already posted a message to promote the popularity, it means that Jiaxing Media has already negotiated with the Peace Hotel and they have always been ahead of you. It's just a coincidence. Feng Kuzi is calm and sophisticated. No matter what happens, I will look at the problem from an outsider's perspective. This made Li Wenwu, a student, deeply impressed. Li Wenwu frowned, sighed, and said, So what should we do? Change the location? Feng Quasi glanced at him and said calmly, If you do this, where will Arthur's face be? Upon hearing this, Li Wenwu's face immediately changed and he quickly changed his words. Then I will find a way to make Boss Yu break the contract with Yang Mi. Feng Quasi ignored his words and said slowly, You should know that in a game, as long as the other party is in your way, you must remove it, otherwise, you will not only lose face, but also your authority. So no matter whether Yang Mi did it on purpose or not, you are the only one who can use the Peace Hotel, and you must not let Yang Mi use it. Li Wenwu nodded heavily and said, Yes, Director Feng. But, this might be a bit difficult. Yu Liang from Peace Hotel. People who have a high status in the Magic City and are involved in both the black and white worlds may not give themselves any face at all. So Li Wenwu was a little doubtful whether he could handle it. Feng Kuzi said calmly. You don't have to worry about this. I will give a heads up to Boss Yu and then let Arthur take charge. Li Wenwu breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes lit up. If Director Feng could come forward, this matter would be easier to handle. Feng Kuzi said indifferently. Okay, you go back first and tell Arthur to go directly to Jinghai Mansion to find Yu Liang tomorrow. Li Wenwu nodded. Okay, Director Feng, since there is nothing else to do, I won't disturb your rest. After that, Li Wenwu retreated quietly. After leaving Bin Villa, Li Wenwu's heart was in turmoil. Yang Ni's actions completely put her in conflict with Chen Xiao. Even in a sense, Yang Ni has offended the Beijing circle and most of the entertainment circle. It seems like there will be one less beauty in the circle. Li Wenwu lit a cigarette and drove away into the night. 10 p.m. Not far from the Bund area of Shanghai, there is a relatively quiet old house, Jinghai Mansion. In the magic city of modern society, Jinghai Mansion can be regarded as a residence with historical preservation value. Having experienced a century of turmoil in public relations, although it has been renovated several times, it still exudes a solemn and profound sense of heaviness. Especially at night. The yellow street lamp with hollow iron flowers illuminates half of the villa, making people feel like they are back in the old Shanghai. The owner of this century-old mansion is Yu Liang, the current boss of the Peace Hotel. In the living room of the mansion, Yu Liang was wearing a tang suit pajamas, sitting on a rattan chair, quietly enjoying a foot bath. Nearly 60 years old. Yu Liang has white hair, but he is energetic and has a ruddy complexion. The girls who were responsible for soaking his feet were all around 18 or 19 years old. Every year, Yu Liang's housekeeper is recruited on a special website. They are 18 or 19-year-old girls with high education and extremely beautiful appearance, who serve Yu Liang. To put it bluntly, they are servants. Master, Feng Quasi just had someone send over a box of gifts. The narrator, a butler in his 40s, lowered his head and whispered. I opened it and took a look. It was a pair of porcelain vases from the Ming Dynasty palace. Yu Liang leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes and rested, then said calmly. Those people in Suzhou City have always had a special liking for antiques for many years. Feng Kuzi was really willing to give a pair of Ming Dynasty porcelain vases as a gift. The butler whispered. My lord, if someone is too nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Does Feng Quasi want to ask you for anything? Yu Liang smiled faintly. It's not a big deal. He wants to film a movie and rent the entire Peace Hotel for a month. It's just that I had rented it to Chairman Jiaxing before, and Feng Quasi just wanted me to cancel the contract. Chapter 45, Calm on the surface, but undercurrents are surging. The housekeeper raised his eyebrows and stood beside Yu Liang and whispered. Master, didn't you just sign a cooperation agreement with Jiaxing the day before yesterday? Now Feng Quasi wants you to cancel the contract. Isn't this putting you in a difficult position? Yu Liang slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So, isn't this just asking someone to deliver antiques? Arthur Chen will come to visit me tomorrow, and the second generation will talk to me in detail about the specific matters. The housekeeper said. Chen Arthur? Is he Chen Ji's son? For such a small matter, several directors in Beijing are getting involved. Our Peace Hotel is not that popular, right? Yu Liang smiled slightly, and a deep light shone through his cloudy old eyes. This is far from a matter of filming. If you just want to shoot a movie, there are more than one hotel in Shanghai that can replace the Peace Hotel as a filming location. The housekeeper's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment he asked tentatively. What the master means is, could it be that the matter is related to the dispute between Yang Mi and that Kristy Wu? Saying. The butler looked a little surprised and said puzzledly. This is impossible. It's just a fight between two little stars. Who is Feng Quasi? Would he care about such a thing? Yu Liang took a sip of tea and said slowly. Things are not as simple as you think. Carrying is Arthur Chen's little girlfriend, and the public opinion was so harsh that it was equivalent to a slap in Arthur Chen's face. Arthur Chen is Chen Ji's son and holds a pivotal position in the entertainment industry, so naturally he wants to get back at his former self. Therefore, what happened between them was no longer just a fight between little stars, but a game between two parties. Hearing this, the butler smiled and said, "Now that Feng Quasi has stepped forward, this is no longer called bargaining. Yang Ni will not end up well." Yu Liang smiled and then said, "Although it is true to say so, nothing is absolute. How do you know that there is no one behind Yang Mi? If Yang Mi didn't have someone behind her, Estee Lauder would not continue to endorse her and Jia Xing would not protect her to the death. Lao Zhang, you should think more when you look at things. However, judging from the current situation, Yang Ni's chances of winning are slim. After all, she is not offending an individual, but a circle." Hearing Yu Liang's words, the old butler nodded deeply. Yu Liang always looks at things from a long-term perspective and is able to grasp the details when analyzing problems. "So, sir, do you mean to help Feng with his pants?" the butler asked. "If I help Feng Quasi, I might be accused of being insincere." Yu Liang has developed to this position now. Money, antiques, or women, they are no longer in short supply. The most important thing is reputation. Yu Liang understood what the housekeeper meant. But he still smiled and said, "Reputation is important, but what is more important is to weigh the pros and cons. I agreed to Chairman Jiaxing before because I was not sure about Lu Yanbin's ability. Since he was able to acquire Jiaxing Media at once, he must have some powerful background, so I just treated it as making friends with him. However, now that I have encountered this kind of thing, I must help my old friend. Feng Quasi and Chen Go both have complicated backgrounds, so we should give them face." The old butler nodded and said nothing more. The next morning, a Mercedes-Benz business car slowly stopped in front of the gate of Jinghai Mansion. Then, Arthur Chen and Kristy Wu got out of the car. Behind them, there was also a young man following, holding a small wooden box. Just as I reached the gate of the mansion, a man in his 40s came to greet him. "Is it Mr. Chen?" The man was Yu Liang's butler. Arthur Chen smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Arthur Chen, and I'm here to see Mr. Yu." The butler smiled and nodded. "Come with me." Following the butler, the two soon arrived at the reception room on the second floor of the mansion. Although the mansion doesn't look very big from the front. But after entering the reception room, I found that it was more than 200 square meters. There are a wide variety of display cabinets, ornaments, and decorations. At the innermost part, there is a tea tray carved from a whole piece of solid wood. Yu Liang sat inside. Seeing the two people coming in, he said with a smile, "Mr. Chen is here, please take a seat." Chen Arthur stepped forward enthusiastically and said respectfully, "Met Mr. Yu." Kristy Wu was both nervous and excited. She bowed slightly and said, "Met Mr. Yu." Yu Liang laughed and said, "You're welcome. Come and sit down, I just made some tea." Chen Arthur walked over and slowly sat down opposite Yu Liang. Then, the young man behind him handed over the wooden box. "Mr. Yu, it's the first time we meet, so I'm sorry to show my respect." Arthur Chen opened the wooden box and found a goldfish lying inside. Of course, it is not a literal goldfish, but a fish made of gold, weighing 3 pounds. "Just a small token of my appreciation. I hope Mr. Yu will accept it," Arthur Chen said respectfully. Yu Liang glanced at the goldfish without lingering on it for too long, but smiled and said, "There is no need for Mr. Chen to do this. This goldfish, including the craftsmanship, is worth at least $1 million. I haven't done anything for it, so how can I accept such an expensive gift?" Chen Arthur understood that Yu Liang was only pointing this out to him, so he should just say whatever he wanted to say. Chen Arthur smiled and said, "Being able to enter this mansion and meet Boss Yu, this yellow croaker has realized its value." Upon hearing this, Yu Liang smiled. Sure enough, the young master in the Beijing circle is not just a pretty face, he has some real talent. At least in terms of emotional intelligence, it's acceptable. Yu Liang got straight to the point. "Mr. Chen wants me to break the contract with Yang Mi and then cooperate with you, right?" "No problem." Chen Arthur was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yu Liang to be so straightforward. Yu Liang smiled faintly and said, "Your Uncle Feng already talked to me on the phone yesterday. It's just a small matter, don't make it a big deal. When I returned to Kyoto and met Director Chen, he took me to say hello to him." Chen Arthur came back to his senses, his eyes flickered, and he said gratefully, "Mr. Yu, thank you so much." Kristy Wu next to him was even more excited. This time, we have completely turned the tables. And Kristy Wu has decided to do it even better. Mr. Yu, thank you so much. Carrie Wu stood up and thanked. Well, there is actually one more thing I would like to trouble you with. As soon as these words came out, the expression on Yu Liang's face changed slightly, and then he smiled faintly. Oh, Miss Wu, is there anything else? Chapter 46, Weighing the Pros and Cons, the Calculations of the Boss of the Magic City. Arthur Chen glanced at Kristy Wu. From the calm expression on his face, you can tell that he knows what Chris Wu is going to say. Wu Yufei said somewhat embarrassedly. Boss Yu, to be honest, I know I am not qualified to be with you. Yu Liang interrupted. Miss Wu, you are Mr. Chen's person, so of course you are qualified. Just tell me what you want to say. There are no outsiders here. Wu Yufei took a deep breath and said. Boss Yu, you know the owners of the other hotels in Shanghai that are similar to the Peace Hotel, right? Hearing this, Yu Liang frowned slightly, then smiled and said. What Ms. Wu means is that if you want me to communicate with the other companies, can't we cooperate with Yang Mi's crew? Wu Yufei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said. Boss Yu, you know everything. Can you help us with this? Yu Liang raised his eyebrows and said calmly. You? Mr. Chen, is this what you mean? Chen Arthur smiled slightly and said respectfully. Boss Yu, Yang Mi has gone against me several times, so naturally I have to fight back against her, otherwise I will lose my reputation in the Beijing circle. Of course, I won't let Boss Yu do me this favor for nothing. Yu Liang's face darkened a little, and he leaned back in his chair and said. Mr. Chen, I am being polite enough to cooperate with you and terminate the contract with Yang Mi, right? Now you ask me to do this, don't you think it's abrupt? Chen Arthur felt a little nervous. He understood that what Yu Liang meant was that we didn't have much of a relationship, and doing this was a bit over the line. But Arthur Chen firmly believes that. As long as the money is in place, friendship and other things can be bought. Boss Yu, 3 million. Chen Arthur said very respectfully. You just need to make a phone call and say a few words to a few other bosses. Let all the colleagues reject Yang Mi. In fact, it was just a matter of Yu Liang's words. Chen Arthur is very generous for taking 3 million for such a small matter. Yu Liang lit a cigarette and said with a creepy smile on his face. Mr. Chen, do you think I am short of these 3 million? Chen Arthur was stunned, then quickly said with a smile. Boss Yu, you misunderstood me. How can the friendship of Mr. Yu be measured by money? I believe that we will have many more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Besides, my dad also wants to meet you. I did this to leave a good impression on Mr. Yu. I really have no other thoughts. Arthur Chen is very good at speaking. I haven't been in the entertainment industry for so long for nothing. When Yu Liang heard this, his smile also became kinder. He could talk so much with Chen Arthur. It was only for Chen Ji's sake. Although he and Chen Guo were not from the same circle. But Chen Guo's connections and background are far more than just a big director. When you associate with people like this, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Yu Liang smiled faintly and said. Don't be nervous, Mr. Chen, I was just joking with you. Now that things have come to this, wouldn't it be petty of me to refuse? Okay, I'll take care of it, you can go back. Seeing Yu Liang agreed. Kristy Wu and Arthur Chen were both delighted and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Boss Yu. Saying, Arthur Chen placed a bank card on Yu Liang's desk. He left the mansion with Kristy Wu. After the two left, Yu Liang looked at the man sitting on the chair with a smile on his face. Next to him, the butler stood behind and said, Master, Arthur Chen is really generous. He just throws away millions. Millions? It may not be worth much in the online comment section, but it is worth a lot in reality, and it is just a gift for meeting someone. Yu Liang smiled faintly and said, In the entertainment industry, normal people are not so generous, nor do they have the financial strength. So, Chen Guo and Feng Kuzi are not just ordinary directors. It is more cost-effective to do them a favor. The butler nodded and said, The master is right. I really don't know what Yang Mi was thinking. She actually chose to offend them. You said there might be another force behind Yang Mi, who do you think it is? Yu Liang took a sip of tea and said slowly. It doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that if the other party becomes an enemy of the entire circle just for a young me, then it can only be said that the other party's level is just so-so, because he is extremely stupid in his thinking. Not to mention me, even the top people in Shanghai wouldn't dare to go against the entire Beijing circle. The butler nodded. He believed in Yu Liang's vision and judgment. After all, a person who has been up and down in the Magic City for decades has his own unique way of weighing the pros and cons. At the same time, Jiaxing Media, inside the office building. In a large office, Yang Mi was discussing a new play with a group of stars and directors. Sister Mi, I never thought you could get the lead role. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. A second-tier star said very politely. In terms of work, we also hope that Sister Mi can help us and guide us more. Another A-lister laughed. Sister Mi, I think we can start from here. I wonder what your opinion is. The first day I got the lead role, everyone showed goodwill towards Yang Mi. Even the two directors who were in charge of assisting were very polite to Yang Mi. This made Yang Mi a little uncomfortable, and she could only respond with a smile. At this time, He Bai came over from not far away, holding Yang Mi's phone and said, Sister Mi, Mr. Yu, the owner of the Peace Hotel, called you. Hearing this, Yang Mi was slightly stunned, and then said to everyone, Excuse me, I have to take a call first. After walking to the side, Yang Mi was a little surprised. Owner of Peace Hotel, why are you calling me? He Bai smiled and said, You are the director now, so of course they will look for you when they need help. It should be the crew's filming, you should take it. Yang Mi didn't think much and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Yu, I'm Yang Mi. A weathered male voice came from the phone. Ha, Miss Yang, I'm here to inform you. Yang Mi nodded and said, Is it about the filming crew? On the other end of the phone, Yu Liang said calmly. It's like this, Miss Yang. Due to some special reasons, I'm sorry that I can't cooperate with you anymore. I will pay the penalty according to the price. Hearing this, Yang Mi was stunned. This news was a bit sudden for her. The crew was about to start filming. How can we do that if the main filming location suddenly changes? Yang Mi immediately asked. Boss Yu, didn't we agree on this? We have already signed the contract. The crew is about to start filming. As you know, most of the scenes in this drama are set in the Peace Hotel. Before Yang Mi finished speaking, Yu Liang interrupted and said, I'm really sorry, I will pay the penalty for breach of contract to your company. It's just cooperation, there are special reasons. I will tell your boss about the specific issues, that's all. After saying that, Yu Liang hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, Yang Mi stood there, at a loss for a moment. Chapter 47 How does she cope with half of the entertainment industry? Sister Mi, what's wrong? Seeing that Yang Mi's face looked strange, He Bai asked worriedly. Yang Mi frowned and said, Boss Yu said that he wanted to cancel the cooperation with us. At this critical juncture, the filming is about to start. If we do this, I'm afraid it will delay the process a lot. He Bai's beautiful eyes were stunned for a moment, then she widened her eyes and said, Ah? How could this happen? How could you break the contract at this time? So what should we do? Look for someone else? Yang Mi thought for a moment and said, Well, let us first contact other hotels similar to the Peace Hotel as filming locations. Avoid the worst-case scenario. To be honest, Yang Mi still didn't want to use any other restaurant. After all, the Peace Hotel has a history. Choosing it as a filming location can largely ensure the sense of immersion in the work. Besides, this is Yang Mi's first time directing and acting in a movie. Every detail is perfect. He Bai said. Okay, I'll get in touch right away. But we should talk to Mr. Liu about this first, right? Let's see how Mr. Liu handles it. Yang Mi said. Okay, I will inform Mr. Liu over there, you can contact others first as a backup plan. After receiving this news, Yang Mi was no longer in the mood to discuss the script. After all, if the location is not chosen well, the movie cannot be filmed. Just then, a third-tier celebrity came cautiously in front of Yang Mi. Sister Mi. The little star was holding his cell phone, with a look of worry and nervousness on his face. Yang Mi turned her head and looked over, then smiled and said, What's wrong, Xiaoye? Actor Xiaoye said. Sister Me, have you seen what happened online? I just noticed by accident that Kristy Wu's new drama is about to start filming, and the filming location is the Peace Hotel. I was thinking, isn't the Peace Hotel our filming location? Why is she also filming at the Peace Hotel? Will there be any conflict? Yang Mi and Carrie Ng don't get along. It's already been known to everyone on the internet, so it's not really a secret. Hearing this, Yang Mi raised her eyebrows and her eyes suddenly focused. He Bai, who was standing next to him, was surprised. What? Immediately afterwards, He Bai opened his mobile phone to check. Then several people saw. On the hot search, there is news about Kristy Ng promoting her new drama. Hashtag the new drama shooting date is confirmed. I will reveal some news about the new drama to you. Hashtag Kristy Ng, Li Qing and others are cheering for the new drama online. And also specially announced several famous filming locations in Shanghai. The Peace Hotel is inside. Even Arthur Chen did some publicity for his girlfriend. And also posted a special thanks on Weibo. Thanks to Mr. Yu for his support in choosing the Peace Hotel as the filming location. I believe that the filming of this movie will be more exciting than I imagined. After seeing these, He Bai's face turned red with anger. What does this mean? He Bai said indignantly. Is Yu Liang breaking his contract with us and turning to work with Kristy Wu? This is too much. Yang Mi was stunned for a moment, then her beautiful eyes narrowed and her face became terribly cold. No wonder Yu Liang broke his contract with me. It turned out that Carrie Ng had taken it away. Yang Mi took a deep breath and tried to calm down. At this moment, she couldn't be anxious or lose her mind because of anger. I'll go report the situation to Director Lu first. Yang Mi said in a deep voice, then left the office and went to find Lu Yinbin. And He Bai didn't have time to scold Carrie Ng. Hurry up and find the next buyer, after all, the movie still needs to be filmed. In the chairman's office, Yang Mi stood in front of Lu Yinbin and reported everything about the filming location. Mr. Lu, Yu Liang has terminated his contract with us, and the filming progress will be greatly delayed. Should we change the filming location? Yang Mi asked tentatively. To be honest, she felt very guilty about what happened. After all, it was because of me that the filming location was suddenly snatched away. Seeing Yang Mi standing there, Lu Yinbin didn't dare to sit alone, so he stood in front of Yang Mi and said, I know about this. Don't worry, Miss Yang. I will take care of it. The crew can slow down their progress and not rush. Yang Mi didn't expect Lu Yinbin to be so unhurried. But she herself was very anxious. The first time you are a director, you must do it well. Mr. Lu, I will look for other cooperation first. We have already sent out the publicity. If the film cannot be released on time, it will be really bad. Yang Mi said. This matter is actually my fault. It has caused trouble for our company. Lu Yinbin quickly smiled and said, Miss Yang, please don't say that. We can just change the shooting location. It's no big deal. It's nothing, you can go and do your work first, you don't have to worry. Seeing that Lu Yinbin didn't say anything, Yang Mi nodded, then left the office and went with He Bai to look for partners. After seeing Yang Mi leave, Lu Yinbin's face darkened. Sitting on the sofa, his eyes gradually became focused and sharp. Mr. Lu, Yu Liang broke the contract with us because Kristy Wu used her connections to squeeze us out. Beside him, Secretary Bai said in a deep voice. Do you want to go talk to Boss Yu again? Lu Yinbin waved his hand and said. No need. Chen Arthur and Feng Pants must have already discussed it with Yu Liang. What's the point of me going there? Lu Yinbin knew clearly that his current identity was given to him by Wang Mian, and he only needed to do a good job as the chairman of Jiaxing. As for the arm wrestling, it's really not easy for me to interfere. Thinking of this, Lu Yinbin smiled slightly. Yu Liang, Yu Liang, you are really looking for death. Wang Mian will know this soon. At that time, with just one word from Li Qing, Yu Liang's future in life would come to an end. At this time, the secretary suddenly said, Mr. Lu, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. Lu Yinbin raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said, If there is something you can't say, say it. Secretary Bai nodded, then whispered, Mr. Lu, the relationship between Kristy Ng and Yang Mi is now known to everyone. The two of them had a huge quarrel. Lu Yanbin chuckled and said. What's wrong with this? I know about this, everyone knows about it. Secretary Bai said. What I mean is, should we not support Yang Mi? To be honest, I don't understand why you think so highly of Yang Mi. She has offended Kristy Wu, which actually means she has offended Arthur Chen. Behind Chen Arthur are Feng Pants and Chen Go, and half of the entertainment industry is in their hands. Yang Mi is sure to lose, and our investment will go down the drain. The secretary became more and more anxious. She thought that if Lu Yanbin continued to use Yang Mi, Jiaxing Media will collapse sooner or later. After all, if an entertainment company can't get along with the entire entertainment industry, then what kind of entertainment company is this? When Lu Yanbin heard this, the smiling face suddenly turned cold. Chapter 48, Ancient Chinese Professor Teaches in Person. Seeing that Lu Yanbin's face was not right, the secretary immediately lowered his head and asked cautiously. Mr. Lu, did I say something wrong? Lu Yanbin said calmly with a cold expression. From now on, I don't want to hear such words, including in the company, do you understand? I am the chairman and I have the final say on everything related to the company's operations. No one can make any irresponsible comments on this matter. The secretary was a little stunned and said anxiously. It's Mr. Lu, I understand. Lu Yanbin did not dwell on this topic for too long. After all, the secretary doesn't know the truth of the matter. Okay, go down and do your work first. You don't have to worry about this matter. Lu Yanbin took a sip of water and said. The secretary nodded and then walked out of the office. After standing up, Lu Yanbin looked at the busy traffic outside the window. The scenery in this place is nice. But beneath the prosperous face, there are turbulent waves. It would be safer to report this to Mr. Wang. Lu Yanbin muttered to himself, then took out his cell phone and called Wang Mian. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the Thompson Epine community. Yang Mi sat on the sofa, looking at the takeaway in front of her, without any appetite. Starting from the morning. During this period, Yang Mi and He Bai did not stop for a moment and were contacting other hotel partners. But the strange thing is, these hotel owners, just as they had agreed in advance, all of them shut Yang Mi out. There are only a few well-known ones in the entire Magic City. Now Yang Mi really feels like she has nowhere to go. Sister Mi, what should we do now? Do we have to look for partners somewhere else? He Bai was extremely disappointed, but at the same time he was very anxious. I feel like this must be the work of Carrie Ng and Arthur Chen. They are deliberately not giving us a chance to survive. Yang Mi's face was a little solemn and cold. After a whole morning of negotiations, she could feel that these hotel owners must have discussed it with each other and were deliberately not cooperating with her. Behind this, it can be said that it was 100% Carrie Ng's fault. And it is also closely related to Yu Liang. Yu Liang is a well-known figure in Shanghai, the owner of the Peace Hotel and the catering boss. He definitely has the ability to be a leader. After thinking for a moment, Yang Mi exhaled and said, Kristy Wu wants to take things to the extreme, but we can't just sit there and wait for death. This is my first time as a director, and I absolutely cannot afford to make any big mistakes. I want to go see Yu Liang again to see if there is any room for maneuver. You go and prepare some cash. He Bai was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise. Sister Mi, are you going to give a gift? Yang Mi said in a deep voice. In this situation, is there any other solution besides giving gifts? No one can resist profit. If you can't, it's just because you don't have enough money. After the endorsement and signing of Jiaxing, Yang Mi made a lot of money in a short period of time. So some of them became wealthy and powerful. Besides, even so, in this society, if you don't have connections, you can only use money to smooth over the relationship. It is unrealistic to want to do good things without wanting to make any sacrifices. He Bai felt sorry for Yang Mi and said, This is so unfair. How can you pay for filming a movie? Although saying this, but He Bai had no choice but to sigh. I'll give a little as well. I've saved quite a bit of money over the years, so it won't be a problem for me to give you over $1 million. I'm going to risk it all. Even if I have to pay, I have to embarrass Kristy Wu. Yang Mi knew that her relationship with Kristy Wu could no longer be reconciled. Even if I don't want to pay attention to her. But Kristy Wu won't let herself go. So it's better to confront the other party directly. Let us prepare 4 million first. Yang Ni frowned and said, I'll go see Yu Liang first to see his attitude. Although I wanted to fight against Kristy Wu. But Yang Mi was still very unsure in her heart. He was alone, challenging Chen Arthur and Feng Kuzi's gang, but the gap in strength was too big. He bye-bye comforted. Sister Mi, you don't have to be so impulsive. If it really doesn't work, we can go somewhere outside of Shanghai. We don't have to shoot here all the time. Yang Mi nodded without saying anything, her eyes seemed to be thinking about something. At this time, on the other side. Inside Huazhou Junting Villa. In a garden in the backyard. Xian Baoer was sitting quietly on the stool, looking at the illustrated book attentively. Next to her was a woman in her 30s who was teaching Xian Baoer to read. Teacher, is this word pronounced as Li? Xian Baoer is very interested in these unfamiliar fonts and has a strong memory. Basically, she can remember what the teacher says once. The woman who can read Xian Baoer is called Lin Han. She is only 35 years old, a professor of ancient Chinese at Magic City University, and a real talented woman in Magic City. Can this professor come and give a 3-year-old child one-on-one lessons? Only Li Qing can enjoy this treatment. Of course, for Lin Han. It is her greatest honor to teach Xian Baoer. Xian Baoer is so smart. The teacher only said it once and you remembered it. Lin Han said in a childish tone. Although she is not very approachable, she likes Xian Baoer from the bottom of her heart because Xian Baoer is really smart beyond ordinary people. Hearing the teacher praise, Xian Baoer was very happy and smiled. Teacher, how do you write the word Qing? Lin Han was slightly stunned, then seemed to understand the little guy's thoughts, and said gently. The teacher wrote it for you to see. Lin Han wrote regular blue characters on the paper with a pencil, just like printed ones. Xian Baoer widened his eyes. After seeing this word, his eyes flickered and he just kept staring at it. Lin Han asked curiously. Xian Baoer, why are you staring at it? Xian Baoer came back to his senses, blinked his eyes and smiled. Xian Baoer, remember this word, my father's name is Li Qing. Saying. Xian Baoer picked up the pencil and steadily wrote the 2 words Li Qing on the paper. Seeing this neat font, even Lin Han, a professor, was a little surprised. A 3-year-old child can write Chinese characters so well just starting out. And he can remember Chinese characters at a glance. This is really a talent. Wow, Xian Baoer is amazing. Lin Han praised generously. At this time, Xian Baoer got down from the stool, looked not far away and said with a smile. Dad is here. Teacher, can I go play with my dad for a while? Lin Han smiled and said. Of course, go ahead. After Li Qing came over, Xian Baoer gently pulled me by my pants and walked me to the small table. Dad, look at the beautiful handwriting I wrote. It's Dad's name. Li Qing took a look, then looked at Xian Baoer with satisfaction and said. Xian Baoer is so great. That's awesome. Dad will take you out for delicious food in the evening. Xian Baoer was even happier than before after receiving Li Qing's praise. She opened her arms and let Li Qing hold her. Looking at the father and daughter, Lin Han stood aside with a smile on his face, and at the same time couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She is indeed Li Qing's daughter. At the age of 3, he has already shown excellent talent. Mr. Li, Xuan has a strong learning ability. In fact, he can go to kindergarten in a while. Lin Han stood beside him and said respectfully. Of course, going to kindergarten is not for the purpose of learning, but to allow her to better live with her peers and make friends. Li Qing nodded. He is over 3 years old, so it is time for him to go to kindergarten, and Xian Baoer will be happier that way. Well, let us talk about it later. Li Qing said calmly. At this time, Wang Mian came over from not far away, as if he had something to report. Li Qing looked at Xian Baoer and smiled. Xian Baoer, wait a moment, your uncle Wang wants to talk to me about something. Wang Mian walked up to Li Qing and said. Brother Qing, I have something to tell you about Miss Yang. Chapter 49. Someone is behind the scenes trying to take action. Li Qing glanced at Xian Baoer, then said calmly. Talk about it. Wang Mian said. Lu Yanbin just reported to me that Miss Yang is having some difficulties with the filming of the new drama. Wang Mian briefly reported on the sanctions imposed on Yang Ni's filming location. Brother Qing, these people still refuse to give up. They are like dogskin plasters, especially that Chen Arthur. Wang Mian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this news, Li Qing looked calm and said, I understand. You can go ahead and handle this matter, but don't be too high profile. Hearing that Yang Mi was trapped. Although Li Qing was calm inside, after seeing Xian Baoer, he still had the idea of helping Yang Mi. After all, she is Xian Baoer's biological mother. Besides, Yang Mi gave me money again and again. Although it wasn't too much, it was still thoughtful of her. Wang Mian smiled and said, Brother Qing, I'm afraid I don't need to come this time, someone is already taking action. Lu Hualong came to me today and said he wanted to invite you to the Peace Hotel to make a report for this month. Do you see? Li Qing smiled. Lu Hualong specially asked me to go to the Peace Hotel, obviously to help Yang Mi secretly, and also to please me. But Li Qing didn't care about these, and said calmly, Lu Hualong is well informed, but forget about reporting. Let him go to the Peace Hotel for dinner by himself. Wang Mian understood what Li Qing meant. That is to let Lu Hualong go ahead and do it. It would be very interesting for a chairman of Baoli Group to help Yang Mi deal with matters in the entertainment industry. Wang Mian laughed. Li Qing looked at Xian Baoer and said gently, Xian Baoer, Daddy will take you out to play for a while, okay? When I heard that we were going out to play, Xian Baoer ran over happily. Dad, is that true? Then where are we going to play? Xian Baoer's big eyes sparkled, and she looked very cute. Then she looked at Teacher Lin and asked with a smile, Teacher, can I go out and play? Lin Han smiled faintly and said, Sure, I've done enough homework for today, it's time to go out and relax. After getting permission, Xian Baoer became excited. She really liked going out with Li Qing. Lin Han walked up to Li Qing and nodded slightly. Mr. Li, since Xian Baoer has finished his homework today, I will go back to the university first as I have some things to do there. Li Qing nodded and said, Well, Teacher Lin, take care. After Lin Han left, Li Qing held Xian Baoer in his arms and walked out of the garden. Dad, where are we going? Xian Baoer said curiously. Are we going to the amusement park or shopping mall? Li Qing shook his head slightly and smiled. Daddy is taking you to buy clothes. Last time, that auntie made a lot of clothes for you. Baoer, do you want to go and get some? By the way, Daddy will take you for a walk. Hearing the word clothes, Xian Baoer was startled, and then her eyes widened. Really? Xian Baoer likes the clothes made by that auntie, they are super beautiful. Seeing Xian Baoer's happy look, Li Qing couldn't help but smile. As expected, girls have been interested in clothes since childhood. Upon learning that he was going to Jacqueline's place, Wang Mian smiled faintly and said, Brother Qing, we can just ask Jacqueline to deliver those children's clothes. We don't have to make a trip in person. Li Qing said calmly. It's okay. I just want to take Xian Baoer out for a walk. It's not good for her growth if she stays at home all the time. Wang Mian nodded and said nothing more. Then he drove the black Chevrolet SUV and set off with everyone. At this time, on the other side, hopefully on the street, a Range Rover was driving. It was Yang Mi's car. Sister Mi, we have prepared 2 million, so we should be able to talk to you Liang, right? In the car, he Bai was driving, feeling a little nervous and said, If this doesn't work, then we shouldn't ask them for help. We can just go somewhere else. Yang Mi sat in the passenger seat with a serious look in her eyes. To be honest, she had no idea what she was going to do when she went to negotiate with Yu Liang. Because Yang Mi knew. The reason why Yu Liang targeted him was entirely because of the connections behind Kristy Wu. Just throwing money at it may not necessarily work. But she'll give it a try anyway. This is not just for the crew to shoot the film. It is also a competition with carrying. She doesn't want to suffer this loss. Anyway, let's give it a try. Yang Mi said in a deep voice. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, you have to take a chance. As he was saying, he Bai beside him suddenly fixed his eyes and frowned. Sister Mi, look ahead. Yang Mi followed he Bai's gaze and then narrowed her eyes as well. Not far ahead is a black Chevrolet SUV. Isn't this Li Qing's car? Is it Li Qing? Yang Mi said. It really seems to be his car. He Bai asked curiously. The magic city is really small. You can meet Li Qing whenever you go out. I wonder if Xian Baoer is in the car. Yang Mi smiled slightly. Maybe he is taking Xian Baoer out to play. Okay, let us go and do our own things. After he bye-bye past Li Qing's car. Then turn at the next intersection and drive towards the Peace Hotel in Jing'an District. At the same time, it is located not far from the Peace Hotel, in Jinghai Mansion, on the eastern outskirts of Jing'an District. There is a large green lawn in the backyard of the mansion. This is Yu Liang's private golf course. On the golf course, there were caddies driving carts to pick up balls. On the stage, Yu Liang was sitting on a small white chair, drinking tea leisurely. There are a few friends around. It was Feng Quasi and Chen Arthur and others. Ha, boss you have great physical strength. I'm sweating after playing these games. Feng Quasi drank a sip of tea, and couldn't help but light a cigarette to relax. I think there is a chance that this place can become a filming location for the crew. Such a historic mansion, coupled with the stadium, can directly bring up the atmosphere of the play. Hearing this, Yu Liang laughed and said, Director Feng, you are just thinking about this little thing of mine. Ha, no problem, I'll make time for you to take pictures when the time comes. Facing Feng Quasi, Yu Liang still had some respect for him. For him, Feng Quasi is from Kyoto, and from that circle, his connections are extraordinary. If you can make friends with such people, you won't have to worry about not needing them in the future. Feng Quasi smiled and said, Then I would like to thank Mr. Yu first. Then Feng Quasi looked at Chen Arthur and Wu Yufei. What are you guys looking at? The two reacted. He quickly came to Yu Liang and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Being so respected, Yu Liang felt very comfortable and said with a hint of pride. We are all family, so there is no need to be polite about such a small matter. I heard that Yang Mi seems to be having a quarrel with Chen Xiao recently. She should be helpless in this fight over the filming location, right? Wu Yufei's eyes flickered, and she looked very proud. That's all thanks to Boss Yu. With your help, where would Yang Mi find a filming location partner unless she leaves Shanghai? Wu Yufei was very happy that Yang Mi was stepped on by her this time. She wished that Yang Mi would be stepped on by her for the rest of her life until she quit the entertainment industry. At this time, the butler walked slowly towards us from a distance. After coming to Yu Liang's side, he whispered, Mr. Yu, Yang Mi has made an appointment with you and wants to meet you at the Peace Hotel. She probably wants to discuss our previous cooperation. The voice fell. Kristy Wu and Arthur Chen's expressions suddenly darkened. Yang Mi, you still haven't given up. Yu Liang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Tell Yang Mi that I'm busy and let us meet another day. Chapter 50. Yu Liang was stunned. Chairman Baoli came to see me? Yu Liang said. The meaning is very clear, that is, not giving Yang Mi a chance. Upon hearing this, Kristy Wu and Arthur Chen's brows immediately relaxed. Boss Yu, Yang Mi is really a bit ungrateful. Wu Yufei sneered. Doesn't she understand the situation? She still wants to come to you to negotiate. What is she thinking? I see she is. Before Kristy Wu could finish, Feng Quasi interrupted hoarsely. Don't be complacent just because you gain something for the time being. There might be some hidden tricks behind Yang Mi. Feng Quasi's deep eyes secretly glanced at Wu Yufei. Noticing Feng Quasi's gaze, Wu Yufei's heart skipped a beat, and then she realized that she had talked too much. Today, on this occasion. If it weren't for Arthur Chen, I wouldn't have the qualifications to sit here. Chris Wu nodded awkwardly, then shut her mouth obediently. Yu Liang took a sip of tea and said calmly. What Director Feng said makes sense. Yang Mi seems to be alone, with no trace of her back, but from the previous fight between the two of you, you could vaguely feel that there were other forces supporting Yang Mi behind her. Otherwise, how could Chen Xiao lose to Yang Mi in public opinion? Speaking of public opinion, Chen Arthur's face flushed. It was really embarrassing that I lost the public opinion war to Yang Mi. Chen Arthur said in a deep voice. Boss Yu's analysis is good. I also think that Yang Mi should have the support of others besides Jia Xing. However, even with the support of others, it is estimated that it will not make much waves. I don't believe that she can take on the entire circle alone? Feng Quasi just smiled and said nothing. Obviously he agreed with what Arthur Chen said. Yu Liang smiled slightly and said. Mr. Chen is right. As long as Director Feng and Director Chen are around, the entertainment industry will not change. Let's see how Yang Mi can break the impasse now. Several people were drinking tea and chatting. The atmosphere is very pleasant, and the fate of many people can be decided in the midst of conversation and laughter. For example, business economics, or who should be cultivated in the entertainment industry, who can become the next rookie, etc. Just then, the butler came again, but this time, he was a little flustered. "Sir, something important has happened." The housekeeper ran all the way to Yu Liang's back and panted heavily, saying, "You should go to the Peace Hotel right now." Seeing the usually calm butler suddenly startled, Yu Liang frowned. "What's going on? Explain clearly, why are you in such a hurry?" The butler took a deep breath and said, "Master, I just received a notice saying that Mr. Liu is coming." Hearing this, everyone frowned, a hint of confusion on their faces. Yu Liang asked, "Mr. Liu? Which Mr. Liu? Liu Yanbin?" The housekeeper said, "No, it's the chairman of Baoli Group, Liu Hualong." Yu Liang was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't realize which company Baoli Group is. Similarly, Feng Quasi and others were even more confused. Chairman of Baoli Group? What Baoli Group? But soon, Yu Liang's expression suddenly became serious, as if he suddenly thought of something. "Baoli Group? You mean the Baoli Group?" Yu Liang said with an extremely serious expression. The butler nodded and said anxiously, "That's it, one of the largest companies in the country." As soon as these words came out, Feng Quasi and the others were also stunned. Of course they know the Baoli Group in China. That's one of the 4 largest financial groups. Moreover, the Baoli Group covers military exports, which is even more famous. Only, how could Yu Liang be chosen to be the chairman of the group? Could it be that there is more to Yu Liang than meets the eye? Chen Arthur and Feng Quasi have already started to imagine. But Yu Liang was in a state of anxiety and was extremely nervous. What is going on?" Yu Liang said in a deep voice. "The chairman of Baoli Group, why would he come to see me?" The butler shook his head and said, "I don't know the specific situation, but I received news that Liu Hualong came to the Peace Hotel for dinner and wanted to see you. You should hurry over now. I think Mr. Liu is already waiting for you." Yu Liang was no longer calm. "Such an adult came to my hotel and wanted to see me. This is a big deal. Excuse me, everyone. I have to go out for a while." Yu Liang stood up and said, "Director Feng, you guys play here first, we'll talk when I come back." After that, Yu Liang didn't stop for a moment and rushed to the Peace Hotel. On the road, Yu Liang, sitting in the car, looked serious and nervous. Because he didn't know why the other party was looking for him. After all, a big shot like Liu Hualong is from a completely different world from me. There is no possibility of communication between us at all. But now the other party specifically asked for me, which was puzzling. Seeing that Yu Liang's face was not looking good, the butler sat aside and said, "Sir, please don't be too anxious. Maybe Mr. Liu just wants to invite someone to a banquet and then ask you to vacate the hotel for a while. He just wants you to come over to let him know." Yu Liang took a deep breath and said, "That would be the best, and I don't think anything serious will happen." Yu Liang, who has been in Shanghai for decades. I also admit that I have experienced many storms. But now he has to face the chairman of Baoli Group, and his mood is getting unstable. Half an hour later, Yu Liang got out of the car. After coming down, Yu Liang and the butler went straight to Liu Hualong's box. Xuan Hall, the most distinguished private room in Peace Hotel. As soon as Yu Liang entered the corridor, he saw a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. There are bodyguards everywhere. This kind of formation has a very strong aura. "Excuse me, is Mr. Liu in there?" After arriving at the door, Yu Liang cautiously asked the bodyguard. "I am the owner of the Peace Hotel, Yu Liang, and I heard Mr. Liu calling me." The bodyguard glanced at Yu Liang and said calmly, "Excuse me, I need to search you first." Saying, the bodyguard took out a scanner and searched Yu Liang. Apart from taking the high-speed rail and the plane, this was the first time that Yu Liang was subjected to a private body search, but he did not dare to express the slightest dissatisfaction. "Come in." After the inspection, the bodyguard let Yu Liang in alone. With an extremely nervous mood, Yu Liang pushed the door open and walked in. Then came into view. It was an old man in his 60s, sitting in a chair drinking tea, and several dishes were already on the table. The old man was wearing a suit and his hair was a little gray, but he was in high spirits and exuded a kind of implicit majesty. Yu Liang nodded, even bending his waist unconsciously, and stood in front of Lu Hualong and whispered. "You are Mr. Lu, right?" Lu Hualong ignored him and picked up a dish by himself. Then he took a sip of tea, turned his head and looked at him and said, "Oh, Boss Yu is here, please sit down." Lu Hualong's tone is approachable. But Yu Liang was extremely scared. Because he knows that the more important you are, the more low-key you are, but also the more dangerous you are. You might be killed with just a smile. Yu Liang forced out a smile and said, "Well, I won't sit down. I'll stand here and listen to you. You drink tea." As he spoke, Yu Liang took the initiative to step forward, picked up the teapot and poured tea for Lu Hualong. The attitude is extremely humble, even more considerate than the waiter. Although Yu Liang is the owner of Peace Hotel, he has strong connections and influence in the Magic City. But no matter how great he is just a sesame seed in front of the huge mountain of Baoli Group. It's like there's no comparison between social hooligans and official troops. Lu Hualong smiled and said calmly, "Boss Yu, you don't have to be so polite. What's wrong? You look nervous. Is something wrong?" Chapter 51 Yu Liang, don't just stand there, go serve the dishes. When asked this question, Yu Liang was stunned for a moment, then he quickly smiled and said, "No. I'm a little nervous indeed. I really didn't expect you to see me. I don't know what Mr. Lu wants you to see me about." Yu Liang planned to take advantage of the opening of the topic to test the other party's purpose. Lu Hualong did not hide anything and came straight to the point. "Boss Yu, I heard that you are planning to rent out the restaurant for filming a movie recently, right?" Hearing this, Yu Liang was stunned for a moment, and said in confusion, "Yes, Mr. Lu, do you have any questions?" Yu Liang couldn't understand. How can a dignified chairman of Baoli Group care about such trivial matters? Lu Hualong said calmly, "There is a problem, indeed. Peace Hotel, you should find someone else to cooperate with, you can't rent it to Arthur Chen." The voice fell. Yu Liang's face was full of surprise and confusion. He had no idea what Lu Hualong was trying to do. How could a chairman of a well-known domestic consortium care about the affairs of the entertainment industry? This is impossible, right? Yu Liang asked cautiously. "Mr. Lu, what exactly is it that brings you to see me? I'm a little bit brain dead, please tell me." Lu Hualong lit a cigarette and said calmly, "Actually, it's nothing big. I just came to inform you that my partner has been changed to Yangmi. As for Arthur Chen, you should notify all the hotels and restaurants in Shanghai that they cannot cooperate with him. It's that simple." After a few words, Yu Liang was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. These words actually came out of Lu Hualong's mouth? This is really outrageous. He even doubted whether the person in front of him was really the chairman of Baoli Group. After all, how could the chairman of Baoli Group interfere in the entertainment industry and help Yang Mi? There is absolutely no possibility of any intersection between the two sides. Could it be that Yang Mi knows Lu Hualong? This is not possible. If she knew Lu Hualong, the entertainment industry would have been hers long ago. Just when Yu Liang was in shock, the phone in my pocket rang. When he opened it, Yu Liang's eyes fixed. It was a call from his big brother behind him. "Mr. Lu, can I take the call first?" Yu Liang was having trouble speaking. "Just 1 minute." Lu Hualong didn't care at all, just waved his hand and said, "Take it." After answering the call, in a dozen seconds, Yu Liang's expression changed completely. Because his boss said that the Baoli Group was targeting him. And let yourself deal with a lot of shit. This time, Yu Liang was completely frightened. How could I have been so confused as to offend such a huge company as Baoli? Is it because of Yang Mi? After hanging up the phone, Lu Hualong glanced at Yu Liang and said, "Boss Yu, have you thought about what I said?" Yu Liang swallowed his saliva and his face turned pale. "Mr. Lu, I really didn't expect that such a small matter would alarm you." Yu Liang said tremblingly. "And I really didn't know Miss Yang knew you. As things have developed till now, Yu Liang was very sure that Yang Mi must know Lu Hualong, otherwise why would she support her? Lu Hualong's face darkened slightly, and his eyes were no longer friendly. Instead, it is deep and sharp. In an instant, Lu Hualong's temperament changed drastically. He said in a deep voice, "Boss you just need to do what I tell you to do. The rest is not your concern." In addition, everything at the Peace Hotel was decorated according to Miss Yang's requirements, and the cost was free. "If you do these, I will consider whether to keep your store." Yu Liang stood in front of Lu Hualong. He couldn't help but tremble. Facing such a big shot, he didn't dare to think of resisting at all. He just said quickly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I was not careful enough before. I will do whatever you say. I will terminate my cooperation with Kristy Wu immediately." At this time, Yu Liang had no time to guess why Lu Hualong helped Yang Mi. He just wants a way to survive. Otherwise, this century-old store will close down at any time. Peace Hotel was awesome in the past. But times are different now. The Baoli Group is a towering tree. Seeing Yu Liang's attitude, Lu Hualong was slightly satisfied and said, "Okay, just do what you should do first. Remember, if you let me hear any bad news again, your store and you will disappear." Yu Liang's heart trembled, he bowed, and said, "Yes, Mr. Lu, I will definitely do as you ask. I will personally go and apologize to Miss Yang." Although Lu Hualong is well-dressed and amiable, once he gets ruthless, he'll kill people. Otherwise, how could he sit in the position of chairman of Baoli Group? Yu Liang is well aware of the ruthlessness behind this kind of capital. Lu Hualong ignored him, turned around, drank a sip of tea, and said calmly, "Okay, go serve the food." Yu Liang was stunned. But he did not dare to be negligent and smiled. "Okay, Mr. Lu, please wait a moment." Chapter 52 Xian Baoer's first pot of gold, starting with 100 million. In front of Lu Hualong, Yu Liang had no weight at all. To be honest, it is his honor to serve Lu Hualong personally. At the same time, in the chairman's office at the Bonpoint Children's Longguo branch in Shanghai, Xian Baoer is so beautiful. Jacqueline looked at Xian Baoer with great admiration, her eyes full of joy. "Xuan Baoer, do you like this dress?" During this period, Jacqueline personally designed a lot of clothes for Xian Baoer. The materials are all imported from various countries and undergo rigorous testing before they can be used to make Xian Baoer's clothes. Looking at the new clothes on my body, Xian Baoer was amazed and stood in front of Li Qing and said happily, "Dad, do you think Xuan Baoer's clothes are pretty?" Xian Baoer, wearing brand new children's clothes, turned around in front of Li Qing. Li Qing smiled gently and said, "Looks good, Xian Baoer is the best looking." Seeing that Xian Baoer likes it, Jacqueline was also relieved and smiled. "Mr. Li, Xian Baoer's clothes are all in my lounge, a total of 88 sets. I will personally deliver them to your villa later." Li Qing smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Jacqueline." Jacqueline nodded and said, "It is my honor to design and make children's clothing for Xuan Baoer." Xian Baoer blinked her big eyes, showing her white teeth, and smiled. "Dad, am I prettier than the kids on TV? I like it and I will wear it every day in the future." Li Qing laughed, touched Xian Baoer's head and said, "There are still a lot of clothes, Xian Baoer can wear one a day." Xian Baoer is in the period of growing up. The clothes may not be wearable after just a few months. "Okay, Dad will take you somewhere else for a walk." After getting the new clothes, Li Qing wanted to take Xian Baoer somewhere else for some shopping. Taking the baby out for a walk was too attractive to him. At this time, Jacqueline came over and said cautiously, "Mr. Li, there is something I want to discuss with you." Li Qing said calmly, "Whatever it is, just explain it directly." Jacqueline bowed her head even deeper and said respectfully, "Xian Baoer is so beautiful and cute. I have never seen such a perfect child. So I dare to ask Xian Baoer to be the spokesperson for my children's clothing products. I don't know what Mr. Li thinks." Jacqueline was nervous. She didn't know whether Li Qing would agree, and would it make her seem a little utilitarian by saying this? But Jacqueline really wants Xian Baoer to be the spokesperson because Xian Baoer is too perfect. She can guarantee that her products will be popular all over the world. But Jacqueline couldn't be sure. I wonder if Li Qing would agree. After all, he is not short of money. Seeing Jacqueline so nervous, Li Qing looked calm, turned to look at Xian Baoer, and smiled gently. Xian Baoer, do you want to be a spokesperson? Xian Baoer said in a confused manner. Dad, what is endorsement? Li Qing picked up Xian Baoer and patiently explained. Endorsement means that Xian Baoer wears beautiful clothes and takes photos for promotion, and then children from all over the world will come to buy the clothes after seeing them. Then Xian Baoer will also get some money. Hearing this, Xian Baoer's eyes suddenly lit up. You can take photos to show other kids your new clothes and get money for it. Is there such a good thing? Xian Baoer clapped his hands immediately and said. Okay, Daddy, Xian Baoer wants to be the spokesperson, Xian Baoer wants to make money to spend on Daddy. Li Qing smiled, feeling warm in his heart. No man could refuse the love and affection of a little girl. Regarding the endorsement, Li Qing actually didn't care. The outside world didn't know Xian Baoer yet. As long as Xian Baoer likes it, that's enough. Besides, Xian Baoer will inevitably be the center of attention in the future, so let her get used to it from a young age. Li Qing looked at Jacqueline and said. Since Xian Baoer agrees, then you can choose a time to do the endorsement work. With Li Qing's consent, Jacqueline was surprised and delighted, and thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Li, for giving me this opportunity. Well, we will give Xian Baoer 15 million as the endorsement fee, and Xian Baoer will get 50% of the profits from the products. 15 million is just the endorsement fee, and the real big part is the dividends. 50%, definitely the highest share of endorsements in the world. Generally speaking, celebrity endorsements rarely result in dividends. Li Qing didn't care and said calmly. Well, send the clothes over. It's almost noon. I'll take Xian Baoer to eat. Jacqueline said enthusiastically. Mr. Li, why don't you have lunch in the company? I have professional chefs here, including children as chefs. Li Qing hugged Xian Baoer and said. No, I'll take Xian Baoer out for a walk. Seeing that Li Qing refused, Jacqueline did not force them and followed them all the way to the outside of the company building. On the road, Xian Baoer sat in the baby seat and said excitedly. Dad, will Xian Baoer make a lot of money? I just heard Jacqueline mention tens of millions. Xian Baoer just thought it was an astronomical figure and didn't expect there would be so much money. Li Qing smiled faintly. It's not a lot, but for Xian Baoer, it's not a small amount either. Xuan Baoer, are you hungry? Daddy will take you to eat. It's time for dinner, and I guess the little guy must be hungry. Xian Baoer nodded and said. Well, Xian Baoer has been hungry for a long time. Dad, Xian Baoer still wants to go to the place where we had dinner last time. The food there is delicious. Li Qing knew that. The place Xian Baoer was talking about was the Peace Hotel. It just so happens that this place is not far from the Peace Hotel, so Li Qing said calmly. Let us go to the Peace Hotel. Wang Mian smiled slightly. Okay. The car drove towards the Peace Hotel. At the same time, in the Peace Hotel, Yu Liang stood by and waited quietly for Lu Hualong to eat lunch. To be honest, you have some issues as a person, but the food in the restaurant is still okay. After finishing his meal, Lu Hualong took a tissue and wiped his mouth and said. Did you remember everything I told you? Being scolded by Lu Hualong, Yu Liang could only nod and say respectfully. Mr. Lu, I remember everything. I'm really sorry about Miss Yang's matter, I really didn't know. Needless to say, I just look at how you get things done. Lu Hualong interrupted. This is an opportunity for you. If I ask you to close the door directly, it would make me seem overbearing. But if you can't do it well, I will definitely make you close down and leave, don't doubt it. Yu Liang nodded repeatedly and said. Yes, Mr. Lu, I know what you mean, thank you for giving me a chance. I promise, you won't be disappointed. Facing the boss of Baoli Group, Yu Liang didn't dare to show any emotion. The other party was easy to talk to. If you really offend someone, just one word can make you close your business and leave, or even make you disappear. Capital giants are no joke. Lu Hualong walked out of the box. Then he walked outside accompanied by a group of bodyguards. For Lu Hualong, this can be considered as doing something useful for Mr. Li. But just as I reached the door, Lu Hualong paused, stared ahead in a daze for a moment, then quickly walked up and said, Mr. Li, why are you here? Chapter 53, Chairman of Baoli Group, bow to him? Seeing Li Qing and Xian Baoer coming over, Lu Hualong hurried forward to greet him, feeling a little nervous. Could it be that Mr. Li came here regarding Yu Liang's matter? And Yu Liang behind? When I saw Lu Hualong being so respectful to a young man, I was immediately surprised. Could it be that another important person is coming to my hotel? Although the people who usually come to Peace Hotel are either rich or noble. But there has never been anyone at Lu Hualong's level. The young man who could make him so respectful must have a very powerful background. Just as Yu Liang was analyzing in amazement, Li Qing walked in holding Xian Baoer, then glanced at Lu Hualong and said calmly, "Bring the children to eat, Mr. Lu, you are here too." Lu Hualong nodded and bowed. Mr. Li, I came here to do something. Also, would you like me to talk about the company's report for this month? Li Qing waved his hand and said, "No need, just go back and report directly to Wang Mian. I have to accompany my children now, so I don't have much time." Lu Hualong said quickly. "Okay, Mr. Li, then I won't bother you anymore." After that, Lu Hualong secretly winked at Yu Liang. Noticing Lu Hualong's gaze, Yu Liang perked up his whole body. He knew that Lu Hualong's eyes just now were telling him, "Treat this young man well." The conversation between the two just now. Yu Liang was stunned. The chairman of the Baoli Group wants to report to this young man in his 20s? Is this correct? Suddenly, a terrifying guess arose in Yu Liang's mind. Could it be that this young man is the person in power behind the Baoli Group? Even if this guess is too absurd. But Yu Liang couldn't think of any other reason. The thought was terrifying. Yu Liang didn't dare to think about it anymore and decided to entertain the guests first. Walking forward, Yu Liang said with great enthusiasm and respect, "Sir, please follow me and sit in the private room on the second floor. I will make you some tea." Li Qing glanced at Yu Liang, then understood something and said, "Are you Yu Liang?" Yu Liang's heart skipped a beat and he laughed dryly. "Sir, do you know me?" Li Qing said calmly. "Go order food." Yu Liang lowered his head and said, "Yes sir, please follow me." The huge hall. All the waiters and managers were stunned when they saw this scene. This is their boss, a big shot in Shanghai, and yet he has been working as a waiter today. Who is this young man? After reaching the second floor, Yu Liang held a tablet and stood respectfully beside him. "You can order your meal on this, sir." Li Qing ignored him, held Xian Baoer in the chair and said, "Xuan Baoer, just order whatever you want to eat. Once I heard you order food." Xian Baoer was extremely happy and swiped on the tablet excitedly. "Dad, I want to eat this big blue lobster." Li Qing smiled and said, "Good." Xian Baoer continued to watch, and after pointing 3 or 4 dishes with her little finger, she said, "Okay, Xian Baoer, just order these. It will be a waste if you can't finish more." Li Qing smiled faintly. Xian Baoer is so sensible. After that, Li Qing handed the tablet to Wang Mian. "Look, what do you want to eat?" The relationship between the two is not that of boss and subordinate. After all, Wang Mian calls Cheng brother. Wang Mian laughed and said, "I don't care. Yu Liang, you can do whatever you want. Brother Cheng, I'm going out for a while." After that, Wang Mian's eyes narrowed slightly, he glanced at Yu Liang, and then they both walked out. Yu Liang felt a little disappointed. He could feel that being called out must be bad news. But he complained in his heart, he clearly did nothing, so why wasn't the service good enough? After coming out, the smile on Wang Mian's face disappeared, he looked at Yu Liang with indifference and said, "Are you the boss here?" Yu Liang nodded and smiled. "Yes sir, what can I do for you?" Wang Mian said calmly. "Lu Hualong should have told you what happened, right?" In a word, Yu Liang's body trembled violently. His brain worked quickly and he understood immediately. Could it be that Yang Mi's matter was not directly related to Lu Hualong, but to the young man sitting in the room? Looking at the dazed Yu Liang, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm asking you a question." Yu Liang came back to his senses and said cautiously, "Sir, Mr. Lu has already told me, I really didn't mean to offend you." Wang Mian sneered. "Boss Yu has a lot of power in Shanghai. He can even dominate the catering industry, right?" Yu Liang was sweating profusely, and his legs were shaking. "Sir, you are joking." I am nothing." Due to extreme nervousness, Yu Liang was even a little incoherent. Wang Mian laughed and patted Yu Liang on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, boss Yu. I was just joking. Remember to serve the food quickly, it's getting late. Yu Liang was stunned. The young man in front of him was so moody that he was even more frightened. Yes, I went to the kitchen myself to urge them. Yu Liang bowed slightly and then slowly left. After a while, Yu Liang pushed the cart and served the dishes himself. He was really exhausted this afternoon. Looking at the full table, Baoer was a little surprised. Dad, I didn't order so much. She remembered that she had only ordered 4 dishes. How come there are so many? Yu Liang smiled and said, Hey, this is a free dish. Sir, this is a children's meal, absolutely safe and fresh. Li Qing fed Baoer, but Baoer preferred to eat with chopsticks by himself. Although he is not a big person, he has a big appetite. Whenever he gets something delicious, he will eat it up. Wang Mian laughed and said, Brother Qing, look how hungry the child is. When Yu Liang heard this, he knew it was a warning to him, so he quickly apologized with a smile. Sir, I'm really sorry, these dishes are all freshly made, not pre-prepared, so I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Li Qing ignored him and lowered his head to eat. After eating and drinking, Li Qing said calmly, Let us check out. Yu Liang bent down and smiled. Sir, it is our honor to have you dine here. Saying, Yu Liang handed over a card and said, This is a membership card. Whenever you want to dine here, it will be free. You can enjoy the most luxurious private room, which will be reserved for you at any time. Li Qing was not polite to Yu Liang. He did not like to give in. Let Wang Mian take the card and walk out. Baoer in his arms asked with some doubt. Dad, why don't you have to pay for your meals? Paying for meals is a must in Baoer's eyes. Wouldn't you be a bad person if you don't pay? Li Qing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the little guy was so thoughtful. Beside him, Wang Mian smiled and said, That's because I, your uncle, have paid the money in advance and recharged a card. From now on, whenever Baoer wants to come and eat, it's free. Hearing this, Baoer widened his eyes and said, Uncle Wang is so awesome. Seeing Baoer's admiring eyes, Wang Mian couldn't help but feel proud. Ha, that's it, I'm going to drive. As he said this, Wang Mian walked outside. And then, before he walked out of the door, he was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Li Qing, Brother Qing. Li Qing raised his eyebrows and saw 2 women getting out of a Land Rover in front of him. The 2 people were Yang Mi and He Bai. Chapter 54. Yang Mi is puzzled. Boss Yu seems to have become a different person. Although Yang Mi and her partner were wearing masks. But it couldn't escape Li Qing's gaze. And even Baoer in his arms recognized it. Dad, is Mom coming to eat too? Baoer asked in a low voice, looking straight at Yang Mi with her big eyes. Yang Mi noticed the 2 of them, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. Then she slowly walked over, stood in front of Li Qing and said, You guys, why are you here? I was able to meet Li Qing and Baoer here. Yang Mi was a little surprised. She didn't expect to meet him by chance. Li Qing held Baoer and said calmly, Brought the kids here for dinner and were about to leave. Several people were standing at the door. Apart from Yu Liang, who was standing in the distance, there was no one else here, so Yang Mi was not worried about being exposed and being asked for autographs. Yang Mi took off her mask and looked at Baoer tenderly. Then he looked at Li Qing and said in a gentle tone, Li Qing, the cost of living here is very high, so you don't have to bring your children to such a high-end place. Eating at home is the most cost-effective and healthier. Ever since Li Qing helped me last time, Yang Mi has always been grateful in her heart. Now I see Li Qing bringing his children here to eat. I was happy but also felt it was unnecessary. After all, Li Qing himself has a lot of expenses, so being good to his children should be based on his own living conditions. Li Qing smiled slightly and said calmly, We went out to play and the kids were hungry, so we had a bite here. Baoer lay in his arms, looked around to see if there was anyone around, and then spoke to Yang Mi, but still deliberately lowered his voice. Mom, eating here is free because Dad has a card, so it doesn't cost any money. Mom, you can eat for free. Baoer boasted to Yang Mi with some pride that in her heart, Li Qing was a superman, the most powerful person in the world. Yang Mi smiled slightly and didn't take Baoer's words to heart. Well, now that you have eaten, let us go back. Yang Mi smiled faintly. Xuan Baoer, please listen to your daddy. Mom has something to do, you guys go home first. Xian Baoer was very well behaved. She knew that her mother had not had an easy time, so she nodded and said, I know, Mom. Dad and I are going out to play in the afternoon. Let us go. Li Qing took Xian Bao and left the Peace Hotel. But Yu Liang did not react. When he came to his senses, he found that Li Qing's car was gone. Just now. Li Qing talked to Yang Mi, and Yu Liang saw it all. At this moment, Yu Liang's heart was filled with turmoil. Yang Mi actually knows someone like Li Qing? No wonder Lu Hualong would beat himself for Yang Mi. Yang Mi knows Li Qing, so this all makes sense. But what puzzled Yu Liang was that a small star like Yang Mi is just a small figure in his own eyes. How could she possibly have anything to do with a big shot like Li Qing? You have to know that Li Qing is a person that Lu Hualong can respect. Above the chairman of Baoli Group. How could such a person at the top of the domestic pyramid have anything in common with Yang Mi, a small star? Suddenly, Yu Liang's eyes flickered, as if he had thought of something. Li Qing, Yang Mi, and Li Qing's daughter. Could it be? Yu Liang had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that Li Qing and Yang Mi are husband and wife? And that little girl is actually the child of Yang Mi and Li Qing? Yu Liang's heart was shaking like crazy. If this is true, then I am really courting death by targeting Yang Mi. Fortunately, there is still a chance to make amends. Yu Liang's heart trembled. After this guess emerged in his mind, his back was soaked with sweat. At the same time, Yu Liang was also very fortunate. Fortunately, I haven't done anything too extreme, otherwise, I will definitely die in a confused state. Take a deep breath. Yu Liang hurriedly walked towards Yang Mi. Miss Yang. Yu Liang trotted over to Yang Mi and said respectfully, Miss Yang, I was just looking for you. Suddenly, I saw Yu Liang coming. Yang Mi was shocked. Are you, Mr. Yu? Yu Liang nodded and said, Yes, Ms. Yang, I'm Yu Liang. Yang Mi and he Bai were stunned for a moment. Looks suspicious, mood is anxious. Because Yu Liang's attitude is a bit abnormal, right? Yu Liang smiled and said, Miss Yang, Miss He, the private room is ready, let's sit down and talk. After that, Yu Liang brought the two of them to a tea room. Yu Liang boils water and makes tea himself. He is more authentic than a waiter. Miss Yang, Miss He, please have some tea. Yu Liang gently placed the teacup in front of Yang Mi and the other person. How about you try it first? Yu Liang's attitude. Finally, Yang Mi and he Bai are no longer able to deal with each other. What is going on? I came here to ask for help. What is going on? It's like the other party has something to ask of me? Or is boss you up to something? Yang Mi was confused and had a look of doubt on her face. Boss you don't have to be so polite. Yang Mi drank a sip of tea, then put it down and said, Thank you Mr. Yu for your hospitality. Boss you, the reason I came to see you this time is actually because I want us to discuss the filming location for the crew. Of course, matters of money are negotiable. Hearing Yang Mi's words, Yu Liang's heart skipped a beat. Finally, we are going to get to the point. You must grasp it well. If I really can't serve Yang Mi well, my life ends here. Yu Liang took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, Miss Yang, this is easy to deal with. But Miss Yang, do you have time to come to my house? Feng Quasi and the others are at my house now, and I want to discuss this matter together. Chapter 55 Since Wu Deming Xing doesn't know how to behave, I will teach you. The voice fell. Yang Mi narrowed her beautiful eyes and her face darkened. Yu Liang's words made her feel very strange. On the one hand, he said he would discuss it with Chen Arthur's group. What exactly is Yu Liang up to? Yang Mi kept thinking in her heart, and then said, Boss Yu, this time, I really come here with sincerity. Yu Liang nodded slightly and said, Don't worry, Miss Yang. I will definitely cooperate with you regarding the filming location. I invite you to the mansion because I want to cut off contact with Feng Kuzi and the others in front of you, so as to clear up the misunderstanding between us. Hearing this, Yang Mi was stunned. The originally deep eyes also became confused. Yu Liang's attitude is really hard to understand. Before, it was directed at myself. Why the sudden change of attitude now? Could it be because I am willing to pay? But for you, Liang, even if I give him enough money, he wouldn't be so eager to cooperate with me, right? And they also want to distance themselves from Feng Quasi. What does this mean? Yu Liang is too abnormal. So much so that Yang Mi felt that the matter behind it seemed not so simple. But now, Yang Mi was at a loss, so she decided to just go with the flow. Boss Yu, do you agree to cooperate with us? Yang Mi said with a smile on her face. Yu Liang nodded and smiled. Yes, Miss Yang, it is my great honor to work with you. It's getting late, why don't we go to my mansion now? Feng Quasi and the others are still there. Yang Mi felt very strange about Yu Liang's respectful attitude. But she couldn't find out what was going on, so she could only agree. Okay, boss Yu, let us go. After getting on the bus, Yang Mi sat in the driver's seat, exhaled and said, Xiao Bai, what do you think is going on with boss Yu? He Bai was also confused, his face was uncertain. Yeah, did Yu Liang take the wrong medicine? They used to target us and block our resources in all directions, but now they have become so. Especially his posture, why is he so humble? Yang Mi's mind was a little confused, she waved her hand and said. Forget it, before we figure things out, let us follow Yu Liang and see what he wants to do. Thinking about facing Carrie Ying, Arthur Chen, and Feng Kuzi next, Yang Mi couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. What if Yu Liang plans something bad with them? Will I be badly cheated? After all, they are so powerful that I don't have any chance of competing with them. He started the car and said, Could it be that our boss, Mr. Liu, helped us solve the problem? Or is it that Yu Liang is blinded by money? Yang Mi shook her head and denied them one by one. When I came here, I contacted Mr. Liu. He said in his words that he had no other options and asked me to find a filming location outside Shanghai. He also said that if it didn't work, he could change the script. Obviously, Mr. Liu did not resolve the matter. As for the money, it's even more impossible. Would Yu Liang treat us like this just for money? Besides, we haven't even mentioned how much money we'll give him. He took a deep breath and said, That's not clear. Let us just follow him and see what Yu Liang wants to do. Half an hour later, Jinghai Mansion, on the backyard lawn. After playing a few rounds of golf, Arthur Chen, Feng Quasi, and Carrie Ying sit under the canopy and have a rest while drinking tea. Uncle Feng, boss Yu has been gone for so long, why hasn't he come back yet? Chen Arthur said a little bored. How about we go back first? It has been almost 2 hours since Yu Liang left. Feng Kuzi said calmly. Boss Yu was out entertaining some important person, but at this time, he should be back soon. Since Boss Yu asked us to wait here, let's wait a little longer, otherwise it would seem awkward if we leave. Arthur Chen nodded. Feng Quasi has always been a steady and prudent person, so he didn't say anything. At this time, Kristy Wu, who had just put down her golf club, was stunned for a moment. Then he tugged at Chen Arthur's arm and said, Husband, look over there. In front of Feng Quasi, being called husband by Wu Yufei, Chen Arthur frowned slightly, obviously a little unhappy, and said impatiently, What's wrong? Wu Yufei was a little surprised. Why is Yang Mi here? Look, isn't that Yang Mi? Following Kristy Wu's gaze. The next second, Chen Arthur stared, then narrowed his eyes. Yang Mi, why is she here? Chen Arthur stared, and then he saw Yu Liang following Yang Mi and walking towards him. Seeing this, Feng Xiaojiang was also a little surprised. But he still looked calm and greeted naturally. Boss Yu, are you done with your work? Miss Yang is here too. Yang Mi smiled and nodded. Director Feng. Although the two sides fought endlessly in private, but it is still necessary on the scene. Yu Liang walked forward with a faint smile on his face, but he looked as if he was hiding some other emotions. Meet Yang Mi. Chris Wu had a cold face and was very angry. But in this situation, I still don't dare to act recklessly before I figure out what's going on. Wu Yufei sneered. Isn't the sister me? This is not the place for you to come, right? Yang Mi glanced at her and didn't want to pay attention to her. Behind him, he was not indulging Wu Yufei and sneered. Mr. Wu, you are still the same as before, looking down on others. If you can come, why can't our sister me come? Noob. Yang Mi interrupted he and said softly. There's no need to argue with her. We're here to talk business. Wu Yufei's face turned red due to He Bai's anger. An assistant actually dared to scold me like this. Yang Mi, if you can't manage your dogs well, don't bring them out. Wu Yufei snorted coldly. Otherwise, I don't mind disciplining you. Kristy Wu has always been proud and arrogant, and this time with so many big shots backing her up, she naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation. Yang Mi frowned and was about to say something. At this moment, Yu Liang stepped forward and stood in front of He Bai and Yang Mi. Seeing the real master coming, Carrie Wu smiled and said, Boss Yu, why is Yang Mi here? Don't you want to kowtow to us and admit your mistake? The voice fell. The only response was a slap from Yu Liang. Snap. The slap was loud and crisp. The force was so strong that it caused Wu Yufei's nose to bleed. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. Especially Carrie Ying, her mind went blank. Burning pain on face. Then he looked at Yu Liang in shock. Carrie Ying couldn't believe it, and didn't understand. Why did Yu Liang do this to himself? Beside, Chen Arthur looked at Yu Liang in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Only Feng Quasi's old eyes were slightly fixed, his face was as dark as water. After coming to her senses, Carrie Wu covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she cried. Boss Yu, what are you doing? Seeing Carrie Ying looking like a pitiful victim, Yu Liang was even more angry. It's all because of this bitch. I almost died at the hands of the Baoli Group. What are you doing? Yu Liang snorted coldly and said gloomily. Of course, I'm teaching you a lesson. After saying that, Yu Liang slapped Wu Yufei on the face again. Chapter 56. No matter how young you are, you still have to fight against the big boss. Snap. Another loud slap hit Chris Wu's other cheek. Now, the two sides are symmetrical. Carrying only felt tinnitus. Watching the blood dripping from the nose onto the white shirt. Looking at Yu Liang's vicious eyes. Chris Wu was scared in her heart, but her mind was even more confused. She didn't know how she had offended Boss Yu. Wasn't everything fine before this? Standing behind Yu Liang, Yang Mi and He Bai were equally shocked. Yu Liang's behavior really surprised Yang Mi, and she was also confused. Sister Mi, what is going on with Boss Yu? He Bai was frightened by Yu Liang. But slapping Carrie Ying is really refreshing. Yang Mi didn't say anything, but she felt that there must be something behind this, maybe there was something hidden that she didn't know. Boss Yu, you're going too far. Seeing Yu Liang's ruthless attack, Chen Arthur stepped forward, stood in front of Wu Yufei and said in a deep voice. Boss Yu, no matter how rude Yufei says, you can't hit her like that, right? What's more, Yang Mi deserved to be scolded. Boss Yu, if you don't give me an explanation for this matter, then we can't discuss it. Although Chen Arthur usually respects Yu Liang. But I'm not afraid of Yu Liang. After all, Feng Kuzi and Chen Go are backing him. Now. Yu Liang slapped his girlfriend so unscrupulously in front of him. Isn't this equivalent to slapping yourself in the face? Beside, Feng Kuzi didn't say anything. He just narrowed his old eyes and looked deeply at Yu Liang. Feng Kuzi knows. Yu Liang must have attacked Kristy Wu because of something else. But now I have no idea. It would be better to let Chen Arthur continue to test Yu Liang. Yu Liang glanced at Chen Arthur and said with disdain. Give you an explanation? Even if I destroy Kristy Wu here, what can you do? Yu Liang is very imposing. He didn't give Chen Arthur any face at all. If it was before, Yu Liang would estimate the background of those people in the Beijing circle. But now that we know the power behind Yang Mi, that is one of the 4 largest financial groups in the country today, especially the young man in his 20s, who looks down on the chairman of Baoli Group at such a young age. Such a comparison. Chen Arthur is nothing, Feng Pants is nothing. Hearing Yu Liang's words, Chen Arthur was slightly stunned, his face was terribly gloomy. Why did Yu Liang suddenly turn against me like a mad dog? Could it be because of Yang Mi? Chen Arthur looked at Yang Mi fiercely and said in a deep voice. Boss Yu, I wonder if there is any misunderstanding between us? I wonder, Miss Yang, what kind of cooperation have you reached with me? Yu Liang sneered. Oh yes, I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Now I announce that from now on, our cooperation is cancelled. Also, you can't even think about cooperating with any hotel in Shanghai. Don't doubt what I say. The voice fell. Chen Arthur's eyes suddenly widened, with a trace of astonishment on his face. Kristy Wu looked at Yu Liang in shock. She couldn't believe it and couldn't think of any reason why Yu Liang would turn against her. What conditions could Yang Mi have to make Yu Liang treat her like this? Yang Mi was even more shocked and even felt a little dazed. Why did Yu Liang suddenly stand on my side? There's no sign of this. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Yu Liang walked up to Feng Quasi and said calmly, Director Feng, let me explain this matter to you clearly. There will be no possibility of cooperation between us in the future. You can go away. Feng Quasi's face darkened slightly, with a look of doubt between his brows. Boss Yu, can I hear your reasons? What kind of conditions can Yang Mi give you that would make Boss Yu and I quarrel like this? Has Boss Yu really thought it through? Last words. Hidden threat of Feng Pants. He also wants to save face as a big director in Beijing. Yu Liang didn't care at all and chuckled. I have already thought about this matter, Director Feng, there is no need to remind me. Chen Arthur came over aggressively, stood in front of Yu Liang, and said fiercely, Boss Yu, are you kidding us? I'm afraid this explanation is not enough. Saying, Arthur Chen pulled Kristy Wu over, looked at Yu Liang and continued. Yu Fei couldn't take those 2 slaps in vain. Yang Mi, come here. Chen Arthur would not dare to attack Yu Liang. But he had to save some face, so he turned his attention to Yang Mi. Yang Mi frowned slightly and said coldly, Arthur Chen, what do you want to do? He stepped forward to protect Yang Mi and said angrily, If you want to try, you can try. Snap. Suddenly, Yu Liang slapped him again. Slapped Chen Arthur directly on the face. If you dare to disrespect Miss Yang again, I will punish you too. Yu Liang shouted coldly, and then a dozen young men ran over from all around the yard and surrounded Chen Arthur and the others. After spending so many years in the society in Shanghai, Yu Liang has always had a lot of thugs around him. Chen Arthur covered his face and looked at Yu Liang in surprise. He never expected that Yu Liang would actually attack him, and even slap him in the face. It's too shameful to hit someone in the face. Yu Liang, you're going too far. Chen Arthur pointed at Yu Liang's nose and cursed. I'll give you face and call you Boss Yu. If I don't give you face, I'll kill you later. Yu Liang sneered. Really? Then see if you can get out first. Believe it or not, I can destroy you with just one word? Okay. At this time, Feng Quasi, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Feng Quasi walked forward slowly and pulled Chen Arthur behind him. Then he raised his eyelids and looked at Yu Liang. Boss Yu, it's fine for the younger generations to fight with each other, but aren't you crossing the line by doing this? Is Boss Yu going to be here too and destroy me? Feng Quasi's tone was calm, but the aura he exuded was completely incomparable to that of Chen Arthur. After all, this is a veteran in Kyoto. There are decades of accumulation. Yu Liang smiled and said, Director Feng said that's too harsh. However, if Director Feng is as persistent as Mr. Chen, then I will have no choice but to offend him. Feng Quasi's face darkened. Being rejected by Yu Liang made him furious. But the current situation is obviously not the time to be stubborn. Arthur, let's go. Feng Quasi said gloomily, and then walked outside. Chen Arthur looked unwilling. How could he just leave after getting slapped in the face? Uncle Feng, is that it? Arthur Chen's chest rose and fell. I can't swallow this breath. Feng Quasi glanced at Chen Arthur and said hoarsely, Can't you hear what I say? I felt that Feng Quasi was really angry. Chen Arthur didn't dare to say anything else and could only snort coldly. Like a mourning dog, he followed Feng Quasi and walked out. At the gate of the courtyard, Feng Quasi paused and said calmly, Boss Yu, I hope you don't regret your actions today. Yu Liang laughed disdainfully. Feng Quasi, I also want to advise you that if you offend someone you shouldn't offend, you will not have a good ending. Chapter 57. Is he the mastermind behind this? After watching Feng Quasi leave, Yu Liang turned around, slowly came to Yang Mi, and said respectfully, Miss Yang, we can sit down and talk now. Please. Yang Mi and he were both a little dazed. I totally don't understand why Yu Liang did this. After sitting down, Yu Liang asked someone to change a new set of tea sets and personally serve tea to Yang Mi. After drinking some tea, Yang Mi still couldn't recover from what happened just now. After a while, Yang Mi took a deep breath and decided to ask clearly. Boss Yu, I think we should just talk openly. Why are you helping me like this? Yu Liang smiled slightly and said. Miss Yang, I just can't stand the way they are. What's more, Miss Yang said she would give me some benefits, so that's why I helped you. From the beginning, Yang Mi showed great doubt and confusion. So Yu Liang concluded that Yang Mi herself was not aware of what Li Qing and Baoli Group were doing behind the scenes. Since Baoli Group and Li Qing had kept it a secret from Yang Mi, Yu Liang didn't dare to tell Yang Mi what he knew, so as to avoid leaking things that should not be leaked and causing trouble. And judging from the current situation, perhaps the relationship between Yang Mi and Li Qing was also kept secret. Even Yang Mi didn't know Li Qing's true identity. Yu Liang is a meticulous person, and these are all his guesses. Yang Mi frowned slightly and smiled faintly. Boss Yu, your reason is too unconvincing, isn't it? I want to know the real reason why you help us. Seeing Yang Mi asking endless questions, Yu Liang was also very conflicted. It's true. How should I explain this to Yang Mi? You can't say that those big shots are helping you behind the scenes, because if you say that, you'd be just being nosy. It would be better to try it out first and get the situation clear. He. Yu Liang remained calm and smiled. Ms. Yang, I want to ask you something. Yang Mi put down the teacup and said, please ask. Yu Liang took a deep breath and seemed to muster up the courage to say. What is your relationship with Mr. Li Qing? Hearing this question, Yang Mi's eyes froze for a moment, surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes, but she calmed down immediately. Boss Yu, do you know Li Qing? Li Qing and I are friends, I guess. Yang Mi told a little lie. But it can't be considered a lie. After all, the relationship between the two of them is still just friends, even though they have crossed that line. Hearing this, Yu Liang has made up his mind. Yang Mi and Li Qing definitely have a special relationship. And Yang Mi didn't know Li Qing's true identity, or maybe Yang Mi didn't know how deep Li Qing's background was. In this case, then you should keep your mouth shut. Yu Liang pondered inwardly. At this time, Yang Mi asked curiously. Boss Yu, how did you get to know Li Qing? What does this matter have to do with Li Qing? Yang Mi's heart was already starting to get uneasy. I don't know why. When Yu Liang asked what his relationship with Li Qing was, Yang Mi felt that Li Qing must be behind this incident. Suddenly, Yang Mi thought of meeting Li Qing at the Peace Hotel. Could it be that he came here for his own business? And Xian Baoer also said at that time, come and eat for free. Li Qing. Yang Mi has been distracted. Miss Yang, Mr. Li, and I, well, just think of us as friends. Yu Liang could only lie and make up a story in all seriousness. Mr. Li paid a high price. I am a businessman and I only care about profit, so I cooperated with Ms. Yang. Since we are talking about cooperation, let me talk about the specific matters. Yu Liang took a sip of tea, thinking in his heart how to smooth things over and at the same time give the credit to Li Qing. Otherwise, Yang Mi would only be grateful to herself. That's quite dangerous for yourself. Yu Liang has been through many battles, so he can naturally deal with such things. From now on, the Peace Hotel will belong to Miss Yang. The decoration style can be modified according to your needs. There is no limit on the date. Just let me know when the crew has finished filming. As for the money, Mr. Li has already paid it, so Ms. Yang doesn't need to worry about it. Yu Liang told a little lie. Inwardly, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Alas, I still have to pay. I almost gave the restaurant to Mr. Li to save my life. After a few words, Yang Mi was already shocked, with shock flashing in her beautiful eyes. Just now, she was still wondering whether this matter was related to Li Qing. Unexpectedly, it was really Li Qing who did it. But how could Li Qing get in touch with Yu Liang? Besides, how much money would it cost to book the Peace Hotel? Does he have that much money? After hearing the news, a series of questions popped up in Yang Mi's mind. Seeing Yang Mi's expression, Yu Liang quickly added. Ms. Yang, the contract has been drafted. If there is no problem, shall we sign it later? Yang Mi came back to her senses. Still with eyes full of disbelief, he said in a daze. Boss Yu, are you sure you have thought this through? Things happened so suddenly and the change was so great that Yang Mi found it hard to accept. Yu Liang said seriously. Ms. Yang, do you have any other questions? If there is anything else you need me to do, just tell me. Yang Mi shook her head and said. Boss Yu, how much did Li Qing pay you? Yang Mi was very grateful and even a little guilty. Li Qing must have paid a lot to convince Yu Liang. Yu Liang shook his head and smiled. It's not much money, Miss Yang, let us talk about cooperation. Yu Liang evaded the question. Then the assistant brought the contract over. Yu Liang said politely. Ms. Yang, please take a look at the contract. If there is no problem, let's sign it. Yang Mi nodded. The moment she saw the contract, she finally saw infinite hope in her heart. Although Yang Mi is now full of speculations about Li Qing. But for now, I still have to seize this opportunity to make the most of Li Qing's help. Picking up the contract, Yang Mi read it carefully several times, and then she was constantly surprised and delighted. The content of this contract. It's basically like giving the Peace Hotel to yourself. No problem, Mr. Yu, I'll sign it then. Yang Mi smiled, the haze in her heart had long since disappeared. After seeing Yang Mi sign the contract, Yu Liang heaved a sigh of relief. The conflict with Yang Mi was finally resolved. I also successfully saved my life. Miss Yang, we have a pleasant cooperation. Yu Liang stood up happily and said. If there are any issues or questions later, Ms. Yang can inform me at any time. Yang Mi was a little dazed, with a smile on her face. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Yu Liang laughed and said. Miss Yang, you are too polite. Since the cooperation has been reached, I will see you off. I guess Chen Arthur and the others will come and cause trouble soon. Seeing Yu Liang say this, Yang Mi felt somewhat guilty. After all, it was because of me that Boss Yu became enemies with Feng Kuzi and the others. After being sent out of the mansion by Yu Liang, Yang Mi and he bye-bye drove away slowly. After watching Yang Mi leave, Yu Liangkai slowly returned to the mansion. In the living room, Yu Liang sat on the sofa, and his mood finally calmed down a lot. Beside him, the butler poured a cup of tea for Yu Liang and said in confusion. Sir, what happened to you today? Yu Liang's behavior just now. In the eyes of the housekeeper, it is simply incomprehensible. Isn't Yang Mi a small star who was besieged by the entertainment industry? Why did the master suddenly turn around and help her, and offend several well-known people with backgrounds? Yu Liang exhaled, lit a cigarette and said. You are curious, why I helped Yang Mi? The butler nodded and said. Yes, you attacked Chen Arthur in public, which made you a mortal enemy. It will probably be difficult to resolve it later. A sneer appeared on Yu Liang's lips. Slap him. I won't cripple him, which is already a great favor to Feng Kuzi. Hearing this, the housekeeper found it even more difficult to understand, but he knew that there must be other reasons behind this matter. Otherwise, the master would never do this. Yu Liang said calmly. There is a big shot backing Yang Mi. The old butler looked puzzled and asked tentatively. Big shot? Yang Mi is against the entire circle. What kind of big shot can support her? Yu Liang narrowed his eyes and said sharply. Compared to the person behind Yang Mi, the entire entertainment industry is nothing but a joke. Even if Feng Kuzi joined forces with those people in Kyoto, it would be nothing. Chapter 58, the identity is getting more and more confusing, Yang Mi meets again. Hearing this, the old butler's eyes flashed with shock. What kind of person must be able to be evaluated like this by his master? I'm afraid that this class level can't be reached at all. Seeing that the butler wanted to ask something, Yu Liang interrupted directly. Okay, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Knowing too much is not good for you. Remember, if Yang Mi encounters any difficulties in the future, you must report to me in time, and we must serve her well, otherwise, neither you nor I will survive. I heard Yu Liang say it was so serious. The butler said seriously. Yes, sir, I remember it. In the car. He bye-bye hasn't recovered from what happened just now. This surprise came too fast. Sister Me, I never thought that Li Qing would be so capable. He bye-bye said in great surprise. He was able to find Yu Liang and convince him to cooperate with you. I always feel that Li Qing is not as simple as we think. Yang Mi sat in the passenger seat. He looked forward, somewhat absent-minded. Today's news? It can be said that it brought a great shock to Yang Mi. I never thought of that. The person who silently helped him behind the scenes turned out to be Li Qing. What surprised Yang Mi even more was that Li Qing's strength and background could actually convince Yu Liang to cooperate with him? How much did Li Qing spend? In addition to gratitude, Yang Mi also felt a little guilty and even a little distressed. He is a man with a child. It must be very difficult to sacrifice so much for yourself. Seeing that Yang Mi ignored him, he bye-bye glanced at her and said, "Sister Mi, I'm talking to you, are you distracted? Are you thinking about Li Qing?" Yang Mi glanced at he bye-bye and sighed. Xiaobai, I want to talk to Li Qing. He bye-bye asked. What? You don't want to meet him again, do you? Yang Mi said calmly. He is helping us in this way, and there must have been some difficulties that we cannot imagine. I don't want this to happen, I feel uneasy. Besides, if Chen Arthur's gang knew about Li Qing's existence, they would definitely attack him. At that time, Li Qing would definitely be in danger. He bye-bye drove the car and was silent for a moment, then analyzed. Sister Mi, don't you think that Li Qing might not be as simple as we imagined? Maybe, as you guessed before, he is really a domineering president. Yang Mi blushed, then said calmly. What a mess, let us get down to business. However, now that you put it, I also realize that it seems that we have never really understood Li Qing. Yang Mi recalled what had happened during this period. Starting from the public opinion war with carrying. Until now, Yu Liang took the initiative to apologize and cooperate with me. Li Qing is the one behind all this. But if Li Qing was just an ordinary person with a little money, could he have such great power? Even if he has hundreds of millions. Without a certain status, you can't even meet these big shots, let alone give money to discuss cooperation. Why didn't I think of it before? Yang Mi's beautiful eyes slightly frowned, her mind was filled with Li Qing. This man aroused her curiosity more and more. Yang Mi suddenly said seriously. Xiaobai, I want to meet Li Qing in the evening and ask him face to face what is going on. He bye-bye turned her beautiful eyes and said. I think it's okay, I really need to ask him. Li Qing is definitely not as ordinary as we imagined. Maybe he actually has some surprises. Yang Mi didn't say anything, and no one knew what she was thinking between her brows. After returning to Jiaxing, Yang Mi confirmed the start time of filming and announced the successful cooperation with Peace Hotel. There was applause in the meeting room. Sister Mi is really amazing. She solved our problem easily. Then Kristy Wu is not a good person. No wonder she was kicked out by our chairman. I have a feeling that Sister Mi will become very popular this time, and we will also benefit from it. In the conference room, a group of celebrity artists in the crew praised. Previously, carrying was involved in the fight for the filming location. It spread throughout the company. Everyone thought that Yang Mi would definitely fail this time. I didn't expect the problem to be resolved so quickly. Chairman Lu Yanbin smiled and said. Since Miss Yang has solved the problem, let us wish Director Yang a smooth filming of the new drama and a big hit. There was applause in the conference room. Sitting in the conference room, Yang Mi's face was filled with smiles. This time, it was a highlight moment she hadn't had in a long time. She knows. Now that he has reversed the situation, everything he has is actually influenced by Li Qing. After the meeting, Lu Yanbin congratulated Yang Mi individually. He knew very well that Mr. Li must have been behind Yang Mi's re-cooperation with the Peace Hotel. But Lu Yanbin didn't say much. It's good that the matter is resolved. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Mi packed up her things at home and sat in front of the mirror to put on makeup. Oh, Sister Mi, are you putting on makeup again? He bye-bye smiled with great interest. Now that I'm meeting Li Qing, I have to dress up so exquisitely? Yang Mi blushed slightly, gave he bye-bye a look and said. What, it's not normal to wear makeup when going out. He bye-bye curled his lips and said with a smile. Really, Sister Mi, why is your face still a little red? Yang Mi waved her hand and said. Go to hell, where's the red? Okay, go pack your things. I've talked to Li Qing on the phone. He'll send me the location later and we'll be there. Yang Mi seemed calm. But inside I felt inexplicably nervous and a little bit expectant. But she herself didn't know why. Every time she faced Li Qing, she always felt complicated. And now, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. An hour later, Yang Mi finally finished her makeup. Ding dong. There was a message on the phone. Yang Mi opened her phone and saw that it was a voice message from Baoer. Ah, the little guy is too lazy to even call me now. Yang Mi smiled and then clicked on the voice message. Mom, I heard that you are coming to see me in the evening. Mom, I miss you. Baoer's voice is so sweet and cute. Dad said Mom can come and eat together. Oh yes, I'll send you the location. Hearing Baoer's voice, Yang Mi smiled happily. Then, Baoer sent the location over. But after clicking it, Yang Mi was stunned for a moment. Huazhou Junting? Could it be a wrong message? Chapter 59, Huazhou Junting, Li Qing lives in a villa? Looking at the location sent by Baoer, Yang Mi was a little confused. Isn't it in the eastern suburbs? How did it locate the Huazhou Royal Court? Huazhou Junting is a famous luxury villa in Shanghai. Each villa costs hundreds of millions, and even the most expensive villa costs up to 800 million. Li Qing wouldn't be living in Huazhou Junting, right? This is indeed a bit unrealistic for Yang Mi. To confirm, Yang Mi sent a voice message to Baoer. Baoer, do you think the positioning is wrong? Soon, Baoer replied. No, my dad did it for me. He said this is the location and you can find it by turning on the navigation. Yang Mi sent a hug emoticon to Baoer. Then he put away his phone in surprise. At this time, he also packed up his things and walked over and said, Sister Mi, have you finished your makeup? It's getting late, we should leave and come back early to eat. Yang Mi seemed a little entangled and said, Well, I may not come back for dinner tonight. I'll eat with Baoer and the others. He was stunned, then smiled maliciously. Aha! Eating with Li Qing? Isn't it inappropriate for me to go? After all, you are a family, and if I don't go, wouldn't it be redundant? Yang Mi rolled her eyes at What nonsense are you talking about? Baoer missed me and asked me to have dinner with her. He smiled and nodded. Okay, let us go to Li Qing's house for dinner? It's a good opportunity to see what Li Qing's home looks like in Baoer's living environment. The two came downstairs and got in the car, with still serving as the driver. Check the navigation. Oh, it's the same Dongjia yard as before, right? He took out his mobile phone and found the navigation records. Yang Mi shook her head and said, No, Baoer sent me the location, it's in Huazhou Junting. He was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Yang Mi, and asked with a puzzled look. Ah? Huazhou Junting? That aristocratic villa? Yang Mi nodded and said calmly. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Baoer said that the position was given by Li Qing. He said with surprise. Li Qing has a villa in Huazhou Junting? Damn, no way, a villa there would cost hundreds of millions. Could it be that Li Qing is really hiding his true potential? With Li Qing's help these 2 times. He really believed that Li Qing might be very rich and it was possible that he had a villa in Huazhou Junting. Wow, I have never been to such a high-end villa as Huazhou Junting. He was very interested and said. Maybe this time I can benefit from your help and broaden my horizons. The two of them drove along. More than an hour. The car finally drove into the Huazhou Junting villa area. Seeing that there was no car on the road, he couldn't help but feel curious. This is the internal road of Huazhou Junting. My goodness, there is not even a car here. We won't be stopped soon, right? Yang Mi said calmly. It's okay, just continue following the navigation. Maybe the occupancy rate in the entire East District is not high. As they got closer to their destination, Yang Mi became more and more nervous. Finally, according to the location Baoer said, Yang Mi and he found the gate of the villa. The car just stopped. The pole in front of the door rose up and let people pass. Even the 2 young security guards standing at the door saluted. Looking at the big villa in front of me. Bright and comfortable streetlights. The sea of flowers around him made Bai's eyes widen, his eyes full of amazement. Sister Mi, poverty has limited my imagination. I didn't expect the villa to be so big and so luxurious. He said as he parked the car. I really benefit from you. Looking at this environment. Yang Mi was also amazed. Although Yang Mi has lived in many high-end villas. But this is the first time I have seen a house of this price in Huazhou Junting, Magic City. After parking the car, The two men walked down. Hemp. A childish voice came from not far away. Then Yang Ni saw. Xian Baoer ran over from the villa. Looking at the child whom I haven't seen for a few days. Yang Ni's eyes flickered, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Slow down, Xuanbei, don't fall. Yang Ni came forward and picked up Xian Baoer. Xian Baoer, why do I feel like you've grown taller? Yang Ni was filled with joy. She felt like she hadn't hugged Xian Baoer for a long time. Xian Baoer was equally happy. She snuggled in Yang Ni's arms, hugged Yang Ni's neck and said, Mom, I miss you. Yang Ni kissed her gently. Mommy misses you too. Beside. He bye-bye came over with a doting smile on his face. Good boy, don't you miss your auntie? Xian Baoer laughed and said, I want my mom and auntie to hold me to sleep at night. He bye-bye immediately laughed and said, Okay, I'll give Xian Baoer a bath. But after saying this, he bye-bye felt something was wrong. Now Xian Baoer lives in Li Qing's house. If Sister Mi sleeps with her, doesn't that mean she will live directly in Li Qing's house? He bye-bye couldn't help but look at Yang Mi. Yang Mi just smiled and said, Xian Baoer, can mommy have dinner with you tonight? I heard that I could have dinner with my mom. Xian Baoer was extremely happy, with a pair of charming eyes flashing. Okay, mommy, Xuanbei wants mommy to feed him. The two were amused by Xian Baoer. At this time, Li Qing and Wang Mian walked over slowly. After meeting Li Qing, Yang Mi's expression suddenly became a little unnatural. I started to feel nervous, with an indescribable mix of emotions. Li Qing. Yang Mi walked forward holding Xian Baoer and said with a smile, Thank you for this time. Before coming, Yang Mi had thought of a lot of opening remarks in her mind. It was like imagining the scene of meeting Li Qing. But now, when facing Master Li Qing, Yang Mi didn't know what to say. This inexplicable feeling of tension made Yang Mi feel very strange. Li Qing was not as cold as imagined, but smiled faintly. Let us go, dinner is ready and Xian Baoer must be hungry. Yang Mi nodded gently. Then he followed Li Qing into the villa. After entering Li Qing's living room, he bye-bye and Yang Mi's eyes flickered. Seeing these luxurious decorations, I can't help but feel amazed. There are a wide variety of antique vases, calligraphy and paintings, as well as crystal lamps. All solid wood furniture and Chinese-style decoration are the most expensive. After seeing these, Yang Mi suddenly raised her eyebrows. Why did she feel like she had seen him somewhere before? Suddenly, Yang Mi recalled that when Xian Baoer had a video call with her. This is how Li Qing's home is decorated. At that time, I thought, Li Qing's yard in the eastern suburbs is nicely decorated. As a result, it now appears that Li Qing didn't live in the suburban yard at all. Instead, he has been living in the big villa of Huazhou Junting. So who is he? To be able to buy a villa here, you must be not an ordinary person. Yang Mi was full of doubts. Li Qing seemed to be covered with layers of veils, making people want to uncover his true face. Mom, let's go eat. Just as Yang Mi was immersed in her thoughts, Xian Baoer whispered in her ear. I want mommy and daddy to sit together, and Xian Baoer and auntie to eat together. Chapter 60, Dad and Mom, are you divorced? Hearing this, Yang Mi couldn't help but be stunned and looked at Xian Baoer with some surprise. He bye-bye was also stunned, then said with a smile. Sister Mi Xian Baoer seems to know a lot. Yang Mi blushed. If she were to sit with Li Qing, she would be a little shy. Although Yang Mi and Li Qing were married. But the two are still strangers. That was just an accident. Now that we are awake, sitting together, it is a bit awkward. He bye-bye glanced at Li Qing in front of him. I found Li Qing sitting at the table cleaning up the dishes, then looked at Xian Baoer and whispered. Xian Baoer, did your father tell you to say that? Xian Baoer shook his head and said seriously. Other people as parents all eat together. Xian Baoer also hopes that she can see her parents together like other children. Hearing this, Yang Mi couldn't help feeling sad and guilty. Xian Baoer had never received complete love since childhood, so she always envied other children. Xian Baoer came down from Yang Mi's arms. Then he trotted to Li Qing's seat. Dad, is it time to eat? Xian Baoer giggled, looking very cute. Li Qing picked him up and said with a smile. Yes, Xuanbei, are you hungry? Eat more later. Baoer nodded and said, "Dad, please sit with Mom." "Can Baoer sit with Auntie?" Hearing this, Li Qing was slightly stunned, then smiled. "Why doesn't Baoer sit with Daddy?" Baoer rolled her big round eyes and said seriously, "Dad, are you and Mom divorced?" Baoer's words. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. No one expected that. A 3-year-old child actually knows about divorce. Facing Baoer's soul-searching question, Li Qing was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Baoer, where did you learn all this? Do you even know about divorce?" Baoer looked serious and pouted. Baoer knew what divorce meant, which was that her parents would no longer be together. "Dad and Mom, you have always been separate, so you are divorced." Hearing Baoer's words, Yang Mi was extremely embarrassed, and besides being embarrassed, she also felt a little guilty towards Baoer. Baoer can think like this. It's because of the family environment. Yang Mi didn't want this to happen either. But the relationship with Li Qing is really a bit complicated, and there is no way to explain it to Baoer. For a time, when faced with Baoer's question, Yang Mi really didn't know what to say. Li Qing pinched Baoer's cheek and laughed. "Little guy, you know a lot. But Mom and Dad didn't divorce, it's just that Dad was too busy with work and had been working far away. Now that I'm back, I will never be separated from Baoer again. Mommy doesn't have time to take care of Baoer right now because of work, but Mommy will come to see you often." Li Qing's tone was very gentle, and he looked at Baoer with eyes full of doting. Baoer nodded, not quite understanding. "Anyway, I believe what Li Qing said. Then, after Mom and Dad finish work, will they stay with me?" Li Qing smiled faintly. "Of course, it shouldn't take too long." Hearing this, Baoer smiled again. Baoer would only believe it if his parents sat down together to eat. Li Qing agreed. "Okay." What Li Qing said to Baoer. Yang Mi heard it all and felt warm in her heart. Li Qing could explain to Baoer like this. This shows that he is really a qualified father. Yang Mi was very happy, but also a little conflicted. "When I finish my work, I will pick Baoer up and bring her back. Will this cause too much harm to her? Besides, how long can this be kept secret from Baoer? When she grows up a little and becomes sensible, she will definitely notice it. How should I explain it then?" Thinking of this, Yang Mi couldn't help but have a bold fantasy. How nice it would be if they were really a family of 3. "Mom, it's time to eat." At this time, Baoer's voice interrupted Yang Mi's wandering thoughts. Yang Mi smiled. She walked over with a slightly red face and slowly sat down next to Li Qing. The two looked at each other, just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Just sitting next to Li Qing, Yang Mi felt that her ears seemed to be burning. "The more I think about blushing, the more embarrassed I feel." The meal took more than 40 minutes. After Baoer had eaten and drunk her fill, Yang Mi played with her for a while. Tired of playing, Yang Mi held Baoer in her arms and went to the room to coax him into falling asleep. Finally fell asleep. He bye-bye exhaled and whispered, "Sister Mi, Baoer really helped me today. The little guy is trying to bring you two together." Yang Mi whispered, "Stop talking nonsense." He bye-bye smiled. "Okay, I'm still shy. Let us go. You have some questions for Li Qing, so go and ask him." In the living room, Yang Mi sat opposite Li Qing, still feeling a little nervous. After a long while, she was mentally prepared and said, Li Qing, I have something to ask you." Li Qing said calmly, "Ask." Yang Mi took a deep breath and said, "Li Qing, what do you do? What kind of job do you do?" After opening the topic, Yang Mi also gained a lot of courage and continued, "I just found out today that it was you who was helping me with the Peace Hotel incident. Boss, you told me that you spent a lot of money to negotiate the cooperation. To be honest, I am grateful but also surprised. Can you tell me something about yourself? Or what do you do? I want to get to know you." In the last sentence, Yang Mi's voice was obviously much lower. Regarding Yang Mi's question, Li Qing still looked calm, as if he had known that Yang Mi would ask.